5 for the button. Your light will be recommencing at 1,500, 3,000, with a running out to 400, 1,500, 3,000, running out to 400, button in seat 5. Congratulations for making day 2. Best of luck everybody, dealers, shuffle up and deal please.
A very warm welcome back to Asper's Casino in Stratford in London for the final day of the APAT World Championships of Amateur Poker. We're going to be presenting 4 bracelets today, the biggie being the main event. We've also got side events in Heads Up, which is currently going on at the moment, Irish and Cash Championships later on. But we're aiming to focus on the main event today. We're currently watching table 6.
Yeah, I'll put the link on. She's put the post in there, she's in.
So on our feature table, in seat 1 is Dom Locke, seat 2 is Andy Dodson, seat 3 is Danny Strange, seat 4 is Kava Kievand, seat 5 is Alana Belsky, seat 6 is Marcin Reichman, seat 7 is Marius Wouters, seat 8 Vicky Lambert, seat 9 Justin Hazeldine, and seat 10 Jack Wolfendine. We're going to probably have a fairly light commentary to start with. There's a lot going on in the room at the moment. We've got 9 tables in the main event, and the first round of the Heads Up is going on, so it's pretty hectic here. But we want to give you a flavour of what's going on, so we'll try and keep an eye on things. Good feature table here, though. Andy Dodson in seat 2 won the Newcastle event earlier on in the year. Danny Strange in seat 3 is very high up in the Player of the Year standings. He was leading for the first few days, but it's still very much in with a shout in taking that down. In seat 4, Kava Kievand was the second in chips coming into this day 2. He's got 345,000. Seat 7, Marius Wouters, was already a bracelet winner this week. Seat 6, Marcin Reichman has represented Poland on numerous occasions in APAT events and is an APAT regular. In seat 9 is Justin Hazeldine, who'll be well known to the live Poker League players. Hopefully a number of those will be tuning in to follow Justin's progress in this event. Was just double checking there with Tom Slickbore, one of our Belgian guys that looks after the events up there, just to make the Marius in seat 7 rather be known as Marco. So I'm just going to change that so we get that right for the going forward. There we go, simple as that. So Tom's actually said he's going to come over and do a bit of commentary with me, so that will be superb. So we'll have a quick look at our first hand here. We've got a flop of Deuce 7-9 with 2 diamonds, and it's Andrew in seat 2. Action on him. It'd been the check had come from Justin in seat 9. So Andrew's bet out, and it's Justin to make a decision. Justin folds, and Andy's going to take that one down. We're still waiting for our chip leader at this table and second in chips in the tournament to sit down today. Probably thinks he can afford to sit out a little bit. We brought 87 players back, so that's 7.8 million chips in play. So the average stack is just over 90,000 at the moment. So the next hand is going to see Justin in the small blind and Jack in the big blind, which means it'll be Dom to act first, and he folds. Andy in seat 2, top right of your screen, as he folds as well, as does Danny. And Ilana's had a look at her cards, and she's reaching for chips. And she makes it 7,000 to go. Blinds are 1,500 and 3,000. And march-in raises to 21,000. It's passed around to the blinds, so Justin in the small blind, top left of your screen, he folds, as does Jack next to the dealer. So we're back round to Ilana. And Ilana folds. And Marchin mucks his cards and takes down that pot. Give you a rundown of the chip stacks that the players brought to this table. Seat 1, Dom had 78,000. Seat 2, Andy, 157,000. Seat 3, Danny, 98,000. Seat 4, Kava, 346,000. Seat 5, Ilana, 109,000. Seat 6, Marcin, 193,000. Seat 7, Marco, 51,000. Seat 8, Vicky, 79,000. Seat 9, Justin, 103,000. And finally in Seat 10, Jack with 167,000. Plenty of chips on play. The table when you consider average stack is 90k. So back to the action. And this one's folded all the way around to the blind, so it's blind on blind. And Andy makes it 6,700 to play. And it's Danny in the big blind. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000, so it's another 3,700. Currently running at running ante of 400 as well. So that's 8,500 in the pot before we start every hand. But Danny's reaching for chips there to the right of his screen. And he raises it up to 16,000. Andy's had a little look. You can see top right of his screen there, just below the coral logo. You can see Andy. I just had a quick look to see how much Danny was playing. And Andy makes the fold. Danny started with 98,000 at this table. Andy 157,000. So Danny's certainly not a short stack. And I think Andy respected the re-raise and lets it go. So the way we're set up here is we're monitoring table 6, but we've also got a camera on table 7, which is just behind me. So on table 7 is Jeremy Marriott, Dan Williams, Philip Chan, Frederick Gautrin, Becky Sailul, Paul Rice, George Evans, Daniel Fernandez and Stephen Draper. We'll keep an eye on any exits or any big hands on that one as well. But back to our feature table, next hand. And Danny's in the small blind, and our second chip leader has arrived and is sat down in seat 4. You can just see bottom right hand side of your screen. Just made it in time for his big blind. Yeah. I was expecting entrance music and everything, but no. It's all there. They're in order. So Dom from in seat 1 there has raised it up to 26,600. Jack had made the initial raise from seat 10 to 8,500. So it's a 3-bet from Dom. He's got through the button and Danny in the small blind, so it's our chip leader at the table who plays his first hand and folds. So we're back round to Dom, the initial raiser, in seat 10 to the left of the dealer as you're looking at with a hoodie on. He's just asked Dom how much he's playing. Dom started off with 78,000 at this table, and Jack started with 167,000. You can see it looks like Jack's reaching for chips to make a call, so we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop, either side of the dealer. Here we go. And the flop is 6, 10, 5, 2 diamonds. And it's a check from Jack. And it goes check from Dom as well, so we're going to see a turn card. And it's the 3 of hearts. And it's Jack reaching for chips this time. And there's a lot of 500s in there. I'm not sure how well that was actually counted out, but dealer's just working it out now. 23,000 is the bet. And it's action round to Dom in seat 1. He's had a little look across at Jack. And a look back at the flop. That's the board they're looking at. Dom's got a very calm, calculating persona at the table. Hardly moves, just got his hands around his cards and is working through it in his head. I guess he's possibly thinking to himself, what's the 3 done? That's a shout from one of the heads up tables. First round. And Dom eventually folds, and Jack scoops that pot and shows us pocket jacks. There's the jacks. So Jack shows the jacks. And on we'll go to the next hand. So as I was saying, blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a running ante of 400. So 8,500 in the pot before we start each time. And the button is on Danny in seat 3. Danny's still very much in the running for player of the series after some good results earlier on this week. So Danny won the event 7, the Turbo No Limit Hold'em, on Monday. And we also have the winner of the 6 Max Championship on Thursday, who's Marco in seat 7. So we've already got a couple of bracelet winners on the table as Dom goes all in. Jack had made it 7,000 to go, and Dom from seat 1 has gone all in. Andy's got out of the way, which means we're round to Danny on the button. He's counting out his chips. Dom is all in for about 30 35 maybe 40,000. And our chip leader, Kava, has asked for a exact count. Kava's in the bottom right of your screen. $43.6 is the actual count. Kava's in the small blind, and he folds. Ilana gets out of the way in the big blind, so we're back round to Jack. This is same two players from the previous hand. Just asks confirmation again. 43,600. He'd raised it up to 7,000. And he flips a chip in, so he's calling. So we're going to be showdown. It's going to be Dom's tournament life on the line here. And Dom shows ace, queen of spades. And Jack's got pocket sevens, red sevens. So it's the ace queen at risk here. Dom's tournament life on the line. Let's see a flop. And it's Jack 9-4. Nothing good. Some backdoors there for Dom. 2. It's going to need to be an ace or a queen, or we're going to lose Dom. And a king on the river is no good, and we're going to lose Dom from the main event. Jack takes down that pot. And we'd already lost 5 players so far today. That makes Dom the 6th. And we're down to 81 players. And Jack stacks up some more chips. I think that's going to put Jack up, I reckon about 240, maybe 250k now. Average stack is now 96,000. And on we go. Our chip leader on the button this time. So Ilana in the small blind, marching in the big blind, which means Marco to act first. And Marco makes it 7,100 to go. Vicky folds, as does Justin, as does Jack. So we're round to the right-hand side now with Andy. Andy folds as well, as does Danny, as does Kava in the button. So it's just marching on the big blind to get through. Simple as that. And Marco takes that one down. Under the gun shows King Queen of spades. There you go. Thank you, dealer. And we're on to the next hand. On table 7, we've just lost Dan Williams. I don't know. He's probably going to tell me what happened. Probably not. Not on live microphone. I don't know. Do you, Dan?
It's all right. I waited for a spot. We had sort of 11, 12 bigs. Guy opens. We 3 jam ace deuce, and then the big blind wakes up with ace king. We flop 3 hearts. We have the ace of hearts, so we're looking pretty good. We turn a deuce, and we fade everything. So my timing was impeccable, shall we say.
Brilliant. Thanks, Dan. Much appreciated. That's the way to handle tournament exit. Move on to the next one. So marching in the small blind here, and Marco in the big blind. We did predict that We did predict that we'd lose a number of players early on in this day 2. That was always going to be the way. He's just breaking the table now. So it's Jack that's raised this up to 7,100. It's folded all the way around to Marchin in the small blind, and he's made it 26,500 to go. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. Vicky under the gun made the raise to 7,100. Jack's made the call, and it's Marchin that's now raised it up to 26,500. Didn't see Vicky's chips there for 1 second. Apologies. And the action is on Marco in the big blind. He's already got 3,000 committed. 2 players in with bets of 7,100, and it's Marchin that's now made it 26,500. So the pot is already about 47,000 in the pot now. And he folds, as does Vicky. Just Jack to the top of your screen next to the dealer. He's asked, will you show him? So will you show me if you fold? Marchin gives a little shrug, says I fold. And Marchin shows black kings. Takes down that pot. I'm guessing good fold from the others. So don't forget, you can, if you get onto the forum, onto apat.com/forum, go from the live update section, you'll see a live blog update from each day that we've been at the festival here. This is day 10, our final day. Lucy and Tom have been working pretty hard every single day, getting photos and some hands up and the results as we go, and a lot more detail when we get down to final tables of each event. But we've pretty much had a packed room. I've been here since Thursday, and it's pretty much been a packed room at Asper's in Stratford for the past 5 days. Great atmosphere, and the feedback we've had from the players is they've absolutely loved it. Playing for bracelets, playing for medals, and of course the all-important cash. 39,300 in the prize pool here in the main event. Top prize is £8,300 plus a APAT gold medal, an exclusive WCOAP bracelet designed specifically for this event, and a trip to Vegas. It's all about Vegas, really. The money's nice, but spending a week with Tom Brady in Vegas, it doesn't get much better than that. So next hand is going to see Marco on the button, and it's Vicky in the small blind and Justin in the big blind. Just organising their chips there to the left. Jack to act first, and he folds. So we head round to Andy, top right of your screen. And it looks like he's contemplating counting out some chips. 7,100 has been the standard raise so far. But Andy makes it 8,500, just to be a little bit different. Danny gets out of the way. Cava makes the call from seat 4. Ilana folds, Marcin folds, ran to Marco on the button. He folds, and the blinds to get through. Vicky folds. Just Justin in the big blind, he folds as well, so it's going to be 2 players to the flop. It'll be Andy to act first, and our chip leader Cava following on. And the flop is Queen 6 Deuce, 2 clubs. Action on Andy.
Heads up players, can I have Tim Goslings and Jurian Dolly? Linda Iwanak and Frederick DeLee.
So Andy's bet out 10,000 here, and Cava raises it up to 27,000.
James Brennan and Norbert Bobra.
And Andy makes the call, leaving him about 120,000 behind. We're going to see a turn. It's the ace of clubs. Action back on Andy. Andy checks and Cava says I'm all in.
Matteo Braga and Maria Lachan.
And Andy reluctantly makes a fold. And Cava takes that pot down. Lots of players playing at the table at the moment, so not a huge rail, but there is a rail of 1, and it couldn't be a better player than an ex-APAT world champion, Tristan Chaplin. How you doing, Tristan?
Yeah, very well, Lee. Thanks very much. It's good to be here.
So, who are you following on this feature table?
I've got a good friend of mine in seat 8, Vicky Lambert. She's a good friend of mine, so I hope she does well.
Excellent. Anything we should know about her game?
Oh, very, very tight player. And if she bets, she's always got it.
Absolutely. It's fantastic. So obviously you've been in here making it to a day 2 and bagging those chips. And how do you think these players are feeling?
Well, just looking around, they all seem very experienced. I think they'll be fine with it, Lee, to be honest. Play there, enjoy it. That's the main thing.
That's exactly what I said to them. If you can't enjoy these days, when nice prize at the top for what's a pretty reasonable buy-in of just £100 plus 10.
Absolutely, Lee. Very good. Yeah, the structures are fantastic at all APAT's event, I find, and they're a very nice prize pool. Yeah, well worth playing.
And are you playing any more this festival?
Possibly the last one, which is the Irish, I believe, Lee.
Fantastic. Well, good luck with that, and we'll enjoy this whilst we're waiting for those to take place.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks, Tristan. So Jack takes down that one from the big blind with and shows ace 10. So we've got 77 players remaining now. Average stack is just over 102,000. So this next hand is going to see Jack in the small blind and Andy in the big blind, which means it's going to be Danny to act first. And he folds, as does Cava. Ilana and Marcin do the same, so we're around to Marco. He folds, as does Vicky, so we're Justin on the Button, not interested, so we're blind on blind. Jack versus Andy. Jack has a look across to see what Andy's playing. And makes the call. So, option on Andy. Andy checks, so we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop. It'll be Jack to act first. And the flop is King 6-7, 2 hearts, King and 6 of hearts. And Jack's reaching for chips pretty quickly. And bets 7,500. Andy just stays fairly motionless, has a look across at Jack and then back at the flop. And he mucks. So for those joining us a little bit late, let me give you a rundown on who we've got at the table. We've already lost Dom in seat 1. He exited at the hands of Jack in seat 10. But in seat 2, is Andy Dobson, who won an event up in Newcastle. Seat 3 is Danny Strange, who won the Turbo event earlier on this week. So already a bracelet winner this week and quite high up in the player of the series. Seat 4 was the player who's second in chips coming into day 2, Kava Kievand. Seat 5 is Alana Belsky. Seat 6 is Martin Rekmerk. Seat 7, Marco Wouters, another bracelet winner from earlier on the week, winning the 6 max. Seat 7, Vicky Lambert. Seat 8, Vicky Lambert. Seats 9, Justin Hazeldine, and seat 10, Jack Wolfenden. So it's folded round to Marco, bottom left of your screen, and he makes it 6,700 to play. Gets through to the blinds. Andy and Danny in the blinds this time. Andy with that familiar pose has to think for a while and folds. And Danny looks like he's reaching for some chips. He is. He's going to make the call. So we're going to be 2 players to a flop. Danny and Marco. And the flop is 4-4-3, 2 clubs. And it's a check from Danny, and Marco bets out 7,000. Danny has another look at his cards to the far right of the screen, and puts his head in his hand, and then counts out the chips and makes a call. So it's both players to the turn, and the turn is the 6 of clubs, and it's 3 clubs now on the board. Actions on Danny, he checks again. And it's 22,000 is the bet this time. Danny very quickly is all in. Very quickly all in. Danny's all in for, it's about 100,000. He's got Marco covered. Marco's only got about 30,000 back. So this is Danny putting Marco's tournament life on the line with the all in. And you can see Marco bottom left of your screen. Not quite sure what to do now. Danny has put the decision on him after the check call on the flop. the turn, he's check raised them all in. And Marco's going to fold, and he shows the king of clubs, and Danny shows 4-3 for the flopped full house. Wow. And Danny's going to stack those up. Very good fold from Marco. So it looks like he was on the king high flush draw, but that wouldn't have been any good in the end if he had made the call, because Danny had already pretty much folded next to the nuts. And on we go. That leaves Marco very short stacked at this table now, with just shy, probably got about 28,000 now. Blinds are 1,500 and 3,000 with a running ante of 400. It's Ilana under the gun this time, and she folds, as does Marcin, as does Marco and Vicky. Round to Justin, top left of your screen. He folds. Jack not interested either. So just the button and the blinds to go on the right of his screen. Andy first on the button. He has a look down and looks like he's going to put some betting tokens out in the middle. And he makes it 6,500. And Danny folds. So just our chip leader at the table, Cava. And he's just flicked his headphones off. And has a little look across to see Andy's stack. Andy's playing just shy of 100,000, I think. So Cava raises it to 19,000. I mean, Andy could find a call here. There's an option to peel here. He's not going to be completely committed to the hand. You can see him top right of his screen there, just riffling his chips. Looks across at Cava. Cava's just got his head in his hand and is staring at our screen feed that we've got in the corner of the room. And Cava shows the ace of hearts and wins that pot. 75 players remaining now. Average stack is 105,000, and blinds will be up next hand. So one more hand at this level, then blinds will be 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 running ante. It's Cava in the small blind and Ilana in the big blind, so it'll be marching to act first. So we've folded all the way around to Jack in seat 10, and he's going to reach for some chips and bets out 7,600. Andy folds, as does Danny. Just the blinds to get through then. Our chip leader at the table, Cava first, and he makes the call. And Ilana says no thank you. Ilana's playing about 85,000 now. And the board comes down 8 ace 4, 2 spades, and it's a check from Cava. And Danny gives a tap as well, so we're going to see a turn. Sorry, Jack, I should say. And it's the 4 of hearts on the turn. And the bet from Cava is 5,000, and Jack very quickly makes that call. We're going to see a river. And it's the Queen of Diamonds. Cava checks this time. And it's check, check, and we're going to go to showdown. Jack's got Jack 8 for the flop pair of 8s, and that's enough to take that down. Cava having a stab at it there on the turn. And Jack keeps stacking. It's been a good table so far for Jack. Built his stack up quite nicely. Knocked out Dom earlier on, who was in seat 1. So the blinds have gone up. The running ante now is 500. And the blinds are 2,000, 4,000. So it's going to be Marco to act first here under the gun. He folds. As does Vicky. Vicky and Justin have been very quiet so far. Vicky started the day with 79,000. Justin started with 103,000. Not really got into many hands so far on this final day of the main event. And it's a raise to 10,000 from Andy. Danny folds. And Cava makes the call. And Ilana's had a look at her cards from the small blind. And she's pretty much instant folded most here. But she's reaching for some chips, so, and is going to make the call. So even though marching from the big blind was heavily priced into that hand, he's got out of the way. So we're going to see a flop. And it's Queen, King, 4, 2 diamonds. So it's gone check, check, and check. So it's the ace of clubs on the turn. Action on Ilana. At the bottom of your screen in the grey hoodie. Jack's very politely asking if he can take a break from the table, and I say, of course you can, do what you like. So it's folded round to, so it's checked round to Andy, who's bet out 15,000. And Cava's folded, so it's just Ilana who was in the small blind. So the board is Queen, King, 4, Ace. All three players checked the flop, and it's Andy's who's having a stab at it on the turn. And Ilana says, "I'm all in." It's about 50. Oh, it's a bit more than that. There's 2 reds in there, actually. So 80,000. Thank you, Marco. So 80,000. So 80,000 is the bet. And it's Andy to the top right of your screen who's got a decision to make. Andy's pretty much got about the same. Or behind, he's got 80. Yeah, he's riffling 80,000 there. So Andy's Andy would be left with 15,000 behind if he makes the call. Thank you. Still deciding what to do. Andy looks in a bit of pain here, trying to make a decision what to do. And he folds in the end, showing the ace. That's why I think he's possibly it was such a tough decision for him. Meanwhile, we've been joined in seat 1 by Matt Whiting, and Matt's playing. How much you got there, Matt? Matt's playing about 90,000. Welcome to the table. So Cava has called Danny's raise here. So it's going to be 2 players to a flop. And it's King 10-10, 2 diamonds. So it's going to be Danny to act first. And Danny bets out 12,000. Decision on our chip leader at the table, Cava. And he raises it to 30,000. So it's the 2 players to the bottom right of your screen. Decision back on Danny. And Danny folds. Danny's playing about just over 100,000, I think. So Cava stacks a few more chips there. So it's going to be Marco in the small blind and Vicky in the big blind here. So it'll be Justin to act first. Left of your screen in the black top. Jack's away from the table at the moment, so his cards get folded, which means we're around to our new player to the table, Matt, in seat 1. He folds, as does Andy, as does Danny, as does Cava. So we're round to Marcin on the button. What's he going to do? Bottom of your screen in the blue top, and he makes a raise to 11,500. And Marco folds in the small blind, and Vicky folds in the big blind. Marcin gets that one through. So still busy card room. There's still the first round, I think, or might be on the second round of heads-up games on the go. That started at midday. The Irish Championship is at 4 o'clock. I will find someone that can explain that to you. It's completely beyond me. But and then finally at 5 o'clock today, last event of the series is event number 22, which is the Cash Championship. That plays out where you play 3 hours of cash, with the largest stacks taking it through to a final 3-hour session. You can, after the first session, choose to cash out and leave the tournament. So it's played with a 50 plus 10 plus 5 buy-in. With the £10 going towards the tournament payout of the event. So it's Danny raising this up, raises to 13,000. As you can see, Mr. Duffy there getting some photos in of our feature table. And Danny gets that one through. So you can see all the photos from the week. They're up on the APAT Picasa account. Plenty of them get posted on the forum as well and on Facebook. But if you go to the Picasa account, you'll find every single photo that's been taken. Feel free to download them, use them as your Facebook profile, whatever you fancy. Hopefully there's one of you there with some chips in front of you throughout the week. And don't forget that we're running an online version of this, the World Championships of Amateur Poker Online. That takes place on Coral. That's next week. Go on to the forum and you'll find details. Matt Dale is looking after that for us. Any questions about that, just post on the forum and somebody will get back to you. If you haven't got a Coral account, just log on to apat.com and click the link, and that can be sorted for you. So we folded so far round to Marcin here, and he folds, as does Marco. So we're blind on blind. So Justin shows a deuce. Jack shows a 5. And it's a walk for Jack. "65 players left in the main. The screens are telling me that there are 32 left in the heads up. It probably is less than that now, but that basically means they've already got through the first round of matches, so they're onto the second round now with 32. That just plays down the redraw each level, and we play down to to effectively the medal matches, which go best of 3. Great fun for the players. They all love playing the Heads Up Championship. It's just something a little bit different. Quite often you can play a lot of poker and never get to play Heads Up, because obviously that's only when you go very, very, right to the end of an MTT. So it's a great bit of fun, and always in high demand on the last day of the festival. So this one's folded all the way around. So we're blind on blind again. And I just heard announced in the Heads Up, Dwayne Stacey of England versus Philip Hines of Germany. Philip is the defending Heads Up champion. He also picked up the Pot Limit Omaha bracelet last night, so was very happy showing off earlier on his 2 WCOAP bracelets. I'm sure Des has got a photo of it somewhere, either on social media or up on the floor. Well, I can see it on his laptop, but showing me on your laptop, Des, is no good. You need to get it up online for those to see. Philip, very proud though, comes over from Germany, plays the festival each year. Picked up his 2nd bracelet and is now trying to defend his title. Although Dwayne is a very good player as well, so it should be an interesting Heads Up. We'll try and see if we can get someone to keep an eye on that, so we can let you know what happens. I can just see them sat down now, the other side of the poker room. So we've gone very, very passive here. This one folds all the way round to the blinds. And Matt makes the call, makes it the blinds from the small blind. So it's Andy in the big blind, and Andy's reaching for some chips here. I don't think he's going to let Matt see a flop lightly, and he makes it 12,000 to go. Top right of your screen, Matt in the very light grey hoodie, and Andy in the dark blue with the sunglasses on. Matt makes the call, so we're going to see a flop. And the flop comes down deuce, ace, deuce, 2 clubs. Matt checks. And Andy checks, so we're going to see a turn card. And it's the 7 of diamonds. And that's got Matt reaching for chips from seat 1 there. And he bets out 14,000. Andy's playing about 65,000 as he folds. And Matt's going to take down his first proper pot at this feature table. And on we'll go. So just having a look at our secondary table we've got going on, I can just see Scott Berridge sitting down, seat 5. You can see Scott far side with the red top on. Regular APAT player. As we keep breaking down tables in this event, we'll keep an eye on Scott's progress over there. But meanwhile, back onto our main feature table. And it's Andy in the small blind, Danny in the big, which means it's Cover to act first. He folds. As does Ilona. Marcin makes a bet of 12,000. Marco folds, Vicky folds, Justin folds. Difficult for that side of the table. They're all the short stacks now at this table. The action really has been coming from Jack and the right-hand side of the table in Andy, Danny and Cover. And Danny makes a call from the big blind. We're going to see a flop. Danny and Marcin, so it's going to be Danny to act first. It's 5, 6, 9, 2 spades. And Danny checks. And Marcin checks, so we're going to see a turn. And it's a 9 of diamonds. Danny checks again. Marcin was already counting out some chips and bets 12,000. Danny instantly, though, just flicks 2 blues, 2 oranges in the middle and calls, and we're going to see a river. And it's the 7 of diamonds. 2 9s, 2 5s, and a 6, and it goes check check. So it's going to be show it to win it. And Danny shows ace 4 of spades for the busted flush draw. Marcin has ace queen though, so it's going to go chop chop. 2 pairs on the board, and both have the ace kicker. So the dealer gets to chop up the pot and give it back to him. I'm desperately trying not to say everybody loves a chop pot. Oops, done it. So we're still blinds at 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 running ante. We've got 64 players left now in the main event. As Marco gets drinks brought to the table. That's what it's all. That's what friends are for. And Ilana folds from under the gun. And then we lose Marcin, Marco, Vicky, Justin. I know that might be sounding quite standard, but to be fair, they are Marco, Vicky and Justin really are the shorter stacks at the table here. And if you're not finding cards, it's very difficult. They're both, Marco and Justin are both shaking their heads as I'm saying it, so obviously, and Vicky's looking as well, so it's, yeah, not a lot you can do. They're just going to sit tight for the moment, but that may well change. And Andy's gone all in from the button for 61,100 by the looks of it. And it's just the blinds to get through. Danny first. Danny's sitting back with his hand behind his head. Looks like he's got a decision to make. To the far left of your screen there, he's having a look at Cava, and they're having a little bit of a giggle between them. And the dealer's just said to them, guys, you can't talk really about the hand. You've got a decision to make. Danny folds. Whether that means Cava's making a call, he's the big stack at the table, but it looks down. He flips a 3, so, and it was 3-5 suited. Thank you, dealer. So we'll move on. So Andy gets that one through, lives to fight another day. But we have got, as I say, we've really got Marco, Vicky, Justin, and Andy, and Ilana really that are fairly short now here on this table. Partly because there's a couple of big stacks, which makes it difficult. And there, Jack and Cava have been fairly active at this table, putting the pressure on. It's what you'd expect. It's what you need to do with your big stack at this point in a tournament. Keep putting the pressure heavy on those that have got decisions to make for their tournament life. It's what the game's all about. For those at home that are thinking it's just a lot of luck and it's about getting the right cards at the right time, it really isn't. It's about understanding your table and understanding the type of players you've got around you and looking to get as much of an advantage as you can with that knowledge. And we folded right round to the blinds here. It's Ilana in the small blind and Marcin in the big blind. We're going to see a flop. And it's 5, 8, 6, 2 clubs. 5 of clubs, 8 of clubs, 6 of spades. Ilana checks, Martin checks. And we see a turn of the ace of spades. And it's gone check, check again, so we're going to see a river. And it's the jack of clubs on the river. Ilana checks, and Marcin had already put counted some chips out, and he bets 10,000. And Ilana folds, and Marcin takes that one down. I actually may have just got that hand slightly wrong, actually. I think it was Marcin that raised under the gun there, and Ilana called from the big blind, so apologies for that. That was slightly confusing, because it's now Ilana and Marcin in the blinds. So as I was saying, it's 8,300 is the top prize here today, plus APAT gold medal and a very exclusive World Championship of Amateur Poker main event bracelet that's been designed especially for this event. I'm here with Des in the area. Just tell us a little bit about the bracelet, Des.
I guess we introduced bracelets about 3 years ago, and they proved very popular with the players. And this year what we wanted to do was something a bit special for the main event winner. The biggest field, obviously, our highest priority event in the year. So we worked with Kevin Smith at Aspire Jewellery over a period of time to develop something that's exclusive just for this particular event. A very nice piece, good investment for APAT, good added value. So good luck to the winner with it.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's absolutely superb. Everyone's been trying to get their photo with it, so it looks good. We've got an all-in here. Marco has called all in, and Jack has made the call. Everyone else is out the way, so we're going to see cards on their backs. Marco made the shove with ace-9, and Jack has woken up with pocket aces. It's the ace-9 at risk here. Marco's tournament life on the line. Let's see a flop. And the flop is 7-5 deuce. It's going to need to be runner 9s. And that's going to be no good. And we're going to lose Marco. Marco is going to depart in about 63rd position, I think. Our bracelet winner from earlier on this week had a very good run this week, though. Not to be today, Marco, but you've had a good week, though.
Yeah, of course. Win a tournament is also always okay.
Fantastic. Excellent. Are you going to plan to play any of the other events now today?
Cash tournament.
Good luck in that. We'll hopefully catch you later on in that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. There's Marco leaving us. Bracelet winner from earlier on this week. Many congratulations to him. And we're player down at the feature table. It's unfortunate for Marco there, really. He's been waiting for cards, sees ace-9, thinks, well, that's a good point spot to try and steal the blinds and give himself a little bit of breathing space, and he walks into Jack's aces. Danny raised up that hand and takes down the pot. Marco was pretty short stacked there, so nothing wrong with the shove. Poker sometimes is just about timing. So it's Danny raising up again. 14,500 is the bet. And it's Alana who's making a decision at the moment. Vicky and Justin in the blinds. But Alana is reaching for chips. And it looks like it's going to be a raise. And she raises to 35,000. Marchin folds. Vicky folds from the small blind. Justin's hoping for something big. It's not there, so he sighs and folds. So we're back round to Danny, the original raiser, to the right-hand side of your screen. And he makes the call. So it's going to be 2 players to the flop. And the flop comes down 3-8 Jack. And all in from Danny as he stacks those chips across the line. Alana's got decision on her. She's playing about 70, just over 70,000. Danny's got her covered and she passes. And Danny shows pocket sevens. Sevens get shown by Danny. Very powerful move there, post flop from Danny. Possibly putting Alana as quite a tight player, so doesn't put the jack or the 8 within her range. So decides the best thing on a board like that with pocket sevens is jam it all in and take it down there, not let her see another card. You're only doing that if you've got a read on your opponent, that's for sure. Danny's a very good player. Already picked up a bracelet this week in the Turbo event earlier on, and a few other ranking points as well. Put him high up the Player of the Year leaderboard. You can go and find that Player of the Series leaderboard, should I say? You can find that on the APAT forum. If you go to WCOAP section, you'll see WCP results, where we've got all the results from the week for all the events, photos of the winner, links to the photos for each event, and the live blog update for each event, and also a running total for our top of the pots player of the series. That also includes the online events that are being played next week. So for those that are at the top of the leaderboard, they're very much going to want to get onto Coral and play those extra events because the points are going to be well worth it. There's also, as Des is giving me sign language to say, for the main event online, there's also a bracelet to be won, which is absolutely fantastic. So you can sit in the comfort of your home and try and win yourself a WCOAP bracelet. I may even give that a go myself. So blinds are at 2,000, 4,000 with a running ante of 500 for another 9 minutes. And we're currently playing 9-handed at this feature table. It's Jack in the small blind in seat 10 to the left of the dealer as you're looking, and it's Matt in the big blind, seat 1 to the right of the dealer, which means the action is going to be on Andy in seat 2, top right of your screen with the sunglasses on. because it is a sunny day, you know. Andy folds. And Danny has just made the call here. Flat call from under the gun +1. And Jack makes the blinds up. Matt says a check with his options, so it's going to be 3 players to a flop. And it's 8-5 king, 2 clubs. This is one of the few multi-way pots we've had. It's pretty much been two players to the flop so far at this table. Let's see how the post-flop play goes here. It's gone checking all round so far. So we're going to see a turn of the ace of diamonds. Jack checks, Matt checks, Danny reaches for chips and says, I'll bet 12,000. Jack's just got his arms crossed behind his ever-increasing chip stack there. And he makes the call, and Matt's going to get out of the way, so we're going to be 2 players to the river. It'll be Jack to act first. And he's checking in the dark. 3 of hearts is the river. So, action round on Danny, far right of your screen. And he bets out 12,000. Decision on Jack. He's going to make the call. And he does. And Danny's pretty much mucking. Mucks before Jack shows the King Jack for the flopped top pair. And that's enough for Jack to add to his stack. .62 players left now in the main event. Average stack is just north of 125,000. It's been a good week though, Des.
It's been an excellent week. It's an expensive endeavour for players to come for a long series, but we've seen a lot of players here 3-4 days at a time, which is absolutely the way to do a festival like this. But wonderful to see so many mixed games in play, Lee, and lots of players sort of enthusiastically taking them on.
Absolutely love it. It's great that the players that come over from abroad to play the team event, and it used to be they just came over the team, but now they seem to come over in slightly larger groups, and all the other guys that rail the team, but also are busy playing as many games as they can in the schedule.
Yeah, it's a poker holiday. You know, these guys, they know this event's coming, they save up for a year. They almost do the full festival, and you can see from the updates on, Facebook, etc., that their mates are all following them back home, the stream, the blogs, etc. So for them, it's quite a big thing.
So we're blind on blind here, Matt and Andy. They've seen a flop of Queen 6 King. They both checked it. So we're going to see another Queen on the turn. So that brings up 2 clubs. Matt's checked again, and Andy's looking down at his chips. He's playing about just over 60,000, and he bets out 7,000. And Matt very quickly counts out and makes the call, so it's going to be 2 players are going to see the river. And it's the 8 of diamonds. Check from Matt. Remember, he's check called the turn. And he's just counting out what he's got there. He's not really got enough of a stack to bet fold this, so I think a check is is probably his safest bet. Matt shows ace 3 for ace high, and that's good enough. That is good enough. I don't know. I could potentially put Andy there, or maybe something like 10 Jack for the busted straight draw. We're welcoming Matt Carter onto the feature table, about to join us. How much you playing there, Matt?
No idea. I just doubled up on a bit just last day, and so I've got no idea.
That's really useful. Thanks, Matt. We'll let him get his chips on, and I'll do the professional job and count them for him. It'll be fine. So Matt represented England in the team event earlier on this week, picked up a silver medal. Very good performance by Shirley Cole and the England boys. Can we call them boys, Des?
Yeah, particularly Matt, who came second in the individual standings. A hell of an achievement in that field over 2 days.
So did his bit, as they say. So we'll just work out what Matt's brought to the table so we can let you know at home. I think he is going to count it up for us, to be honest. It's very good of him. So we're going to see a flop here. And it's Andy and Danny. And it's gone check, check, blind on blind. And the deuce on the turn. And Andy bets out 9,000. Danny says, no thank you. He folds. And we move on. So Matt's got about 300k. No, he's actually got 278,500 to be exact, because he counted it spot on for me. Thank you very much, Matt. As he just whips off his hoodie to show his England shirt.
First bit of help he's given with the live update.
But he does post a lot on the forum, does Matt? Excellent. Welcome to the ribbing Matt Carter show. Right, so it's Danny in the small blind, Cava in the big blind here. It's folded all the way round. Round to Andy on the button. I have a feeling there might be a shove here, and there is. You can see Andy pushing his stack across the line. Andy's got there now about 80,000. He gets it through the blinds, pulls his stack back and takes down the big blind, small blind, and the antes. Not a bad move for a short stack to do on the button, because that's 14,000 that's added to his stack. As I say, he was playing about 60, just over 60,000. So he's pretty much added nearly 25% to his stack just with that all-in move. Although the trouble for Andy, the difficult position he's in, is he's shoving into Cava, who was the chip leader at this feature table and was second in chips coming into day 2. So it's a difficult spot for Andy, because there are the situation where Cava could call him off a little bit light if he thinks he might be at it, if he does it too often. So blinds are going up next hand. So this one's folded all the way around. It's kind of becoming the norm here. Cava's made the call. And I don't look like he raised. To be honest, I thought he only put enough in there to make the call, but obviously not. Ilana folds. And blinds are now 3,000, 6,000. So it's going to be Ilana in the small blind, marching in the big blind, and it's going to be Matt Carter under the gun, first to act. England's Matt Carter. As he says, first to fold. Didn't you do that joke yesterday as well? Yeah. Apologies for the repeats for anybody watching at home. And he does as predicted and folds. Vicky folds. Justin's having a look here, far left of your screen, and then folds, just to be a little bit different. Jack gets out the way, so it's Matt in seat 1, and he bets out 15,000. Andy gets out the way, so it's Kavar on the button. It's a bet from Matt of 15,000. And he calls. And it's going to be 2 players to the flop. And it's 3-5-4. And Matt says, I'm all in. Kavar very quickly whips off his headphones, has a swig of his drink, and then looks to decide what he's going to do. So that's the board. 3-5-4, 2 spades. Kavar's asked for a count, so our excellent dealer is doing just that. So it's 84,500 is the count. Kavar's playing about 400,000. He's gonna fold. I did see one of Kavar's cards there as he flicked it up. Won't say what it was, as it wasn't shown to the table. And we wouldn't want to give any additional information on the stream, other than what all the other players are getting to see. Apart from obviously my opinion, but that doesn't really count for very much in the poker world, so that's okay. I can just waffle on. And on we go. Marching in the small blind, Matt Carter in the big blind, which is Vicky under the gun this time. And Vicky gives me a little look, and the chips go across the line. So Vicky's all in. Justin folds. Jack is, it looks like he's just having a look and counting at what Vicky's got there. I think it's about 25k. 23,200 is Vicky's all in. Not really had any opportunity to do anything at this feature table so far. Vicky started the day with 79,000 and has pretty much just blinded out on this feature table. And it's folded all the way round, and Matt folds, and Vicky shows pocket aces and gets huge respect from the table, who will fold. Desperately unlucky there not to get a call. I mean, 23,000 was her all-in shove. Not been involved in a hand whatsoever. With blinds at 3,000, 6,000, but nobody woke up with anything to want to make the call there. some of the big stacks here, I'd imagine it's not quite an any 2 card call, but anything half pretty, and you'd have thought they'd have given her some action, but not to be. So Vicky takes down the antes and the blinds, gives her a little bit of breathing space, and we move on to the next hand. And she's in a big blind this time. So Justin's folded and Jack's folded. So has Matt. So we're around to Andy, top right of your screen. So Andy folds. Andy was our UK amateur poker champion, won the event in Newcastle, which also won him a seat in this event. So he's doing very well, running deep as we're playing down towards the cash here. But it's Danny that's made the has limped here, made the call. Just the blinds to go, and I think Matt Carter from the small blind is raising it up to 18,000. Danny very quickly grabs 2 blues and 2 oranges and says, I make the call, so we're going to see a flop. It's going to be Matt acting first, but here comes the board. And it's ace, 8, 7, 2 hearts. Matt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in the white top. And Matt bets out 26,000. Danny on the right of your screen in seat 3. Danny says I'm all in. Chips go across the line. Matt's asking for a count, so our dealer is just going to do that. $137,800 is the all-in. Matt's making the call, so it's going to be cards on their backs. And Matt has got ace 10 of hearts for the top pair and nut flush draw. And Danny flips over 8, 7 of clubs for the flop 2 pair. It's the 8, 7 at risk here. Bracelet winner from earlier on in the week. Danny's at risk. Let's see the turn. And it's the 10, which gives a better 2 pair for Matt. It needs to be an 8 or a 7. And a 6 on the river. We're going to lose Danny. Matt's popping round to shake his hand, saying really unlucky, because it was he was in good, but Matt did have quite a number of outs there. See if I can have a very quick word with Danny. It's been a good week though.
Yeah, it's been a very good week for me. Yes, it's been an amazing tournament as well to come play, and it's really well organised and really well documented as well online. So it's good.
Fantastic. And obviously you're still in the shout with Player of the Series, because obviously we've got ranking points for the online events next week. So will you be able to give them a go or not?
Not very very good online. Don't run good, so I won't be playing them, unfortunately. I might give the cash a go later though. So yeah.
Well, you already won bracelets, so well done.
Happy with my 1 bracelet, a first place and a third as well. So yeah, it's been very good.
It was great fun commentating on the feature table. Well done.
No worries, thank you.
That's Danny departing from the main event. Our turbo bracelet winner from earlier on in the week. And we're back to nine-handed on our feature table, as Matt is busy still stacking up his chips. I think that hand pretty much just played out pretty standard, as they say. Hate to use the phrase, but it very much is the case. What you've got is, you know, flop 2 pair, and Matt with the stack to be able to make the call with the flush draw, and possibly thinking his ace was may have been already good. So Matt had, you know, any 10 or any heart there. But what I will say about Matt is as soon as it came down, he was straight over saying unlucky, because it was a little bit of a suck out. But Matt stacks the chips, and Danny departs to potentially play the cash championship later on at 5 o'clock. Says he doesn't fancy the online because doesn't run good on that. But don't forget, you can play the online version of this. It's running next week. Go onto apat.com and find out all the details. We've got a bracelet for the main event. So the bracelets that have been won this week for all of our events, all 22 events. We also have one of those for the winner of the main event in the online version. It's hosted on Coral Poker. If you haven't got an account, just get onto apat.com and follow the links, and we can sort that out for you. And you can be having a go for APAT Gold and become a WCOAP online champion. So don't forget, if you're watching this at home, you can also get onto the APAT forum. Go and find the live update section where you'll find a thread for today where Tom and Lucy are catching as many of the exits and hands as they can from the other tables in this main event. We're down to 6 tables. And their guest is adding the occasional photo. For those of you that don't, Mr. Duffy was quite put out by the fact that Tom started the thread today, that myself, Tom and Lucy were providing updates plus guests, and Des assumed that he's one of the guests. He's always a guest at an APAT event. Well, he runs the show, so to be fair, he can do what he likes, really. But, or as the Team Gotham guys would say, I own your something. So we're going to see a flop here, and it's Deuce, Ace, King, Rainbow, and we've got Jack acting first. And I'm just trying to work out whether it's Matt or Andy that have got cards. It's Matt. And Matt instantly folds when Jack reaches for chips. So Matt Carter's now he's stacked his chips nicely. We can see, and he's up to 415,000 now in seat 7, bottom left hand of your screen in the white top. England player Matt Carter. We're going to see a flop. There's a bit of noise going on one of the outer tables where I think Peter Cabby may well have just has just busted. I think he has. So. Oh no, he hasn't. He's not out, but it was jacks versus sevens, and the board came down 9, 7, 8, 10, 8 against pocket sevens. So he was behind. He was ahead. He was behind. He was ahead. But that's the way it goes. Back to the feature table where we've got a board of ace 4, 8, 5, and it's Matt betting out 7,000 into this. Matt and Andy in the hand. And Andy folds, and Matt is going to take that one down. As we creep closer to the money, noise levels do go up around here. It's players desperate to get into the cash. We've got 55 players remaining now. We're paying top 45. And we're about 25 minutes away from a break, which I'm not sure whether the players need, but I certainly do. So it's Andy and Cava in the blinds here, so it's going to be Ilana to act first, and she folds. Ilana's playing, got about 30... Oh, well, no, there's 2 reds there. I take that back. I do apologise. So 60, 61, 62. Yeah, we'll call it 62,000. Started the day with 109. Not really had many spots to do very much. She gives me a little grin, which I'm assuming she agrees with that. So we've folded all the way round to the blinds. So it's Andy, and he shows 7 deuce. And says, "I'm not going to risk shoving that into the big stack." So he folds, and our chip. Well, I don't think he is chip leader at the final table. It might well be Jack, but Cava, who came to the day with well over 300,000 and was second in chips in the whole thing, gets a walk. So still plenty going on our secondary table. Scott Berridge over the far side there. We'll keep an eye on those guys as well. And what I'll do during the break is I'll just get an update on those players that have come in here name-wise, so I can give you an idea on what the stacks are at that table. We'll get that done during the break. I'm hoping that as we're down to 6 tables, that during the break, Lucy and Tom will try and get certainly some of the big stacks, so we can give you an update of what's going on around the room as well. So it's Matt Carter raised this up to 5,000 from under the gun +1. It's folded all the way round to Cava in the small blind, who makes the call. So it's Ilana in a big blind who gets out the way. So it's going to be 2 players to a flop, Cava and Matt. Cava to act first. And it's King, King, Deuce. And Cava checks. Matt's therefore reaching for chips. And you can see that as he flicks out 23,000. Cava just looks across him, but he's actually deep in conversation with Andy at the moment, having a bit of a laugh about something. And he's now trying to get Matt to have a chat. But he folds. So Matt's going to win that one. Don't know whether Matt will show anything. Probably not. Boo, says the audience at home. Matt will have had it. Matt's always got it. I said Matt's always got it. He'll have had it. What you have?
Ace King.
There you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth. Whether you believe him or not is another thing altogether. But yeah, there you go. So Vicky did a quick out away from the table and back. That was impressive. Managed to get back for the next hand. It's Matt under the gun. Vicky's under the gun +2. And they both fold. Was hardly worth coming back for them, Vicky, really. No. So Justin's all in. Top left of your screen. And he's playing just over 60,000. It's about 62,000 maybe. And he's got it through so far all the way around to the blind. So it's a loner in the small blind folds. It's just Marcin in the big blind. It's been very quiet. Marcin says I'm calling very quickly. So Justin's got ace king, and Marcin's woken up with red kings. It's going to be Justin's tournament life on the line. So Justin's shoved with ace king, got called by Marcin in the big blind with pocket kings. Let's see a turn, a flop even. That would help. We'll do a turn as well, but and it's 3. Don't laugh at me. 3, 9, 5. Justin needs an ace or a 4 now. Ace or a 4, or we're going to lose Justin. And it's an ace 8 on the river, and Marcin gives a shake of hand to Justin, and we lose Justin from the main event. Yeah, the rails saying Marcin really got the value out of that hand as much as he could. That's what you want. You get an all-in shove from one of the shorties. You wake up in a big blind with pocket kings. Lucy, are you doing anything other than calling?
Apart from possibly a little jig, like a little dance.
That's a nice jig. We won't get it on because we won't put it on camera because I know you don't like them. But nice jig, Lucy.
It's a private jig.
Private jigs are available. So Marcin stacks some chips. Marcin's been quite quiet at this table for a little while, but you can't be quiet when you pick up pocket kings in the big blind. And we lose another player. That's LPPL, Live Pub Poker League player, Justin Hazeldine, who departs. So we've had a change of dealer. So we welcome Reese to the dealer chair. So Vicky is all in. Vicky's all in under the gun, and just got Matt to get through in the big blind. Matt. So Matt's called from seat 1 with pocket jacks, and Vicky has got king queen. So we're going to the races. It's Vicky's tournament life on the line. It's king jack against Matt's pocket aces. Pocket jacks. Look now. Every time you walk over, Lucy, it all goes horribly wrong. It's king queen. King queen is at risk here against Matt's jacks. 10 queen 4. The queen goes ahead. Jack on the turn, but there's outdraws now. Outdraws an ace or a 9, and it doesn't come. And horribly, we lose Vicky. She's blinded down, waiting for a hand. And we lose Vicky. Two players in quick succession here. It's getting to that point in the tournament. We're 20 minutes away from a break. Now 8-handed on this feature table. So it's Matt Carter in the small blind and Jack in the big blind, which means it's going to be Matt with the jacks to act first. And he folds. Round to Andy, our UK champion. Won his seat by winning the UK Amateur Poker Championships in Newcastle earlier on this season. And he's all in. And it folds right round. Just Jack to get through in a big blind. No, Jack's not interested. So Andy takes down the blinds and antes. All quiet on our outer table, where our feature table dealer is now dealing. He's very good, guys. He's very good. Scott Berry's still there. I keep mentioning Scott. Yeah, he likes a good name check, does Scott? This hand play out, and then I'll grab you the name of the new player that's just joined us at seat 3. It folds round to Cava. He makes a raise to 16,000. Decision on Ilana, and she's folding, as does Marcin, as does Matt, as does Jack. Just Matt whiting in the big blind. I think Matt might be making a call here. So Matt's going to raise it up. And it's an all-in and a call. Cava's made the re-shove with Queen 6 of diamonds. I think he thought Matt was at it, but Matt's got pocket aces. So it's Matt's tournament life on the line, but you kind of want aces when your tournament life's on the line. So we're going to see a flop once the dealer gets all these in the middle. So it's the aces at risk. And 9 Jack 7 looking safe at the moment. 9's now 2 diamonds though, so we're on a diamond draw. Doesn't get there though with the 3 of clubs, but Matt gives a little sweat wipe of the brow as he gets that through, gets a double up. Shake of the head from Cava. And Matt's on a mini heater here. Knocks out one player with pocket jacks, then dealt aces. So Chuck Q has joined us at seat 3. He's going to be under the gun here. He's playing just over 100, about 110. Whilst you'll see at the top of your screen, Matt is still stacking his chips. He's in the small blind. And Ilana is all in, bottom of your screen, in the grey hoodie. And it folds round. Just Andy to get through. And the big blind, and he folds. And Ilana gets that one through. Picks up the blinds and the antes. Which is worth 13,000. So to the shorter stacks, it gives them a tiny bit more breathing space in the tournament. We're down to 52 players now, paying top 45. So we will be going hand for hand when we get down, probably about when we get to about 47, I'd imagine, 46, 47. Not long before a break, this. So I'm guessing that's going to probably happen in the next session of play. So Cava's limping under the gun here from seat 4. See Scott Berridge has just nipped over from one of the other tables to give his wish good luck to his friend Marcin. They're both still in the tournament. And Chuck in a blind says, let's see a flop. So that's what we're going to do. And it's 3, Queen, 10, 2 spades. And Chuck checks. That's going to be fun. And Cava makes it 8,000 to play. And Chuck chucks them and folds. Right, no more Chuck puns. Just a reminder for all main event players, when the break starts, please make sure you leave your receipts with your stacks at the table. Thank you. So 11 minutes of the break. The TD is just reminding all players that when they go on the break to leave their receipts at the table. So that means our updaters can go round and get chip counts and update that on the forum so everybody knows the state of play as we're getting down to the money. And Ilana is being super efficient and delving in a bag to find out where everything is. I know who you are, Ilana. It's okay. I'll let them know. It'll be fine. It will be fine. The perks of being on the feature table. Ilana folds from under the gun. Marcin then's out the way, as is Matt Carter. So we're around to Jack, who's gone quite quiet the past 10-20 minutes. Has a look over to the blinds. Looks up to the clock just to remember where he's at, and he's counting out some chips. And he's going to make it 13,500. Matt from seat 1 folds, as does Andy. Gets through Chuck in the small blind, but Cava in the big blind calls, so it's going to be 2 players to the flop. Cava to act first. And it's 5-8-3, 2 diamonds. Very quick check from Cava. And actions back onto Jack, the initial raiser. And again, you can see, top of your screen, he's counting out some chips. And it looks exactly the same bet. It is. It's 13,500 again. Cava instantly calls. So we're going to see a turn. There's now about 65,000 in the pot, and ace of spades on the turn. Cava's checked again, so it's back on Jack. I reckon you go for about double. Oh, he's a bit more than that. So he's gone for 35,000 this time, and Cava instant folds, and it's King Queen is shown. Jack shows King Queen, and it's 1 in the pot. I was just asking the table if Jack and Chuck could possibly not get in hands together, that'd be quite handy. And actually, whilst I'm on the subject, if both Matts could not get in hands together, that'd be good as well, because that'd make my life a lot easier as well. Yeah. Everyone else, free to do what you like. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So it's marching under the gun. He folds, Matt Carter folds, round to Jack, and he's out the way, as is Matt Whiting. And we're right round to Chuck on the button. New player to the table. Let's see what he chooses to do. And he bets 13, and Kava gets out the way. Ilana in the big blind looks interested. She's leaning forward. You can see her there at the bottom of your screen. Certainly is not going to give up a big blind lightly here. Just flicking her chips. It will be 7,000 to make the call, but she's only playing. She's playing about 45, maybe 50. Actually, probably 50,000 behind. So 7,000 to make the call, and decides after a little bit of a dwell to fold. A quick chat with Chuck. I think we'll have said nice hand, and we move on. So we've got 7 minutes left of this level, and then players are going to be on a short break. So it's a raise to 12,000 from Andy. And Ilana says, I'm all in. Andy says a call. So Andy shows aces. Ilana's got jacks. We're just going to get a count to see exactly who's at stake. They both fairly short stack now at this table. So it's going to be Ilana's jacks at risk here. Andy had her covered by about 7,000 or 8,000. So it's the jacks at risk. Let's see a flop. Ace, first card out. That pretty much does it, other than runner jack. It's not there. We're going to lose Ilana from the tournament. Jack on the river, just to add insult to injury. And we're going to lose Ilana. Unfortunately, never really had the chance to get going at this feature table. And when getting some premium, runs into aces of Andy, our UK amateur poker champion. And we lose Ilana. So currently 7-handed on this feature table. we can't be a million miles off breaking a table. I can see our TD just shuffling cards over the other side of the room, so it looks like he's just about to break a table. Probably we'll just do that just before the break. We're only a few minutes away from a break now. Jack folds under the gun. Matt Whiting in seat 1, and he folds as well. So Andy, who's now got a bit of a stack that he can start playing with. See what he can do. His average is now 155,000. And Andy is probably not far off that, I would have thought, but we folded all the way around to the blinds. It's Martin and Matt. They certainly know each other's game. So Martin makes up the small blind, and Matt says I'll check. So we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop. Martin to act first, and it's King 3-8, 2 spades. They're busy chatting to each other. Martin checks and Matt says I bet 6,000. Martin just shakes his head and folds. And a king of diamonds is shown by Matt. There you go. And there it is, just to prove that. Blind on blind. Not a lot happening there though. So we're going to have players coming in to the feature table. If I'm honest, there is a minute and 50 left on the clock. What I'm going to do is we'll let these players settle, and they might get to play a hand, possibly, or 2, and we'll work out what's going on there. But I can see Carl Pilgrim looks like he's joining our feature table. But as I say, what I will do is we're coming up for a minute away from the break, so there's probably going to be one more hand in here, and I'll sort out who the players are that have just arrived and what they are, and we'll go from there. So Carl Pilgrim's joining, and I've just been told there's another Carl as well. So I've got two Matts, 2 Carls, a Jack and a Chuck. Seriously, I may need some help over here. And I see Freddie as well. I see Freddie from Germany joining us. Freddie, how's it going?
Amazing, really amazing.
Good stuff. Freddie represented Germany in the team event earlier on in the week, and he's joining our feature table. So this is going to be great fun after the break, I think. One hand to play out here, though. And it's Matt Carter in the small blind, Carl Pilgrim in the big blind, and it's a raise from Andy to 14,000. And decision on Chuck to the right-hand side of the screen.
Please leave your receipts and the tournament area as soon as possible.
So you'll have just heard our tournament director telling the players that they're on a break and to make sure they leave their receipts and the tournament area as quickly as possible, so we can basically get an update on what's going on around the room. So there's a re-raise here from Cava to 34,000. Andy was the original raiser, 14,000. It's folded all the way around now. Matt gets out of the way. Just Carl Pilgrim to the top left of your screen. So make a decision. He's in the big blind. And Carl folds. So it's back round to Andy, the original raiser. Andy's the top right of your screen with the shades on. You can see him reaching for chips there. The bet from Cava was to 34,000, so it's another 20,000 for Andy to make the call. So Andy's just counting up how much he's got there. He's playing 50, 60, 70, 80s. He's maybe 90,000 he's got behind at the moment. It's another 20,000 for him to make the call here. He's now chatting to Cava, and to be fair, Cava's talking back. The rest of the players are already on their break, I think. I think we're the only table that's still got a hand playing here, by the looks of it. They're all busy racing off their 100 chips. Andy's still got a decision to make. Cava's popped his coat on. He's ready to go on break. He's asked, will you show me? And Cava's shaking his head saying no. He said, not even one. And Cava says you can pick one. Cava said you can pick one. Andy's not even sure whether he just wants to pick one. Cava says come back after the break and we'll have some fun. But it's Andy still with a decision on him, top right of his screen with the shades on. Doesn't really know what to do, and he's going to fold in the end. And there we go. And Cava shows him the king of spades. There we go. So players are on a break. We're on a break, and we'll be back in about 26 minutes by the looks of it. So see you then. Welcome back. So players had a 25 minute or so break, so did we. So that gave us a chance to chip count everybody left in. We've got 5 tables remaining. So Lucy is busy typing away on the forum at the moment, getting all of those up on the forum so you can see exactly who's where. I will at some point nip over to her and just try and find out who the actual chip leader is. But on the feature table, you are watching in seat 1, Matt Whiting with 328,000. In seat 2 is our UK amateur poker champion for this season, Andy Dodson, with 112,000. Seat 3 is Chuck Q on 64,000. Seat 4 is Kava Kiervand. Kava was second into chips coming into this day. He's lost a few so far today. 206,000 he's on now. Seat 5 is Carl West, 124,000. Seat 6 is Marcin Regmak, 259,000. Seat 7 is England's Matt Carter, currently second in chips at the table with 351,000. In seat 8 is Germany's Freddie Delling, represented Germany earlier on in the week. He has 91,000. Seat 9 is another previous APAT champion, Carl Pilgrim, well known to you at home. Bracelet winning Carl Pilgrim with 93,000. And in seat 10, our chip leader at this feature table now is Jack Wolfenden with 388,000. Good luck to the players. For those at the feature table, go onto apat.com. You can find the stream. Let all your friends and family know. And blinds are 4,000, 8,000, with a running ante of 1,000. So a raise for Jack, and yet again he shows jacks. Not for the first time at this feature table. So I've got fun at this feature table because I've got two Matts, 2 Carls, a Jack and a Chuck. Tongue twisters all round. All good though. We unfortunately lost our 2 bracelet winners that had won bracelets earlier on in the week. They both departed now. So it's Jack in the small blind and Matt Whiting in the big blind here, which means it's Andy Dodson to act first. And the dealers ask for the floor. So there's been action out of turn here. So Kava looks like he bet out of turn. Marcin had then folded, whilst Chuck still had cards. Chuck has eventually folded, but the dealers called the floor over. And Phil, our TD, is just stood behind the dealer. I'm sure he possibly may well have a word once the hand plays out. Matt Carter's made the call as well. And I think Jack is going to make up the small blind. He does. And Matt in the big blind says check. So we're going to be 4-handed to this flop. And the board runs out Queen, Queen 5. It's check from Jack and Matt and Kava and Matt. So we're going to see a turn of the 9 of diamonds. That's 2 diamonds on the board now. And Jack checks. Matt Whiting is reaching for chips, and he bets 20,000. Cava folds, as does Matt Carter, so just Jack to get out of the way, and he folds as well. And there we go. So Cava has been given a one-hand penalty for acting out of turn. So the TD Phil has just had a quick word with with Phil there, and has politely explained that he will have a one-hand penalty, so his hand will be dead in this hand. So it's going to be Carl to act first. He's just sat down. And Marcin raises up to 18,000. I know a number of our friends in Germany have been following the stream, so I hope they're tuned in, keeping an eye on their man Freddie. Gives a little wave to the camera. Excellent stuff. And it's folds all around, just Andy in the big blind for Martin to get through, and he does. And Martin's going to take down the blinds and antes. $22,000 in the middle, every hand. Well worth a stab at. So Andy in the small blind and Chuck in the big blind this time. Cava's back in the game, under the gun. He was just politely asked to make sure he keeps an eye on the action. Not always easy to do. Sometimes players have got their cards quite close or under a hand, and you think they must have folded, and they actually haven't. I think that's all that was, just a genuine mistake. Yeah, Cava gives me a nod to say, yeah, that was all it was. It'll have only been 7 deuce, Cava, don't worry about it, yeah. At least he can smile about it. And we move on, and it's Jack that's reaching for chips here from seat 10, top of your screen. And he makes it 17,000 to go. And Matt folds, Andy folds. Just Chuck in the big blind to get through. Chuck's was short stack. He started with 64,000 in this hand, and he doesn't like him, and he folds. So Jack gets that through. We're now 4 players off the money. So we'll go, Tom, when will we go hand for hand?
We are going to go 900 now.
So it'll be 9-handed, and we're playing hand for hand at about 46, 47 players?
When we get to 46, we go hand for hand.
Go for 46, excellent, okay. 48 players now, another extra. I think that was John Young who just departed. John Young that went in 49th place. And the plan is they're just going to organise the tables now, so we will be going nine-handed as the players exit down to the cash. Give all the players a little bit of room. I'm just fighting again with the TD in the room, who is just getting the Irish Championship off. I'll give you an idea of the number of runners we've got in that as soon as I possibly can. Meanwhile, Jack is raising up again. Or is he? Actually, no, he's just limping. I say because I don't think he's actually done that so far in this feature table. He's been quite an aggressive player when it limps round, it folds round to him, just pushing the action along. And it's Chuck in the small blind this time, so it'll be 4,000 to make the call, and he's just made the call. Cava checks his option, although just checks with the dealer that it was his turn to act. And we're going to have 3 players to the flop, and it's 10, 10, king, 2 spades, so it's Chuck, Cava and Jack in this hand. And it goes check, check, round to Jack. And 3 check, so we're going to see a turn of the 9 of hearts. So Chuck has bet out 13,000 here on the right hand side of your screen from seat 3, and it's Jack in seat 10 who makes the call. So it's going to be 2 players to the river now as Cava folded, and it's the 3 of clubs on the river. Action back on Chuck. Let's remember that it was Jack who limped into this pot, and Chuck was in the small blind. All players check the flop, and now Chuck has pushed what's pretty much half his stack across the line, and 30,000 is the bet. It's probably a little bit more than his stack actually, although actually let's see, 20, yeah, it's there or thereabouts, half his stack in. Decision on Jack. Top of your screen. So Jack's now asking how much has he got back, and he's just confirming it is 30k back. So he's bet 30 with 30k back. And I think Jack's just going to make the call. He's just going to make the call, so we're going to see a showdown. And it's Jack 10 for Jack. I'm quite surprised there. Jack didn't just put the min raise back in to put him all in. I think it would be very difficult for Chuck to have folded. So the chances are he would have picked up. He's got a very strong hand there. Obviously he's only got a Jack kicker, but I'm very surprised he just didn't reshove to put Chuck all in. So I'm just hearing an all-in a call on table 5. So Lucy's heading over to update that one on the blog. And Chuck's raised up there from the button, and Carl's woken up with a monster that is 6-3 offsuit, but decides this time not to play it. And we're 48 players left, so 3 away from the money. So it's Carl in the small blind here marching in the big blind. Matt Carter to act first. He folds, as does Freddie. Carl Pilgrim, top left of your screen. He's the one with the APAT Live logo on his head. And Carl folds. As does Jack, as does Matt Whiting. So we're round to Andy, he folds as well. Chuck got busy the last 2 hands, but not this time. And Cava raises from the button. Not to be too surprised at that. Carl folds, as does Marcin, and Cava's going to take down the blinds and the antes. 22,000 an orbit though, so nothing to be sniffed at. There's players up on one of the outer tables looking to see what the action is there. There's a good bit of a rail picked up here. It's ace king against pocket jacks, king on the turn, and it's a double up for can't see who it's for, unfortunately. But a nice rail around one of the outer tables there, which is always good. So we're still 10-handed on our feature table. Once we lose a player, we'll be then sticking with 9-handed for the rest of the tournament. Just give the players a little bit more room around the table. And Freddie's folded under the gun here. Carl's out the way as well, as is Jack and Matt. Around we go to Andy, he folds as well. Chuck and Cava next 2 up. Chuck folds. I think Cava will have a bet here. Yes, he does. It's a limp though, just the 8,000. Carl is on the button, Carl West. And Carl raises it up to 25,000. Marcin and Matt get out the way. Cava gives him a little look. Just looks around to see how much Carl's playing. Carl started this session with 124,000. Not really been involved in much, so probably lost a little bit of that with blinds and antes. But it's enough of a stack that Cava decides he doesn't want to get involved, so he folds, and Carl scoops that. And nicely adds about 30,000 to his stack. So for anyone just late back from the break, just to give you a rundown who we've got at the table. Seat 1, Matt Whiting. Seat 2, Andy Dodson. Seat 3, Chuck Q. Seat 4, Cava Cleveland. Seat 5, Carl West. Seat 6, Marcin Reckmerk. Seat 7, Matt Carter. 8, Freddie Daling. Seat 9, Carl Pilgrim. Seat 10, Jack Wolfenden. Jack was the chip leader at the start of this session with 388,000, closely followed by Matt Carter with 351 and Matt Whiting with 328. Few chips have moved around since then. Jack's added to his stack again with a pot against Chuck, but other than that, it's just been mostly stealing of blinds and antes. I say stealing, winning of blinds and antes. Very cagey as we head down to the money. Everybody wants to have a cash against their name now, and it will slow down even more soon when we get to hand for hand. So situation raised here is it's been raised up by Carl West to 18,000, and Freddie has gone all in for 78,000. Jack's there giving a bit of a thumbs up to somebody. So 78,000 is the all-in from Freddie, who you can see there with the hat and headphones and glasses on the left of your screen. And it's decision back on Carl at the bottom of your screen in a grey hoodie. in seat 5. It's going to be about half of Carl's stack to make the call here. And no, not keen, and he folds. He'd raised it up to 18,000. Freddie's made the move from the big blind. And our German team player gets that one through, lives to fight another day, and stacks his chips back up. A few groans and sighs from one of the other tables. Was that Tom of that player down on one of the outer tables? Yeah.
Sorry?
Player down on the outer tables.
Yes, he got it all in with ace 10 versus ace king. 10 in the window was the window card, but king on the flop as well, so he's out. Yeah.
Okay, so we're now just, I think that's 2 off the money now. 47. Oh, we lost one more as well, so it could be 46. I'm waiting for the screen to come round just to let me know. It says 47, but they won't have updated that one, so it's 46. So we're going to be hand for hand. We're the table with a 10. So. So you'll hear Adam, our poker room manager, just stating that we are hand for hand, just getting the dealers not to deal once this hand plays out, so he can then organise hand for hand, and we'll then play. Every table will play one hand at a time. Any all-ins and a call will be held until all other tables have finished the hand that's being dealt. Then the all-in and the call hand will play out, and if necessary, chip counts be needed if there's two at the same time, until we lose a player, and then those remaining 45 will be in the money. Hand for hand can take some time sometimes. Hopefully, though, we might get this over quite shortly, and it might just take maybe 3 or 4 hands, and we'll have a bust out, and then we will carry on as normal. So here's the flop coming down on the feature table, and it's Jack, Ace, King, and it's Matt Carter and Carl West in the hand. They've both gone check check. So it's going to be 3 of spades on the turn. Carl's acting first. And he reaches for a stack of chips. Oranges with a blue in there as well. And the bet is 20,000. Decision back on Matt. Bottom left-hand side of his screen. I think all of the tables are ready. They're just waiting on us on the feature table. No rush, guys. Yeah. So Matt's re-raised to 50,000. So it's a decision back on Carl, and Carl folds. Matt's not going to show anything, that's for sure, as Matt scoops that one. I mean, that's the ultimate situation there. We're on the cash bubble. All the other tables are waiting. Carl's in a hand, and Matt's got a significant chip stack on him and can really apply pressure there. So Adam just confirming to the players there that that they must remain in their seats during hand for hand. They can go to the toilet if they want to, but they mustn't crowd around any of the other tables if there is all in action, as they will receive a penalty. It's very difficult for players because they want to see what's going on, they want to know what's happening, but that's what we've got staff here for, to make sure it all gets played out rightly, and they've just got to sit and wait for a bust out. Oh. So Matt's raised this up under the gun to 18,000. And it's decision on Chuck. So Chuck is all in. Chuck is all in here, and it's folded round to Matt Carter. So we've got a raise under the gun from Matt Whiting to 18,000, and Chuck has gone all in for looks like 35,000. Everyone's gone out the way so far. I can't see how Matt can't make the call here. Oh, I'll tell a lie. Marchin's in the hand as well. I didn't see Marchin there with chips. His head was over there. Marchin's right. So Matt's gone all in for 18,000. Chuck's all in for 35,000. Marchin's re-raised to 56,000, and it's now back on Matt in seat 1, who is going to make the call. So we're going to have a side pot here. So we've got an all-in and 2 callers. So dealer's just sorting out the side pot, and we're going to see a flop if everyone else is done. And they are, so it's just going to be us. So it's going to be an all-in and a call, so 2 callers. So here comes the flop. It's Jack 4-10, so it's action on Matt. He's checked, and Marchin bets out. And it's a fold from Matt, so Marchin gets him out the way. Marchin shows pocket jacks, and Chuck has aces. 2 cards to come. Chuck needs an ace or running straight draw. There's a queen, that gives him out. It's an ace or a king. Chuck's tournament life, it's not there, and that is the bubble bust. Everybody's in the money. That's it, it's gone. Aces get bust by jacks. Just took the one hand. We've done it on the feature table, and we lose Chuck on the bubble. Horrible way to bubble. Getting your aces bust. So we're playing 9-handed. Got a flop here of 9-2 jack, sorry, two hearts, and Matt bets out, and Cava gets out the way. So Andy in the small blind and Cava in the big blind this time, which means it's going to be Carl West to act first. All the players in the money. Huge sigh of relief when that happened. So Matt's raised it up from the button here, and Cava's made a call. So we're going to see a flop, and the flop is deuce deuce jack. It goes check check. So we're going to see another jack on the turn, and they're both. Well, Cava's checked. Matt's Matt's checked as well. So we're going to see a river, and it is the king of diamonds. So Cava checks, as does Matt. Matt shows. Pocket sixes for two pairs, jacks and sixes, and that's good enough for Cava. Looks like tables are breaking or losing players much quicker than we are, because we're now losing our big blind, which is Carl West. As he's being moved to one of the other tables to balance them. The tournament director will look to always keep tables balanced, so they're always even numbers on each of them. So if one table has a number of bust outs, then they'll pull the next available big blind from one of the fuller tables to keep it balanced. So we lose Carl West from the feature table. Probably a little bit disappointed because I don't know whether he had people watching at home because he had a chat with me earlier on as to where the stream was. Fingers crossed we might see him back on the feature table maybe at the final 9. Let's fingers crossed that Carl makes it back on here. Freddie giving another wave there to somebody at home, I think. Freddie, who are you waving to?
Somebody very special.
Oh, we'll say no more than that. I like it. I like it. I thought for a second it was me, but it's not, is it? Somebody at home he's waving to, obviously. So Jack takes that one down, and on we go. So it's Freddie under the gun here, first to act, and he folds. Round the table we go then. Top left, Carl Pilgrim. I think now we're in the money. We might see Carl get a little bit more active than he has been at this feature table so far. He's counting up how many chips he's got. It's not really much for a raise. I think it's going to be all in. He declares all in. I just had this feeling he was going to do that. And Jack folds. So Matt Whiting to the right of the dealer as you're looking at it in the light grey top. He folds. Andy and Cava get out of the way, as is Marchin, and Mr. Pilgrim gets that one through. And stacks up the blinds and the antes. So 20,000 is the raise from Cava. And gets through Marchin and gets through Matt. So just Freddie in the big blind to get through. So we're well in the money now. So all those still in a guaranteed £220. Obviously they don't want to win that. The pay jumps go from 36th it goes up to 255. Then from 26th it goes up to 290. Then we've got jumps every three players. So 24th is £330. 21st 365. Then 18th we go to 420, 15th we go to 490, 12th we go to 600, and then from our final table of 9 it goes £825 is the minimum cash for final table. 1100, 1375, 1650, 2060, 2750. Then into our medal positions. Bronze medal position will take home £3,710. Silver medal will take home £5,770, and our gold medal place, also winning our gold WCOAP bracelet, will take home £8,300. Great prize pool of just short of £40,000 here over the 3 days. So we're going to see a flop. And Freddie bets out 16,000. It's blind on blind, so Freddie and Carl. And Freddie says thank you very much. Carl shakes his head. And on we go. So I've been joined in the commentary area for a bit by John Murray, who did an amazing commentary stint on the Omaha last night. Went on for a little while, John, didn't it?
It went on for a little while, all right. But we had some very good Omaha players there. So it was hard, although one of them had a very big stack, it was still hard to know how it was going to finish up. I mean, Darina was an amazing player, and so was Philip. So Philip won in the end, but the show went on. This table been fun, Lee?
It has. We've had plenty of action, plenty of bust outs. We were the bubble hand.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard that from the other side of the casino. Was it 3 ways?
Well, it went 3 ways to the flop, but then it was a jack high board. Chuck had the aces, and Martin had pocket jacks. Martin raised on the flop and got Matt Whiting in seat 1 out of the hand, and so requiring an ace. He actually turned a straight draw, gut shot straight draw, but then but missed that. So we lost Chuck in 46th.
What, the aces lost?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So Carl Pilgrim all in.
Oh.
It's blind. It's blind on blind. So it's Jack in the big blind in seat 10. Jack's was the chip leader at the start of this session.
He still has a lot of chips.
And Carl flips ace queen of diamonds. And when I say flip, I really mean flip. Martin tries to steal the ace of diamonds for the next hand. But the dealer spotted his cunning plan.
There's some big stacks on this table.
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
So I'll give a rundown who we've got here, so it also helps John as well. So in seat 1 is Matt Whiting. Started this session with 328,000. Andy Dodson, who's the UK amateur poker champion for this season, won in Newcastle, won his seat here through that event.
Right, yes.
Andy Dodson. Seat 3 is now Kava Kievand. He was second in chips going into day 2. So Kava has got just over 200,000. We've had Carl West has moved from this table now, so we've got an empty seat there. Marcin Rybak, who you will know from numerous players, he started with 260,000. Matt Carter, who you will know as well, was second in chips on this table at the start of this session. Freddie Dilling, who was playing for Germany, he's added to his stack a little bit since this. And obviously Carl Pilgrim is well known to everybody in scene. Pilgrim. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
And who was our chip leader at the start of this session was Jack Wolfenden. With he had just shy of 400,000.
Right. I can see that both Martin and Matt seem to have added substantially to their stacks, but seat 3 Kava, who we said had a lot, it doesn't seem to have very much now.
No, he's lost a few, but he's still got a nice stack of those red 25 K chips.
I think he has 4, so he's probably got
so he's lost a little bit more.
Maybe 140,000, something like that. Yeah.
So we're going to follow the action. Blinds are now still 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 running ante.
Gosh, that's a lot. 8,000. Wow, we started with big blind of 20,000 yesterday. No, we didn't. We started with a stack of 20.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's folded round to Marcin.
You say Marcin? I thought it was Marcin. Which is
How would you? I've gone with a kind of a bit of a chin. It's kind of a chin feel to it. You going Marcin?
I usually try to slide over and kind
Yeah,
of make it a
I
bit
just say it in a
vague.
way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, we got
It
an
is all
all-in.
about pronunciation. So Freddie is all in. Martin had raised to 21,000 there, John. Yeah.
Yeah, the all-in is well over
Oh,
130.
Carl Pilgrim's all in.
Carl's
We are
in.
going to have some action here for sure. So Martin's raised it to 21,000. Freddie is all in for about 50,000. I think he's got Carl covered. Carl's gone all in. Martin shows queens. Of course, Carl's going to show
What
aces.
else?
Black
Yeah.
aces. It's aces versus queens. I think it's going to be the aces at risk here. Carl's giving me a nod. They're also going to be picking up the 20,000 that Martin had put in the hand, plus the blinds and antes. Freddie's got left back about 15k, so it's.
But whoever wins this will have a good stack.
Yeah, so it's queens versus aces. Aces at risk. It's the queens of Freddie. The aces. It's a
Queen.
queen out. Carl needs an ace. One of the two aces left in the deck. And it's not
Oh,
there, and
no.
we're going to lose Carl Pilgrim.
5-3, Queen, King, Jack. Carl's very unlucky there. he he did have his fair share of luck earlier. There were sevens when he beat kings, but poker, what comes around goes around. And Carl, having had the aces, is now out of the tournament. Very unlucky. What can you do? I'm not sure what that gives Freddie. Probably over 200.
Just checking with Tom, and that was Carl out in 38th place. So we've lost quite a few very quickly after the bubble, John.
Right. Is that Carl's highest finish ever in this tournament?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. He looks a little bit. I don't just straw. I think he's really struggling to get cards. So that's we've had aces busted here now twice in the past half hour.
I don't play them myself. Do you know? I was playing a tournament a while ago down near Portsmouth, and one of the players folded aces face up pre-flop to a small raise because the last 4 times he'd had aces he'd lost with them.
It's not really the way to play them, is it? Not really.
Matt is open to 22,000 from quite early position. The big blind is Cav in C3. Has he made a call? Who is called? With 2 aces to the flop. Cava first to act. The flop is 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs. And Cava moves all in immediately. And Matt says I can't call.
Matt says he
but
can't call.
doesn't
Yeah,
do
shaking his
anything.
head there.
Now he's let it go. Cava had moved in for about 150,000 or slightly more maybe. Matt says he can't call on that board, so I don't know whether he had an overpair or just 2 high cards.
So
but
I mean,
he
Freddie's
didn't like
Freddie's
it.
still shaking his head at the Queen's hand.
Is he not happy?
But Freddie, it's easy game, isn't it?
With a lady, yeah, sure. How can I cannot fold queens? He cannot fold aces. Maybe. We SOP bubble. Then you can fold aces.
As he said, it's the way it goes.
I asked Ian Thompson for his opinion on my exit hand earlier. I said, should I have folded? Because I had a6 on the button, full round to me on the button, I had a6 suited. I lobbed it in because I had about, I don't know, not many big blinds. And I got called and busted. And I said, should I have folded? And he said, yes. He said, in hindsight, yes.
Yeah, now I've seen how it played out, yes. So Jack takes that one down.
With aces. So aces winning. Yes. There wasn't much action though, was there?
We've had our fair share of aces on this feature table so far today.
That's the first time they've won that I know of. because nobody called. If you'd only called, you would have beaten those aces. That was Jack who had the aces. His big stack was probably scaring off some of the others anyway. This time Cava's on the button and Marston's in the small blind and Matt's in the big blind.
Oh yeah, yeah, sorry.
Scratching. It's gone now. So we're on the flop, and we've got Marston and Matt blind on blind. Flop is ace, jack 5, 2 hearts. Marston bets 12,000 and takes it. Matt lets it go. I think it's quite an easy bet there from the small blind to when it comes out ace jack, because you think if the big blind did have an ace, he probably would have raised pre-flop.
Well, Carl's got his wish, because he got moved off the feature table to balance another table. Very disappointed, I think, because he had people watching at home, and we've kept his seat for him, and he's now back with us. But what was that, Carl?
Less chips.
Oh, unfortunately, less chips.
You confused me there. It's a different Carl.
It's a different. Oh, trust me, I've got all sorts of fun on this table. You wait till Jack gets dealt jacks. Honestly, it's it's great fun.
So who's this then? This is Carl.
Carl West.
Carl West.
Back in where he was, but with less chips. About 60. About 60,000. John, welcome to my world.
Carl West back in exactly the same seat, right?
Exactly the same seat.
Right.
And we've got one more player joining us
should have stayed, really.
in seat 8. I will go and find out who this is in a second.
We're pre-flop and Marston has raised to 22,000 from the button. Matt's in the small blind. Looks like he's not going to fold. Looks like he's actually going to re-raise. What it looks... Is he? Yes, he's put in 42. That's not enough. Oh, it is enough for a re-raise. He's put in 42,000. Sorry? I'll check that for you. Freddie folds the big blind. It's back to Marston, and he called. So it must be almost 100,000 in this pot already. Matt will be first to act, and it's 2-6 jack with 2 diamonds, and he bets 60,000. Marston lets it go pretty quickly. Matt takes that pot. I suspect he had a good hand. Seems more than likely.
Should be all right now.
Marston's big stack isn't monster anymore. I mean, it's still probably got 250, something like that, which was huge, but is now average-ish. I'll tell you in a second what the average is when the screen comes back around. The average now is 207,000. 36. It says 38 players left, but somebody else said it was 36, so the screen may not be quite up to date.
In C8, John, is Yunus Belechi.
Oh, good. That's a nice and easy. Yunus with the Y-U-N-I-S. Belechi. Well, I assume it's not E-U-N-I-C-E. Okay, Yunus is in seat 8. Yunus has brought a big stack. I think he's chip leader on the table. He's got
for sure
a lot of reds, and he's probably got more blues than anybody as well. you don't know what they are, reds are worth 25,000 and blues are 5,000. And he has got about, is that what we've heard? 600? We're guessing 600,000. No, not you, Matt. These are estimates coming from Carl, actually. Carl West on the other side of the table. We'll wait and see can we get more accurate, because Carl's guesses are varying like by 200,000. What have you got, Matt? Have you really?
Yeah,
520.
to be honest, John, it's never good when you've got a big stack and you get asked to move tables. You've got to put them all in trays and then move them all across and then restack them. Yeah, how does that work for you, John?
It's hard. Well, it hasn't happened to me for a long time.
Oh, okay.
No.
So
I usually ask Matt to help me carry them.
So it's units in the small blind, Jack in a big blind here. So it's going to be Matt Whiting to act first.
I haven't seen Max play a hand yet. Mind you, I haven't been here that long. But
Matt, well, he's stacked up quite nicely. He ran good with Jackson, then aces. He busted somebody with Jackson, then doubled up through cover with aces. So he's he's built his stack and then has gone quiet again now since then. So we're down to four. We're down to 4 tables.
Cover's raised at 30,000. And it looks like he's got through. Jack has given it up in the big blind. Big blind is 10,000. So 5,000, 10,000. The ante is 1,000. So on a 9-handed table, we've got 24,000 chips in the pot before anybody does anything. Anybody who can raise and steal a couple of pots pre-flop, you can add a lot to your stack in quite a short time. And we're all in? All in? Yeah. Andy's all in.
All in under the gun.
Or not very much, I think, about 40,000 or something.
About 42, I think.
And he got it through.
gives Matt a pat on the back and says, what a guy. Picks up the
Matt
blinds.
folds the big blind beside him. There was 32,000 for Matt to call. The pot was about, so it was 24 plus maybe 60,000 in there, but he obviously didn't have much. Let it go. And
So
Andy's
it's
very
basically
happy.
it's 24,000 in the middle every hand we're playing at the moment. So with plus Andy's 42, that would have been so 66k. So it was 32k call into 66 there, John. Getting 2-to-1 pot odds.
I think with his stack, you would be tempted. I mean,
Yeah,
it
I
depends
would
on
have
your
thought
cards,
so.
obviously.
I mean, yeah, I suppose if it is absolute muck you've been dealt, then you probably
Suppose you got
wouldn't.
something like 10 queen.
I think with his stack, anything, maybe kind of suited connectors, anything from kind of 8-9 upwards, or I think possibly any ace, maybe even any king, maybe.
Well, that depends on the player. I mean, Andy did go from first position.
Interesting bet here from Carl.
How much is that? That's 30.
He's under the gun +1, and he's bet 30. That's pretty much half his stack, John.
I think it's only 28. Actually. It's quite a small raise. Yes.
And it's into Andy's big blind, which is the interesting thing. 9-5. Whether Carl's going to show or not, I don't know. He's going to show him 1. He shows him the king of spades.
Actually, it's not just a small raise. What am I talking about? Because it's 30. The big blind is only 10,000. So
yeah.
It's actually quite a big raise.
But I guess in a way the bet is as good as an all-in because he's so committed to the pot that. Do you think a bet like that, John, in a way, shows more strength than an all-in shove there would have done?
I think with the fairly short stack like he has, he's certainly representing a strong hand. I think because it looks like if somebody comes over the top, he's definitely gonna call.
Yeah, he's absolutely he's committed to the hand by committing half his stack there, but which is he was only playing sort of 6 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, you could be trying to be very deceptive with a weak hand and see if people read you for a strong hand and let you get it through.
I mean, for what I've seen, Carl's a handy player, knows what he's doing this deep in a tournament. So we folded round to Eunice.
23,000 he's raised to.
Yep, that's the bet. And Jack's reaching for chips and makes the call. 4 blues, 3 oranges. Matt folds, Andy folds. Cava does. We're going to see a flop though. What we got, John?
We're heads up. We've got 3 ace-3 on the flop, 2 spades. Eunice checks and Jack looks like he's going to bet. He bets how much? 20.
Just less. Well, it's actually quite a lot less. It's about third pot, isn't it?
Yes. Eunice makes the call quite quickly, and there's a 6, which is the third spade on the turn. Eunice checks again. Jack looks at the board for quite a long time and then bets 52,000. Is that right? 52,000, yes.
So Eunice is the top left of your screen in a blue shirt. Jack is in the hoodie to his left, so in between him and the dealer.
Eunice has been very quick about pulling out a large stack of blues here.
He's got a big stack there, though, isn't he? Can afford to make the call. He does make the call. We're going to see a river then, John. This is building to be a huge pot. How much in a pot now, do you reckon, John?
Well, 100,000 went in on the turn. There was 40,000 that went in on the flop, and pre-flop.
It's about 180, I reckon that is.
Yeah,
maybe actually nearer 200 actually.
It's probably
200.
When you add in all the antes and stuff.
So it's a 6 of diamonds on the river, and Eunice has checked again for the third time. And for the third time, Jack is reaching for chips.
There's a flush and a full house available. There's 2 3s, 2 6s, and an ace, and 3 spades on the.
So 100,000 is the bet. So the call for Eunice is now 100,000 into a pot of 300,000.
It looks
this
like
is big. This is the biggest pot of the day on this table.
Yeah. I mean, that looks like a bet that you want to. The person betting wants to have called,
but again, Eunice is very quick. You can see him in the top left of your screen there. Just he's already counting out chips. He's not looked back at his cards. Not once.
Sometimes you know what you've got.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's put it forward. He's
and
called.
he is, so he's called. So we're going to see showdown.
Oh, and Jack doesn't look happy.
Jack's got King Jack. And
Ace Jack for
Eunice has Ace Jack.
Did Jack have a flush draw with his King Jack?
No, he didn't.
No. So Jack never had anything at all.
And has just lost a significant chunk of his chips. And you're not going to believe this, ladies and gentlemen, but Carl West is being moved again to balance the table. Don't worry, Carl, we'll save the seat for you. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully see you back in a bit, yeah?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Excellent stuff. He genuinely looked disappointed. For any of Carl's followers at home, we'll keep an eye on how it's going for him as he takes his stack to just a table next door to us, actually, so we can keep an eye on him. So we're moving to 8-handed.
.32 players left on 4 tables. We're now playing 8-handed.
And that's where we'll stay until we get down to a final table.
The players are going to be very comfortable now. A lot of space. Should have some armchairs and. So, next we'll be moving to 7-handed, I guess, and then 6. We finished 6 bags. I don't know. We'll finish 2 max actually, won't we? Yeah. Okay. Right. This hand, Matt raised pre-flop from under the gun. I fold all the way around to Marston's big blind. Everybody folded. Marcin, do you say Marcin? Next hand. Cava is on the button. Marcin is small blind and Matt is big blind. Freddie folds, Eunice folds, Jack folds, and Matt is going to play. Matt bets 20, a little bit more, 26,000. So much 26,000. It's all the way around to Matt in the big blind, who's in for 10,000 already, and he folds. Matt takes it. Adds 24,000 to his stack. Eunice now has a monster stack. He already had, we reckoned, something like 800,000. He added about 200,000 to his stack and then against Jack. Yeah, and Eunice confirms that he now has 1 million chips. There's a big, there's an all in on the other table. Scott Burridge is all in. He has ace king, I think against ace 10, and no, Scott had the ace 10, and he's out. Scott has lost with ace 10 against ace king. There was nobody here, anything, all low cards, and he's been eliminated by Philip Chen has knocked out Scott Burridge on table 2. Back on the feature table, and Eunice took another pot there. I think he opened pre-flop and took it down. Just having a quick look around the other tables, I'm pretty sure that nobody has got to stack anything approaching Eunice. Yeah, I can't see any stacks approaching Eunice. Eunice now has 1 million chips. Which is he's far in front of anyone else. Yes, please. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else even has 500,000 so far, but Eunice has 1 million. He's in the big blind this time. Matt is in the on the button, and Freddie's in the small blind. Andy's moved all in for about 55,000, I think. And although he's got 1 million chips, Eunice folds a big blind. Everybody's folded, and Andy's taken it. And he's added 24,000 to his stack, which is probably added 50% to his stack without showdown, which is can't get any much better than that. Matt is correcting me. He's absolutely right. We're 8-handed, so it's only 23,000 in the middle now, not 24.
So we go to 3 tables. We go back to 9 then.
Yeah. Are we?
Yeah, we're just balanced.
All right.
Des won the money. They are Des.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That is awesome.
He went 30 seconds. You got 30.
So this hand, Freddie's on the button. Eunice is in the small blind and Jack's in the big blind, and Andy's gone all in again. He's got more chips this time. He's maybe 70 or 80,000. It's folded all the way around to Jack in the big blind, and it's Jack shows 6-7 offsuit and folds. And Andy takes the pot. That's 2 in a row that Andy has taken pre-flop. His monster stack terrorizing the other players. They're all folding for a small portion of their chips. I think they're surmising that he must have a good hand by getting his chips in there. Whether he has or not, he probably just has to get in. He has to get his chips in, really, to make some kind of impression and have some attempt at building them. But he's got 2 shoves through in succession. And really he's doubled up his stack by shoving twice pre-flop and taking everything that's in the middle, which couldn't be better. No showdowns, no risk. Eunice is in the button, Jack in the small blind, and Matt in the big blind this time. Andy's in again. Andy under the gun is all in again. This is for twice as much as the first one, 2 hands ago. We're getting a count. Martin has asked for a count. If Martin had only called 2 hands ago, it would have been a much less risky call, but now he's thinking about calling this time. He's probably obviously got a better hand. And now it's enough to make an impression on Martin's stack, but he's moved all in.
He says I'm all in.
Yeah. Whether it means he got a good
sigh from Matt Carter. He folds.
Whether it means that Martin has got a very good hand, or whether he's just isolating, more likely the second.
But he's still got a few stacks to get through here.
Yes, Matt's folded, but Freddie is thinking about it. Freddie's got less than Martin's already all in for. Eunice beside him's got his cards in his hand ready, looks like. Thank you. So there's actually a big towel from Eunice beside him for his cards in his hand. But Freddie hasn't decided yet. Still 3 more players after him to act, so even if he's ahead now, we don't know what those other players have got, but more than likely they won't come along, but you never know. It's obviously a really tough decision, and Freddie folds. Eunice folds.
Very, very quickly fold from Eunice.
Yes.
I think he'd already had a look, knew what he could do. Jack is at the way, as is Matt, so is that going to be it? We're going to be to showdown.
9s against Jacks.
And it's the 9s at risk, John.
Andy has the 9s. Martin, his bigger stack, has Jacks. So, all things being equal, Martin should knock Andy out here, but this is poker. Who knows what's going to happen?
I can't believe you just said that, John. Let's see it. Let's see a flop.
Ace 5, 7, 2 diamonds. So
safe
nothing significant. A 6.
8 or a 9 now. 8 or a 9.
Straight. And it's an 8.
There it is.
Can you believe it?
There it is. And it's a double up for Andy.
Ace 5, 7, 6, 8.
Martin is, distraught. Still got chips behind, but they're the ones that need to hold. And when they don't, there's nothing worse in poker, really, when you're this deep in a tournament. A horrible beat. But Andy lives to fight another day. And Martin just needs to get his head straight and get back to playing poker. Not always easy to do, John.
What's that?
Getting your head straight again after something like that, but that's what you've got to do, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It can take a while. Sometimes people walk away and even skip a couple of hands, but I'm not sure that's a great idea myself. But it is hard to just settle down and not get heavily involved in the next hand unnecessarily. Say Andy didn't do anything wrong. He had pocket 9s. He's not big stacked, and he was totally right to get his chips in. To show
Oh, completely, completely, yeah.
And it's just the way it goes. And really, you have to get used to it because you're going to get a lot of bad beats when you play poker over the years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I've seen people that have got really interested in poker and said, "Oh yeah, fancy playing," and they can't get their head around the fact that you can have the best hand and lose, and then they leave the game because it's something which if you can't get just cope with, it's going to be a real struggle for you.
Yeah, the way I cope with it is by trying to have the worst hand and being the one who overtakes and gives the bad beat. That's quite enjoyable.
So
here we go.
Freddie and Eunice are going to see a flop here, and it is 4 King Deuce. Freddie
really
checks,
happened.
Eunice checks.
Right.
And it's a 9 of clubs on the turn.
We had 2 spades on the flop as well.
So it's action on Freddie. To the left of your screen.
Not much action in this
one.
one.
Or not much action on Freddie, as you but he's checked and Eunice bets out. 31?
Yes.
31,000 is the bet. I think Freddie's got about 80,000, maybe a bit more than that. Actually, he's riffling blues, isn't he? So probably just over 100k behind.
Yes, and Eunice has just over $1 million. Who's second in chips?
Freddie folds.
Is it? I can see a player on the next table who has a lot of reds. Must be second.
So Eunice takes that.
There's an all-in on one of the other tables, but I'm not sure who's involved, so I won't. I'll stay with the feature table for now. Marston's moved all in under the gun.
I'm all in.
Freddie's all in.
So we're going to have some action here for sure. Eunice is out the way, as
close.
does Jack. Matt's out the way. We're round to Andy in the small blind. Andy's asking for a count.
I think Marston has a little bit more than Freddie.
Yeah,
but
so
not that much more.
But I think Andy wants to know what the total
Yes.
pot's going to be.
Yeah.
Although I think they probably both have him covered, I'd say, wouldn't you, John?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure.
I think
He's probably
Andy-
got about the same stack as they
Andy's
have.
got 60 to 135.
Reds.
So
I would say he's probably got similar stacks.
I think
both
he's
of
playing
them.
about 165. I think Andy's playing about 165.
The dealer's going to tell us the count. 170.
So Martin's count is 170.
Marston's 170. How much is this one?
Right, so Freddie's 154, Martin's 170, and we think Andy's playing about 165. So this is for a potential triple up, really, for
Yes.
for
There's very
any of
little
any of
between
them.
They've
Any of them.
virtually all got the same
If Andy
stats.
makes the decision to do this. Decisions on Andy, top right of your screen with the sunglasses on.
Who do you think's got the strongest hand here? I would say
I would say Freddie because he's to make the call after the shove, so I would think so. Maybe wrong, but that would make logical sense, John.
Yes. What kind of hand would make you deliberate for this long?
Ace king, ace queen, maybe.
There's a possibility.
Or a lower pair, maybe nines.
Yeah.
Nines or tens.
I think I'd have folded nines by now. I think sometimes if you got an ace, you would suspect that one of the other players has also got an ace, and if the third player has got a pair.
Andy's folding, so we're going to just
go.
get Cava to go through, who now looks his cards and very quickly mucks. So on their backs, Freddie's got ace king of diamonds, and Martin's got ace jack offsuit. It is the ace king that's at risk here, but Martin won't have very much left back, so it's pretty much a double up for either player.
Andy says he folded pocket jacks.
Pocket jacks is what Andy's saying he's folded.
So it doesn't give Martin very many outs. Yeah.
And it's 3-4-8. That's no good for Martin. Ace and a 6, and it's going to be a double up for Freddie, and it leaves Martin with about
well, it must be 16,000.
Yeah, 16,000. And pretty much, I don't even know whether he'll sit back down. I've got a feeling he won't. He's already said them all.
He's in the big blind.
He's in the big blind, so he's already saying I'm going to go all in. But actually, he's going to have to. The dealer will do the right thing and puts 5,000 chips back for him to play. We'll see how the next hand plays out for Martin. It's just really not. It's just not run very well at this feature table for him.
Few hands have just gone against him.
But that's how easy that can happen. He's going to have a look here.
Yeah.
I
don't know whether
I saw it. I saw it, but we won't say anything.
I didn't
but
see
yeah.
it, but I'm sure they'll go in.
They're going in whatever.
Anyway.
So let's see whether anybody else is going to give him some action. Looks like Matt Carter is under the gun. He's reaching for some chips. Bottom left of your screen in the white top. And 27,000 is the bet from Matt. Freddie decides he doesn't want to play with his newfound stack. He sits out. Yeah.
You go to the loot, just go.
Yeah, just go. Yeah.
What penalty? But it's an express.
Maybe it was if we had another 52 minutes. Another 52 minutes. No, that was only.
So we got a flop 9, 6, 7, 2 clubs. Matt has bet 33,000. Eunice looks like he's going to call. He calls. Got his side pot, which is as an ace of clubs, a third club.
No, two clubs, two spades now, John.
It's those black cards, they all look the same to me.
So Matt's bet out 52,000. Decision back on Eunice.
The side pot is now bigger than the main pot that Martin is involved in.
Eunice in the blue shirt, top left of your screen, next to the APAT banner. Decision on him. He's just got his head leaning into his hand there, but he's counting out some chips again. 52,000 is the turn bet from Matt Carter, who's at the bottom of your screen in the white top. Meanwhile, Martin just stands by his chair, watching this all unfold, waiting to see whether the main pot's going to be his or not. So we're going to draws.
9, 6, 7, ace,
Matt's
5.
reaching for chips again and just flips three reds. 75,000 is the bet.
So we saw 56 on the flop and the turn, so that's 224,000 chips went in on those two streets, plus on the side pot. And if this is called, oh, it's a raise.
And Eunice raises it up to 225,000. Matt says he calls. Matt calls with. Oh, you didn't call. Matt folded. Matt folded pocket nines for Matt folded pocket nines, so he'd flopped a set. Eunice shows 4-3 for the straight on the river, and we lose Marchin. An incredibly good fold from Matt.
That straight came on the river. Eunice just had the gut shot draw. Whether he was planning to do something funky on the river, I don't know. But all he had was a gut shot draw, which came in. He took 112,000 from Matt Carter over the flop and turn. Plus on the river, there was another 75,000. So that's almost 200,000 plus pre-flop. So it's probably taken just over 200,000 from Matt Carter. And whatever Marcin had. So Eunice must now have at least 1.3, maybe clicking on for 1.4 million. Matt was very unlucky. He flopped a set and lost to a gut shot that filled. Matt still has quite a substantial amount of chips, though. He still has probably about maybe 300,000. Meanwhile, we have a new player. Mark Shelley. Can I write it on there? Because I won't be. I'm just going to redo it for you, John. Oh, yeah. Do you want to give me that for a second? I'll just quickly cut that. We have a new player on the table, Mark Shelley, in seat 4, the lucky seat. He's in the lucky seat that I can't remember how many players I've seen get knocked out of, but he's going to change all that. He's going to change all that. Anywhere you move into, somebody's been knocked out of. Yeah. I was supposed to phone you before we came, I forgot. Yes. Oh, wow. Just realised I met Mark Shelley in Dublin only about 2 months ago. He gave me his phone number to contact him before this tournament started, and I forgot. And here he is.
Okay, this could be awkward.
Mark is on the button this time, this hand. Matt's in the small blind and Freddie's in the big blind. Blinds are 5 and 10,000. Eunice calls the 10,000 and it folds round to the button. Mark folds. Matt calls the extra 5,000 to make it up, and that's it. We're 3 ways to the flop. Flop is Jack 8-5 with 3 clubs. So on the flop it was Jack 5-8. Eunice bet and took it down.
Yeah, we're going to switch
down
to
How many are left now?
3 tables.
So
we're 1 short here, so they're 1 short there, so we might be
8 for this.
maybe now?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, could be 20, could be 24, could be 3 observations.
1, 2. Right, we're just doing a quick count. I believe we got about 24. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Right, all 3 tables are playing 8-handed at the moment. Got 24 players left. There is an all-in on one of the other tables. But we're going to stick with the main table, the feature table now, because that's where all the best-looking players are. So those are the ones we want to see. In this hand, Matt is on the button, but the only players with cards are the two blinds, with Freddie and Eunice. There's not a lot in the pot so far. We saw a flop of ace jack 6, check, 9 on the turn. Freddie bet 16,000, which is like half the pot or thereabouts, and Eunice.
Up to the where's Aspers? Says Aspers. Yeah, do it just so show Aspers. Yeah.
Eunice calls.
Yeah, perfect.
So this pot, which was nothing, is now starting to build a bit. Probably there's a queen on the river. Ace 6, Jack 9, Queen. Freddie bets. I think it was about 26,000. Anyway, Eunice folded. Freddie took the chips. I just see our last night's winner, Philip. Philip, who won the PLO last night, he had a massive stack from quite a long way out and dominated the table. This is the, that's your second bracelet, Philip? Yes?
Yes, it is. I won the heads up yesterday, last year.
You won the heads up last year, and you're going to go. You in the heads up this year, or is
I just busted out. Finished in final 8. So,
Did you?
So in the money, but still lost.
All right.
Opponent just ran too good.
Isn't it horrible when that happens?
Oh, it's all right.
It's a break after this.
It's great to see that my friend Freddie is still here in the main event.
Yes, he's doing well, isn't he? Yeah. Do you know each other? Are you from the same area in Germany?
No, we're not.
No.
No. He's more from the south, and I'm from Hamburg.
You're from Hamburg. He looks like he's not going to be disappearing anytime soon. He's been playing quite strongly. A bit of German mutual congratulation here that they've both done. I think Freddie may not have seen Philip because since he won his bracelet, because he's jumped out of his seat and run over to congratulate him. In this hand, we're on the flop. It's Eunice and Jack. A small bet on the flop from Eunice, called by Jack, I believe, and we've got 8 Jack 4-4 on the board. Eunice bets and Jack folds. Philip, are you going to play? I'm not sure. There's the Irish tournament. I think is full, but I don't know if you're playing the cash tournament. No?
Not sure yet. I don't know when it starts, and kind of tired.
Kind of tired.
I'm
not surprised.
Might give it a pass.
Yeah, the late night.
Yeah.
You think you'll be back next year for another bracelet?
Probably. I don't know. I heard that it might not be here in London, but I will see what happens.
You may know more than I do. I'm sure there will be somewhere.
Yeah. I think I will. Yeah. Going for a third.
If you keep being so successful, it seems to be you and the Italians sort of kind of dominating this event. So it's folded all the way around to Freddie in the cutoff, with Mark in the big blind, Jack in the small blind. Eunice folds the button, Mark folds the small. Jack folds the small blind, and Matt folds the big blind. Sorry. Freddie takes that pot. Freddie won a big pot a few minutes ago, Philip. I was just saying Freddie won a big pot a few minutes ago and knocked out Marcin from Poland. You know Marcin? The Polish captain. Well, they didn't have a team this year, but he's played a lot of APAT events previously. And with Ace Jack against Ace King, and Marcin, there was another player also involved, so Marcin, I think, almost trebled up. Not Marcin, sorry, Freddie almost trebled up.
I didn't see it, but
he's got a bad position there with the player on his left, the chip leader in the tournament, with about something like 1.3 million chips.
Oh yeah, that looks like my stack yesterday.
Yes,
quite nice.
It's amazing. Your stack yesterday was so big from so early. How did it get so big so quickly? I mean, so early.
Well, I had an average stack when it came down to last two tables, and then I came to the feature table, and that table was quite good for me. Could win a few hands, and then like at the end of the end of two tables, like when we had 10 players left, I busted out Ian in 10th place.
Yes. And he
I
had a lot of chips, did he?
Yeah, I made a reported it from the big blind.
Yes.
To his raise from the button, and he decided to call his all in with 7-6-4-3, no 7-6-4-5. He said he took a gamble and
right. You had a made hand already? Or?
No, I had ace queen 3 deuce. I actually was hoping for a fold, but it was still good to be ahead. And we both hit 2 pair, but mine were bigger, so I won that. And then I started the final table with like 400k. And after that, everyone was basically just playing for second place except me. So that did me a favor.
Yeah, it was so that you raised a lot of pots. You didn't pot it. You just made it like 2 point something big blinds most of the time. So your strategy seemed to be, I'm putting words in your mouth now, it seemed to be that to try to open a lot of pots, and maybe, I don't know whether you had good hands. You couldn't have had good hands every time, but if somebody was to re-raise, you could get away a bit more cheaply. Is that it? Or?
Yeah, definitely. I knew that most of them were even scared to play a hand against me anyway, because I had all the chips. Some of them even told me, so I knew they would not play against me unless they have a really, really big hand.
Yes.
I talked to the Juliana, I think. I talked to her today, and she said she folded quite a big, strong hand against me just because she didn't want to play against a big stack. So I obviously took advantage of that. She said she even thought about folding her last hand, and she like ace queen 3. She even thought about folding that because she just didn't want to play a hand.
Wow.
So
it lost though, didn't it? That your hand wasn't quite as strong as that, but your hand won, and she finished 4th.
Yeah, had a great position.
You were chipping. It was a great position for you because they were all trying to make sure they got the bronze medal or whatever they were trying to get up, just work their way up, and just seemed to be taking advantage of that, as you say.
Yeah, definitely. The only one basically playing back at me was Milan, and I could keep him on a short stack most of the time.
Yeah.
And also when I made a small raise, I didn't mind a call actually because I think I can play flops and the board very well, so I don't mind if they call me. Then I
a lot of time you seem to see that, and then they let it go anyway unless they'd hit it hard.
Yeah, definitely.
So you ended up like when it was maybe 5-handed, and you had like 900,000 or something, and everybody else had 100, had maybe 200 at most, and some even less than 100, and that they just seem to have no possibility of catching you, even if they did well.
And the bad thing is, every time I got the blinds, I got like 45k or 60k just from the blinds.
Yes.
So at one point, I doubled up one of them. I can't remember who it was, for 80,000, but the blinds were already 20 and 40, and I just
you just make it back next time.
Yeah, I just said to my friend, well, I will just raise the next hand, and then I have like 3/4 of that back in my stack. So
that all changed though near the end, and because when you got heads up, Doreen, she got to a position where she had 500,000 and she had a stack that could, was able to challenge you at that point. Did your strategy change then at all? I mean,
yeah, well, I really like to play heads up. I think she played really well, but her strategy was for a long time before that to play for second place because she had the second most stacks and there were so many short stacks. And I think she kept that strategy even in heads up because she didn't really make like an aggressive attack in the heads up. So she basically.
I noticed you were raising your button virtually every time, from what I could see.
Yeah, I did. I really like to play heads up, and I think I had an advantage there over her. But I think she played really well.
It was quite an interesting final hand, though, where you both ended up all in on the flop. Neither of you had even a pair. You both had a straight draw, and I think you were both open end. I think she had a higher end, she had a lower end. Is that right? But neither of you had even a pair. But you called the all in, and you're happy to do that. Was it because her stack was a lot less than yours, or?
I think I actually bet the flop, and she just raised.
She shoved all in, I think, over the
yeah,
top.
but just for like very few chips more, so
Right.
I had to call anyway.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, there was already so much in the pot, and she didn't have that much left. I think I bet the pot, and she shoved for like double of that. So
Right.
So it was quite an easy call. Also, I just had a draw. But I was surprised to see that I'm a half. So.
Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody even
Quite
had a
good.
pair in the boat
Yeah, yeah.
drawing. The rest of us were looking at the table and saying, "What?" Anyway, well done. It was a great win for you. Again.
Thank you. Thank you.
What have been doing that? There has been action on the table. There hasn't been anything. We have been watching. There hasn't been any major action. At the moment, Andy's in the button. Kava is in the small blind and Mark's in the big blind in this hand. And Eunice has don't know where he's gone. He's disappeared from the table. Not that it matters. He could probably sit out now and wait till he gets to 300, and he's still probably have the chip lead. So it looks like Jack is going to make a raise. He's raised to 30,000. The big blind is 12. It's folded around to Kava, who's folded, and this fold next is Mark and the big blind. Mark folds. Jack looks like he's going to show. No, he doesn't tell us what he had. Mark showed 10-6, so he didn't feel like making a call with that. Yes. Thank you. Still 24. 8. I think we're still. You still got 8 on that table, Lucy? Still 8 on that table? 22. We've still got 24 players. So no?
22. Says 22 on the bowl.
We've still got 24. Yeah? That's a different turn. Right, this hand we've got Kava on the button. Mark's in the small blind and Matt's in the big blind. It's folded all the way around to the small blind. Mark raises to 26,000. There's 14 more on Matt. And it looks like he's re-raising. He hasn't said how much, but he has said he's going to re-raise. He's re-raised to 50. So Mark made it 26. Matt has re-raised to 50. Mark has probably about 160,000, something like that behind. He folds. Matt shows an ace. We guessed he had something. The other card wasn't probably something strong. He probably had more than just a bare ace. Thanks a lot, Philip. That was great. So it probably was a good fold from Mark. So.
Really enjoyed the
I'm joined by Simon Brooks. Huh?
Hello.
Hello. Do you want to go? Do you not have time?
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Simon, you had an amazing week. How did you finish up? You got
Second.
3 medals?
3 medals,
Yes.
second in the mixed max, third in the open face, and second in the Raz.
All right.
Yeah, in the Raz.
Managed to
in the
remember
Raz,
what it was you finished second.
There were so many, I can't remember them, John.
And what do you think that happened? Do you think it's because so many people had you in their fantasy teams that you felt obliged to do it for them?
Well, being truthful, John, I was surprised at how many people had me in their fantasy teams.
Weren't we all?
I didn't have myself in my fantasy.
Sorry, Sam, we got a big hand.
So Eunice is raised to 29,000 under the gun. Mark has called from the button, and Matt Carter has called from the small blind. Freddie's in the big blind. He's already got 12,000 in, so it's 17,000 for him to call. Massive value, but I suppose it depends what cards you've got. I think he's wanted to, but it says no, I'm not going to. He folds, so we're going to be three-way to a flop. And it's Jack 9 3 2 clubs. It's going to be Matt to first. It goes check, and Mark says I'll check as well. So we're going to see the ace of hearts on the turn.
If you look at Freddie, I think he regrets folding.
So it's Eunice reaching for chips. I can see at least one red one in that stack coming forward. And it is one red one, so it's 39,000. Mark very quickly folds. So it's just Matt, who was originally in the small blind. Matt says I'm all in. He's playing about 200,000.
Eunice has folded pretty quickly.
And Matt gets back some of the chips from a few hands back.
Quite a lot of chips, actually.
I played with Matt so much. He always has it.
Anyway, far more importantly, Simon Brooks. I believe you're in the running for Player of the Series. I don't know whether that's been established.
First of all, is it Brooke or Brooks?
It's Brooke.
So we don't do the S thing.
We don't do the S thing, but
I do.
I wasn't going to correct John Murray. I mean, John Murray is obviously.
I jumped in quite happy to.
I was happy for you to do so. Now, I mean, obviously, I'm more polite than you are.
Anyway, off you go, John.
Right. So Simon Brooks. Simon Brook.
Thank you.
If there was another Simon Brook here, the two of you would be Simon Brooks. Yes.
I
could say we have two Simon Brooks here.
I guess that's grammatically correct.
And then maybe another one. We can make an announcement and find out if there is one in the.
Would we be Simon Brooks or Simon Brookses?
Oh, you'd be Brooks.
Would be Brooks.
Yes.
How many apostrophes would be in there?
None.
None. Okay.
Unless you own something, it could be a possessive Brooks. Oh.
This escalated.
Oh, no. Or not.
No, that was just Freddie. Freddie going round to Freddie in the small blind. He's got 7 deuce, obviously the absolute monster hand. He folds, shows it, and Eunice has woken up with 5. So even if you think he was going to have a go at the big stack to his left, Eunice was certainly going to be in the hand. They both showed it, and that was it.
I'm amazed to see such nittiness at this level at this stage of the tournament. If I'm being honest.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit.
You think you should have gone with the 7-2?
Why not? 7 deuce is a big hand.
Right. How do you think that would have worked out?
Probably well for the 7 deuce.
Well,
I mean,
you are the person who's got 2 silver and 1 bronze medal this week, so whatever you say is probably.
Well, I thought the best strategy was just to put chips in the middle and hope to take more out. It seems to be working. I've done it with 7 deuce a number of times this week.
Yes,
so
we have heard.
We folded round to Mark, and action on him, bottom right of your screen with the grey hoodie and baseball cap.
I notice he has the hood down. Do you need to have the hood up for these hoodies to be effective?
Effective at what, John?
Excuse me. At winning pots. I noticed Jack had his hood up earlier when he was involved in the pot. I think it's quite important that you have your hoodie up over your head.
So Freddie's made it 28,000 to go from the button, and it's just Jack to get through in the big blind. And Jack folds, and the Freddie followers will be cheering at home as he scoops another pot. He gives them a wave as well. A wave for the Freddie fans.
Well, on the subject, Freddie, we got only 2 pairs of sunglasses on the table and 1 lot of ear cans, which is Freddie. Freddie has both ear cans and sunglasses and a hat. He's gone for the triple.
Freddie's got good. He's got a good look going, to be honest. He's
Yes.
even found a pair of jeans without any holes in them to wear today. So that's a step in the right direction. Clearly.
You know, I didn't wear the jeans today because the holes are already going this. You would, if I'm not wearing underwear, so that means you.
Yes.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
Yes, we already saw one of the Scottish players go down that road earlier.
I was worried for Freddie yesterday. I thought, I hope he cashes in this because he can buy himself a new pair of jeans then, without all the holes in them. But
Have you got sponsorship from Calvin Klein, maybe? No.
So Eunice takes that one. Eunice bets from the button there, and Jack and Matt in the blinds fold. And we're about 23 minutes away from a break, which I would imagine the players will be quite grateful for, as would I and probably the dealer, I reckon. Reese gives me a little nod of, yeah, sounds good.
It's not a local name. Is it Reese?
Reese is very Welsh.
Isn't it?
But I don't know whether he has Welsh ancestry. He's shaking his head. No.
No.
All I know is he's a very good dealer,
He's
so
an
that's
amazing
what
dealer,
matters. That's what matters to us.
I believe.
So it's Matt raising up from the small blind here, makes it 34,000 to play. Andy is in the big blind, our UK amateur poker champion for this season, and he folds. Now Andy's gone for the one tower approach to his chip stacking. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. It's very impressive, but also highly dangerous on a wobbly table.
I wouldn't like to see Eunice going for that approach, or even Matt. Eunice is one who will be touching the ceiling, I think.
Yeah, I think Eunice might well get close to the ceiling at the moment. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's Andy in the small blind and Cava in the big blind this hand. Mark is under the gun to act first.
Action's on Reese at the moment, and oh, what a deal! He's an excellent dealer.
It's the action, isn't it? It's the action.
Yes.
It's so natural.
Yes, I believe.
Mark folds.
I believe that Reese actually finished third in the All Welsh Poker Dealers Championship last year, so we're getting the benefit of that experience
So
now.
Eunice is reaching for chips again. And it's 28,000 is the raise from Eunice. Jack folds, as does Matt, as does Andy. Cav does as well. So I said we were a break due. So Freddie's decided to crack open a Kit Kat.
Shows a straight draw that he's folded.
Bit of a sugar rush. So hungry, he says. If anyone's out there watching, can get some food to the Aspers Casino for Freddie, he'll quite happily take any particular favourites, Freddie? Any particular food you'd like?
Peanut butter cups.
All right, there you go.
Lee waits till Freddie's mouth is full to ask him a question.
So next hand, Cav in the small blind and Mark in a big blind. It's going to be Matt Carter to act first, bottom of your screen in the white top. And Matt has a look down and he folds, as does Freddie. I've got a feeling I know what's happening from Eunice.
What's a call? I bet you didn't think it was a call.
Well, goodness me. And he's had to call because he only put one chip in. I think he wanted to raise.
Oh, did he?
Well, I think he would have done, because why would you put a 25 chip in? So Eunice is called, but put a 25 chip in, but it is a call. And Jack has raised to 32,000. We'll now see whether Eunice gets what he wants, and interestingly, very quickly makes the call. So it's going to be two players to the flop. Which is?
6-5-3, 2 diamonds. So Eunice checks quite quickly.
Jack's got chips in his hand.
Interesting, he grabbed the blues and went, no, that's not going to be enough.
Mhm.
So adds a few oranges on top.
31,000 he's bet, which is about half the pot, I think. Well, actually, not quite.
And he's got about 125,000 behind, maybe 130.
Eunice calls pretty quickly.
So we're going to see a turn.
This pot is building up. The pot is now about the same size as Jack's stack.
And it's 7 of diamonds. And it goes check, check.
We've got
and the queen of hearts on the river.
So we've got 3, 5, 6, 7 queen with 3 diamonds on the board.
Eunice checks. So actions on Jack. And it's an all-in. It's all in or nothing, isn't it?
I think he's all in.
Yeah, he
he's all
stacks
in.
his chips and goes all in.
It's an instant fold.
It's an instant fold from Eunice.
Shows pocket kings.
And he shows pocket kings. I mean, it's not the greatest of boards to be making the shove with pocket kings on the river, John, would you say?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of hands that could be beating him there. Really, he's turned the kings into a bluff there.
You've got to ask yourself, is he? What does he think that he's beating that he's going to get called by? Yet you're putting your tournament life on the line. Yeah. I'll be honest, I've made mistakes like that in the past in tournaments and regretted it.
What can you get called by there? Ace queen?
Possibly.
But there are 3 diamonds there, and there's a straight available. But probably, I would say you can be fairly sure the units didn't have the straight. Probably doesn't have the flush either, to be honest. But he could easily have 2. Could he have 2 pair? There's a lot
Quite
of
possibly.
action early on, so maybe he knows more than we do.
But Freddie's folded this hand, and again, Eunice has raised it up to 27,000. I'm sure that's what he meant to do last time round. I'm convinced it is. And Jack folds, Matt folds, Andy folds.
There is a call.
Cava's called it, so.
And Matt has called as well.
Matt's called, so we're going to be 3-way to a flop.
Oh, yeah.
And the flop is 3-9 king, 2 diamonds.
There is an all-in on the other table, and we're down to 23 players.
And it's checked round, 10 on the turn. And they've all checked again, and we're going to see 9 of diamonds on the river. Matt bets out 25,000, Eunice folds.
Got a board of 2 9s, 3 diamonds.
And it's 25,000 for Cava to make the call. He's on the right-hand side. It seems to be just bopping along to his music quite nicely. Headphones have come out though now.
3 9 king 10 9, 3 diamonds. 25 is a fairly small bet here, but is it a value bet? Is he just trying to nick it? Whichever one you think it is, it's always the other. Cava obviously has something.
He's chatting away, trying to talk to Matt. What have you got there? Yeah. Are you having a bet because you've got ace queen and you're having a stab at it?
Cava's still thinking about it. Having quite a detailed conversation with himself about what it might be.
And he says, I'm going to call.
10 jack diamonds.
It's 10 jack for the flush.
Matt has got the 3rd nut flush.
And it's enough. It's a nice bet on the river. Got paid off.
Nice value bet, actually, yes. You notice lead players at this level will call, where they don't need to have the nuts or near the nuts, whatever.
No,
players,
absolutely.
Kind of players who are newer to the game will play better, call only with.
So we're
virtually the
we're
nuts.
15 minutes away from a break, and we're down to 23 players now. 2 tables of 8 and 1 of 7. So Matt's in the small blind this time, and Freddie is in the big, which means it's Eunice to act first. What do you think? Under the gun, John. What's he going to do?
Oh. He hasn't opened a lot of pots where he didn't have something. He has opened quite a few pots, but not usually from such an early position. If he didn't
He's folded, so it's folded away. Jack's out the way, Matt's out the way, Andy's out the way. Cava raises to 27,000, and Mark folds, as does Matt. So Freddie's just asked how much is Cava playing. And he makes the call, so it's going to be 2 players to the flop. It'll be Freddie to act first. And here it comes. Five, 6, 10, two spades. And it's a check from Freddie. And Cava bets 27. He's now being called up on the fact that there's a bit of a string going in. So the dealer has said it's got to be a min bet. So 12,000 is the bet. You've got to make sure when you're betting that you put all your chips across the line at the same time. Otherwise, it's pretty much first chip counts, isn't it, John?
Yeah, it may have worked out for him though, because Freddie's reluctant to call, but managed to call the 12,000.
Freddie's made the call, so we've seen a 5 of diamonds on the turn. And he's now declared beforehand what it is he wants, which is 27,000. Once you've declared it, that's fine. Verbal stands. So it's 27,000.
We do have a second Freddie. 5 on the board now. It's 5, 6, 10, 5, with 2 spades. So
I wonder whether if Freddie's got a 5, that bet's got a mistake. So he's all in a call on their backs. Cava's got 9, 5, and they both got 5s. Freddie's got 5, 4, 5, 4 of spades. Cava's got 9, 5 of hearts.
At the moment, it's a split pot.
There's opportunities for a split pot.
Is it not a split pot already? Oh no, it's not. Sorry.
No.
Okay. No.
So Freddie's going to need a 4 to win this. It's going to be Cava whose tournament life's online. So basically, Cava needs to avoid a 4 to lose the hand, or any card from a 10 upwards, or a paired board. 3 is a good one. And that's a double up for Cava.
Hugely unlucky though for Freddie to hit.
Absolutely.
5s. And I think the string bet on the flop actually made the difference in the hand, because probably
and it was a genuine it was a genuine mistake.
Freddie may have folded at that point, but then he hit 3 5s on the turn and would have assumed that he was winning the hand. He called the minimum bet on the flop with bottom pair, and then it all seemed to go right for him on the turn, but in fact it got more right for Cava. Freddie still has, how much has he got? No, Freddie's stack is not that big now. I'm not sure how much he has, but it's probably about 130.
It's not even. I don't think it's even.
He's got 2 stacks of blues. Yeah.
I don't think it's. No, it's 1 stack of blue.
There's some oranges on top of the
oranges on top of the blues. Oh, right. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I think
so. Cava's raised it. Oh, no, he's not raised. He's actually just called to 12,000. Matt Carter's raised it up to 31,000 from the button. And Freddie gets out of the way from the small blind. Eunice in the big blind though. And he makes the call. So Cava, who was the initial limper, I think is probably going to make the call. And we're going to be 3-way to a flop. Eunice, Cava and Matt Carter in that order.
Already more than 100,000 in the pot.
8, 3, 7, 2 clubs. It goes check, check, and Matt checks as well. So we're going to see a turn. And the turn is the 9 of diamonds. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds on the board now, and it goes check again. Cava's going to grab some chips this time, and he bets 30,000. Cava was the original limper pre-flop. Matt Carter raised it up from the button.
Matt's got a pained look on his face, and he's folded.
Matt lets it go, as does Eunice makes the call. So we're going to be 2-handed to the river, and it's the 10 of clubs.
That's an action card.
Absolutely, there's all sorts of stuff on the go here. It's Eunice has checked, and it's a check.
Not.
It's a check from Cava, and Cava shows Jack 10 for the turn straight.
He already had the straight, and then when the 10 came at the end, it made the possibility of a bigger straight, and also made the possibility somebody could have a flush. In fact, neither applied. But
so it's gone. It's gone. Check.
Straight one. Yeah. Whether he might have been able to get another call out of Eunice, who knows? He probably could have got another call if he made a value bet at the end, but then it wasn't a good river for him.
So we're 8 minutes away from a break. Just for any of you at home to get prepared to, I don't know, stick the kettle on or walk the dog. Can you walk the dog in a break? You probably could. Not a short walk, but you could. I don't know, what Bank Holiday Monday, get the ironing sorted. Ready for work? What else would you do in a 20-minute break? I'm not sure. So Andy's all in.
Andy's all in.
Under the gun +1. And Cava, Mark and Matt have got out of the way. Freddie's on the button. Freddie's asked for a count. I'm looking at thinking Freddie might just have Andy covered.
The action's on Eunice at the moment. Everyone else is folded while Jack is
So
still behind.
Freddie's folded, so Eunice has got a decision to make. It was 105?
What was the count?
106. Oh, one away.
Yeah.
106 was the count. Yep. Story of my life. So it's Eunice in the small blind, top left of your screen in the blue shirt.
He's cut out the chips. It looks like he's going to find the call here.
And he does. So Andy's going to get some action. Jack gets out of the way, so we're going to be heads up. It's Andy's tournament life on the line. Andy's got pocket 10s. Eunice has 7, 8 of diamonds. So it's the 10s at risk. Andy's looking for a double up. So it's the pocket 10s of Andy up against 7, 8 of Eunice. Let's see a flop. And 5, 7 king. It says 7. This gives Eunice some outs. The 10 on the turn does it. And Andy's going to get a double up.
Eunice hit a 7 on the flop, but then a 10 on the turn pretty much sealed it for Andy. In a way, it's probably not the kind of hand Andy would have wanted to be up against. He'd much rather been up against pocket 8s than 7, 8 suited, I think. But anyway, he won the hand. This time Eunice is on the button. We've got Jack in the small blind and Matt in the big blind, and the action is back on Andy under the gun. He's now doubled up, more than doubled up in the last hand. So if he had 106, he must have about 230,000 or just over. Cava's bet 40,000 on the gun +1. It's folded all the way around to Eunice, who's made the call on the button. Jack folds, Matt folds, and sorry, Matt calls. Matt didn't see Matt still had cards there. So we're going 3-handed to the flop. Matt will be first to act. We got 6 Jack King on the flop, 2 diamonds. Matt checks. Kava bets 40,000, third of the pot. Eunice folds straight away, and Matt is thinking about it, and he folds as well. He must have had a bit, but he lets it go. Kava picks up 40,000 from each of the other two, plus all the antes and stuff.
Just a few minutes away from a break, and we will get you exact chip counts of not just our feature table, but the remaining two other outer tables that we've got going on here as we're playing down to our final table.
And there's a change of dealer.
Change of dealer with about 2 minutes to go before the break. Thank you, Reese.
Reese is off the table, and we're replaced by. What's your name? I can't pronounce it. Sorry. Zdravko. Zdravko. It's spelled Z-or-D-V-W-X-Q something. Zdravko. Zdravko, also from Wales. Zdravko, no. Where? Bulgaria. A quick word with Reese, the dealer, who's just come up. How are you feeling at this moment?
Yeah, feel good.
Good. Thank you. So, and we're back on the feature table. It looks like Jack has raised 25,000, I think. Is that it? No, says Matt. It's a call. It's a call. He had 25,000 chip.
He's made a call, so we're going to see a flop.
Right. He got change. You can see. So we're on the flop. Andy has checked, and Jack has made a bet of 15,000. The flop is 6, 4, 9 rainbow. And Andy has raised. He's check raised. He checked. Jack bet 15. Andy's made it 40. Yeah, weren't expecting that. Jack looks. I'm not sure what that look is. First of all, he looked a bit disgusted, but now I don't know if he's pleased or not. He looks a bit perplexed, but he could also be. No. He's allowed to fall. Go. I think he was a bit surprised by Andy's check raise there. This hand, Matt is going to be on the button. Andy will be in the small blind. Kava will be on the big blind. We've got 1 minute to go, 18 seconds to go.
So for any of you at home that were wondering, obviously they've seen the front of Reese, our dealer. That's the back of Reese's head. For anyone that was wondering, yeah. There you go. Thanks, Reese. He's a top bloke, isn't he? Top bloke.
He's got a front and back.
Yeah, just in case anyone was wondering. Yeah, just they were wondering.
I noticed there was a hoodie up on that second table.
I'm sure we'll have had someone that tweeted in saying,
yes.
Reese looks great. What does the back of his head look like, though? Yeah.
I wish Reese was still on this table. He's the most photogenic dealer we've ever had.
And it's folding round. It's Eunice that's raised it up. I think this may well be the last hand before the break. The clock is ticking down. I'm waiting for it to come round to see. We're getting close to a break.
We had 1 minute left to the start of the hand.
20 seconds left.
There's a bet from Eunice. Takes
20 seconds left. Are you getting one more in, dealer? I think dealer is getting one more in. Yeah.
We've got dealing.
Yeah, definitely getting one more in.
I've forgotten the dealer's name again.
Freddie's devastated that one more hand in. He's been holding out. He's been holding out for a toilet break for a while. Yeah.
Yes. Freddie, we've decided to cancel this break and play through.
So covering the small blind, Mark in the big. So it's Matt Carter to act first. Freddie folds. He's happy.
Matt's off.
He's off. Gone. He's off for a toilet break.
Oh. Eunice raises. Jack
45-minute break.
The players are leaving the table in droves. We've only got 4 people sitting at the table now, plus the dealer.
So Eunice has raised it up again. And it's Andy on the button with a decision to make.
He calls.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Marcus called as well.
So we're going to
three-handed.
three-way to the flop. As
4, 5, 6, rainbow on the flop, and Marcus instantly
Mark
moves
is
all
instantly all in.
The pot is about the same size as his stack. It's basically a pot bet from Mark.
So with players on a break, we've got a little bit of a rail gathered round just watching this hand play out on the feature table, for we'll be going on a break as well.
Eunice folds, and it's back to Andy.
Andy's asked for a count, which we're just going to get efficiently organised now. John will tell you how much it is.
How much? 82,000. He called.
And he says he calls.
Oh, 4, 6. And Mark flop 2 pair.
Andy shows pair of 8s.
Mark flop 2 pair, but Andy's still quite strong.
So it's Mark's tournament life on the line here. So Mark's got 2 pair, but he's going to have to dodge some straight draws.
7
for sure.
or an 8.
Let's do a turn. Thank you. And it's a 5, which pairs the board. Counterfeited. Needs a 6 or a 4.
Oh.
And it doesn't come, and we're going to lose Mark. Have you got that? 8 versus
6-4.
Yeah. The flop comes down. So we've lost Mark. We've lost Mark there. Now players are on a 45-minute dinner break, although we're already on. We've already had a few minutes into that, so it's going to be about 40 minutes, guys, for you at home. I'll put a countdown up on the screen so you can see when we'll be back to watch this play down to a final table. See you back in a while. So, welcome back. Players are just getting seated. We're just going to be another 5 or 10 minutes before we pick up the commentary again. So I will leave you with the table mic on, and you can watch the action from a high. And we'll be back going with some live commentary in 5 or 10 minutes.
Night, you guys. Second. So, yeah. Thank you, sir. Oh, again, good luck, boys. 8-16.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Can you put big blind from 6? Big blind, big blind. 16.
From there?
Yeah.
What's it about? Oh, yeah.
Maybe Gus Hampton in front of us.
Oh, that means I'm solid. All right.
Raise all in.
How you doing? I'm alright, you alright? You did a great job. You alright?
Yeah, Freddie, you wouldn't play the hand.
Oh my god.
You missed it, you had aces.
Really?
Yeah,
He went all in over there. He knew I wouldn't call him. And that was that. End on. 40 minutes? That's like 2000. 2001. And 8,000. 2000 and 8,000.
Raise 50. Cool. cancel. Four. Check.
Start really quick.
Check.
Okay.
Bet 27. Call.
Thank you very much, sir.
Excuse me, is that how many trees per day?
Yeah.
Excuse me, I haven't changed.
Check. 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 Bet 54.
That's just the obvious one. Ace 9? That's all.
3.
Bless you. You're not bad if you want, no.
Raise all in.
No, ace 10. More like 2 calls. Don't really know where I'm at. Oh, yeah. Call
She open, table 1. Raise 40. Oh. Raise. 156.
So we just lost Freddie there, fortunately whilst I was away from the table, but I'm back now. So Freddie had, luckily Lucy got the hand, so Freddie had king of spades, 10 of spades, and was called by Yanis with queen 9 and queen on the flop, pretty much did for Freddie. Shame, Freddie had a nice fan club online watching him, but he departs in 21st place, so we're down to 20 players now, still on 3 tables. 2 more players and we'll break down to 2, and then hopefully we'll be able to flip between the 2 as we play right down to the final table. So I've lost John Murray from the commentary area. He's playing the Cash Championship now. So we've got a flop of ace 8, 7, turn of a 5. It's Kava and Yanis in this hand. Kava's checked. And Yanis bets 114,000. And Kava makes the call. And he checks in the dark. Yeah, the dealer slightly overcalled that bet, but not a problem. And it's 4 of spades on the river. Kava to act first. He's got about 250 behind. Yanis was our chip leader. So Cava's checked, and Eunice has bet 225,000. There's already about 500,000 in the middle. 225 is most of what Cava's got behind. He's counted out the chips by the looks of it. And he's just staring across the table, asking Yanis whether he's got an ace. Yanis says we'll see. Keva's saying this just doesn't make sense. He keeps looking across at the tournament clock, looking to see. We've got 20 players left in. Cava in seat 3, the right of your screen, and it's Yanis who's made the river bet of 225,000 on the far left, and he's made the call. So we're showing, and Cava shows pocket kings. Pocket kings is good on that board. Yanis folds. That's a huge pot. Huge pot for Cava. Huge pot. He gives a thumbs up. Quite happy with that. I reckon it was not far off. 900,000 maybe. That pot. So on we go as Cava's stacking chips. Might take him a little while, but he'll get there. He's done it before. So Cava in the small blind, it's Matt Carter in the big blind, and Cava's made up the blinds. So Matt has an option and he checks, so we're going to see a flop. And the flop comes down. Queen, Queen 3. Cava's bet in the dark, 30,000. Already had the chips out before the flop's been shown. So Queen, Queen 3 is the flop. Actions on Matt. At the bottom of your screen there, in the white. And he makes the call. So we're going to, both players are going to see a turn card. And the turn is the King of Hearts. Again, action on Cava. Cava checks this time. And Matt makes a bet. 35,000 is the bet. And Cava folds. And Matt takes down that hand. I can hear a round of applause from Team Matt at home. I've had a few message me to say they're following Matt, which is great. So I've been joined in the commentary area by Tom Slickball, who looks after the APAT Belgian guys. How you doing, Tom?
We're doing very well. We still have 2 players in the main event, so we're rooting for them. They're a little bit short, but let's see if they can hang on for the win.
So Tom will try and add a little bit of input to this feature table we're on at the moment as well as we go. So it's Kava that's limped on the button here, and Matt gets out of the way, so it's just Eunice in the big blind, so we're going to see a flop. What are we looking at here, Tom?
It's an ace of spades, a 10 of diamonds, and a queen of hearts.
So Eunice is checked, and Kava bets out.
Looks like 18,000
yeah,
chips.
I agree with that, Tom.
And immediately gets a call.
Fairly
from
quick call there, wasn't it,
Giannis?
So we're going to see a turn.
And the turn card is the 2 of hearts.
Brings a potential heart flush draw, but it's not doing much else, is it, on that board?
No, both players check it down, and we see the river card, which is the 6 of diamonds. That doesn't change that much. Giannis
So
checks it.
Looks like Keva's reaching some chips. What's he got? So that's a 33 is a red one under there, so that's 33,000 is the bet. It's just a little teaser, isn't it? It's a teaser of a bet.
We see a quick call from Giannis, and let's see those cards. We have Queen 3 from Giannis, and immediately a muck from Keva. So Giannis takes that pot down.
Yeah, so the flopped pair of queens was good enough. These guys have been going out. You just missed, Tom, a big pot between the two of them, about 950,000 pot. Huge move of chips.
Huge, but I think Giannis was the chip leader after day 1 as well, I think.
And he's so he's lost a few now. He's probably back down to, let's see, we'll try and work it out as he's stacking those ones up.
Those red chips are 25,000, I think, Lee, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I think about 700, 750 maybe. Maybe a tiny bit more.
I think a little bit more indeed. Yeah, well.
You reckon? He's got 400 in, so 400 in reds, 400 in blues, plus some change then.
So yeah, that's
848. Yeah,
850 something
about 850
like that.
yeah.
Apparently,
yeah,
looks like that. And then we have a next hand with Giannis is on the small blind and Jack on the big blind.
And Matt is all in under the gun.
That's
122,
I think. Yes, indeed. Gets folded around to the small blind, to Giannis in the small blind. Thinking about it.
No, I'm just going. I'll take
Makes a call.
He does. So just Jack on a big blind. No, doesn't like the looks of those.
Gets
So
out of
we're
the way
going to
very quickly. So we see showdown. Matt shows Queen of Hearts, 10 of clubs. And we see the King of Diamonds and Jack of Hearts with Giannis.
So it's the Queen 10 at risk.
Yeah, Matt needs a 10 or a Queen, and the 10 is the window card.
A 10 and a window card,
but
but an ace and a king puts the King Jack ahead. But there is redraws. Needs a 10 or a Jack.
Or a Jack for the straights. And doesn't get
and
there,
it's
so
a
we
6
lose
on
Matt.
the river, so we lose Matt in 20th place. Oh, no, 19th actually.
Place.
So we're going to break down to 2
place.
tables. So we're quickly saying goodbye to a couple of the German team there who are making their way back.
The German team who had a good championship again. They finished third place for bronze in the team championship, and then we had Philip win yesterday the Omaha tournament. So very good result for him again. Second
bronze medal. Yeah. He won the heads up last year. Matt's getting requests from home for what we should call him. I'm not sure I'm too keen on that one, but you know. So we're just we're just breaking a table. So it looks like I'm guessing we're going to get 4 players in here in a minute. So when we do, Tom will just keep us up to date whilst I'll go grab some names and get updated so we know who the players are as well.
Yeah, that's most interesting, of course, if we know who the players are. We see Matt raising it up to 36,000. And Giannis is on the button, he makes the call. Check gets out of the way. And Andy is in the big blind. Already put in 16,000 chips. And he folds. So we'll see a flop heads up. You see a flop 6, 5, and 5 rainbow. Matt checks it. And also Giannis checks it down, so we see the river card, the 10 of diamonds, which is the second diamond on the board. And this time Matt bets out 35,000. And Giannis quickly makes that call. The river card is another diamond, the king of diamonds, which puts a possible flush out there. Both players check it down. We see Matt turning over ace 10 for a pair on the turn, and that's enough to win the pot.
Two more names to go and I'll be there now.
No worries. Thank you, Lee.
Stefan Clapp, yeah?
We are just sorting out all the names of the players that we have on our feature table here. In the meantime, we see Giannis raise it up to 37,000. And we have Andy in the small blind. He folds. And also the big blinds goes out of the way, so Giannis takes up a small pot there. One of the players that joined us on this featured table is Stefan Kleppe. He's one of our boys from the Belgian group, the Belgian-Dutch group that is here. And he has to put in the big blind right now, and which means he's almost all in apparently. He has 51,000 chips behind, so he has to hope for a good hand here.
Names, Tom.
Good.
I've got names.
Good, good, good.
So I'm going to pop them up on the screen so people at home can see who we've got whilst we get back used to who we've got at the table now.
And in the meantime, I'll just call them seat 6 and seat 7 and seat 8 until I know which who they are.
So in seat 1 we have Johnny. That's Johnny Kelly. In seat 2 is Andy Dodson.
To 33,000 from Joel.
In seat 3 is
Kava. Stefan in the big blinds. Remember, he has 51,000 of chips behind, but he folds. And Joel wins the first spot here. And we now have Kava on the button, Stefan in the small blind, and Jem in the big blind. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000, with a 2,000 running ante.
Now I've given Tom a proper play.
He
makes
it
rattle
a
through
little
them.
bit easier. Yeah, thank you, Lee.
So as I was saying, so seat 1 Johnny, seat 2 Andy, seat 3 Kava, seat 4 Stefan, seat 5 Jem, seat 6 Matt, seat 7 Joel, seat 8 Yanis, seat 9 Jack. We're down to 18 players.
How much are they guaranteed now, Lee?
We're up to £420.
Which is very nice already, but let's see if everybody is interested, of course, only in first place, which is £8,300, so very nice first payouts. We have Joel raising again to 33,000, gets a call from Yanis. Johnny and Andy both get out of the way. Also Stefan in the small blind folds, and Chem as well. We get to see a flop. We have the Jack 4-2 rainbow. Lee has just instructed the dealer to put the cards a little bit closer into the cam so that everyone can see the board. We have an ace on the turn. This time Giannis is counting out a bet. Makes it 43,000, which leaves Joel thinking. He calls it. Joel opened up the betting pre-flop. On the river we have the Jack of Hearts, so that pairs the board. Joel checks it, and we get to see the face cards. Joel shows Jack 10 for trips, and Giannis folds, so he wins the pot.
So whilst they're setting up for the next hand, we're down to 2 tables. So we have a camera on our other table, Tom. Oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, we don't mess about here. We're multi-tabling here. We'll just give you a quick rundown who we've got. We've got Blas in seat 1, Lisa in seat 2, Philip in seat 3, Frederick in seat 4, Marco seat 5, Paul seat 6, Lisa seat 7, Carl with a K seat 8, and Stephen in seat 9. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on there as well as best we can.
So we really have to pay attention now. Okay.
Properly, Tom. This is it. This is serious stuff now.
Yeah,
so we've got Lucy in here as well, who's blogging as well on apat.com on the forum. Go and find the live updates area. So if we miss anything, she'll shout us and let us know as well, because we've captured every single exit hand of the day too. I mean, Lucy, amazing.
It's not bad. It's been hard work though, I'm not going to lie. And I think it'll be the other way around. I'll be shouting you and going, can we play that back? What was that?
Can we play the tape back? Yeah. The tape. I sound so old. The tape. Yeah, but yeah, okay. So anyway, back to the feature table that we're on, that Tom's keeping an eye on.
We haven't seen any action so far. Gets folded around. And we see Stefan Kleppe move all in here. Kava first made a raise. He shows pocket tens. Was an easy call, of course, for him after Stefan moved all in. Stefan has 8-9 suited, 8-9 of clubs. So let's see. He needs a lot of help.
So it's the
well, there's a 9 out
9
there,
8 at
so
risk, but got to avoid heart for sure, and there's the 6
heart, so that
heart
means
is going to
Stefan
finish it off.
Is out in 18th place, and the 10 shows
the
on
10
the
on the
river,
river,
so
just
that makes it more brutal. But
so I think the heads-up tournament might have just well concluded. We'll try and find out who took that down, whilst we're still focusing on this main event.
Came back from 2K down.
some good news for our Belgian players here, because Massimo apparently won the first heads-up. He was down to 2K against 8K, I think. It was a 10K starting stack, but he made his way back and now takes the first match.
That's best of 3, isn't it, Tom?
It's best of 3 indeed, so we'll see if he can continue his momentum. He was really unlucky at the start of the heads-up because his opponent, he made a lot of flushes, better 2 pair and things like that, but he stayed calm and he apparently came back to win the first match.
So this next hand, we've got Matt Carter in the small blind and Joel, I believe, in the big. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 running ante.
We see Giannis raising under the gun to 29,000. Sorry, 34,000. Gets folded to Kava, who makes the call. Cem and Matt go out of the way. And Joel decides to see a flop as well, so we go to the flop 3-handed. Flop is a 9 of clubs, 7 of spades, 7 of diamonds. And Joel is first to act. He was in the big blind. Is he thinking of making a bet here? It was Giannis who opened the betting pre-flop. Showing Giannis boat check to Cava. And Cava makes a bet of 40,000. That gets Joel out of the way. So now it's Giannis to decide what to do here. There's about 115,000 chips in the pot. And Giannis makes the call. Turn card is the 3 of clubs, so that's the second club out of there. And action is back to Giannis, checks it back to Cava, who instantly bets out. That looks like 40,000 again, so the same bet as he did after the flop. This time Giannis is taking a while longer to make the call, but then makes the call. River is another 9, the 9 of spades, which puts 2 pair on the board. So we now have 2 9s and 2 7s on the board, and another 3. And both players
They both check. We've got a hand brewing on the other table, Tom. So as soon as you know as soon as you know who's taking that down, I'll cut across. Let me know.
Yeah, we see Cava win the pot with the ace king, so he.
So over we go. It's aces versus kings.
It's
Carl with the kings. His tournament life is on the line. He needs a king on the river, and doesn't get it. And we're going to lose Carl in 18th place.
That's 17th place.
Oh, 17th place. Okay, we lost one. My mistake. So Paul stacking up there. So the fans of the back of Reese's head got a nice glimpse there for another minute or so. Well played, Reese. Well played.
Always very agonizing. Waiting for a hand, finally seeing kings, and then you are up against aces.
For those who know, Reese was dealing our feature table earlier on. Did an amazingly good job. Very good dealer. And we were just proving that he has a back of his head as well as a front of his head. For those, we were getting tweets in and everything about it. It was genuinely. Before we know, for the end of the day, there will be a Twitter account called the Back of Reese's Head. Yeah. So back on.
2 days ago, he was following cricket while dealing poker, and he did it perfectly. Yeah, almost making no mistakes in the pineapple. Very impressive.
So we're down to 16 players. And blinds are about to go up. We have one more player to lose, and we have a money jump from 420 to 490 pounds. Cava's making a quick dash.
And the action is followed around to Joel in the small blinds. Makes the call, wants to see a flop, and Giannis allows that, so they will go heads up to the flop. We see flop 5-4-4, rainbow cards. We see Joel betting here and Giannis making the call. The turn is the 3 of clubs, so that puts out a possible straight there. We have 2 clubs on the board.
So 10 of hearts on the river. Actions on Joel. Joel's at the bottom of your bottom left-hand side of your screen. And he's reaching for some chips there, Tom.
Yes, he bets out 30,000 chips. And Giannis thinking about raising it up. Makes it 83,000.
That's the board we're looking at.
It was Joel who just called the big blind.
So it's blind. It's one of those blind on blind hands, isn't it?
That's
really.
it, so they
the
could
board,
have
the board, there could be
anything.
absolutely any of it. But Giannis still using his big stack to advantage and putting pressure on other players.
And that's
Putting the decision back on them.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been doing for the last couple of hands. And Joel makes the call. And Giannis mugs his cards. And Joel shows a 10 and 8 of clubs. He had a flush draw on the turn and he spikes his 10 on the river.
I don't really mind any of the play there. Actually, I even like the re-raise on the river from Giannis. Puts a huge amount of pressure on Joel to make the call just with what's just a pocket, tens on that he's hit on the river, doesn't it?
Absolutely, both players were in the blind, so it was really tough to put anyone on a hand here. Giannis might have thought that Joel was on a flush draw, but the 10 on the river was enough for him to win the pot. And in the next hand, we have Joel on the button. We have Giannis in the small blind and Jack in the big blind. Blinds just have gone up to 10,000 small blind, 20,000 big blind. And a running ante of 3,000. It gets folded to Mats, who's in the cutoff. He's reaching for chips, and that looks like a raise. To 47,000. Joel folds, Giannis as well. And Jack in the big blind.
Tom, I'm just going to cut to our other
move all
table
in.
if I can, because we've got an all in a call.
And we have the same on the featured table, but we'll first follow the action on the outer table.
So it's
here.
ace queen versus 10-9. I'm not even sure who's. It's two clubs. 10-9's at risk. Two clubs needs a club, or 10 or a 9, and a queen of clubs. It's a straight flush. Straight flush for Marco. Wow. Rivers the straight flush. We'll get straight back over to our main table,
where we see Jack moving all in for 201,000 after Matt raised it to 47. Matt was picking up some chips, but puts them back. And then makes the call. And we go to a showdown. We
so
see
Jack has only looked at his first card.
We see Jack opening up ace deuce, but Matt has the better of it with ace 7. So Jack's at risk here. Well, Jack only watched his first card, but what an ace is good enough in this spot.
So we go, so it's the ace deuce at risk.
Flop is 9-7.
There's a 7, that's pretty
so
much done. It's going to be
flops a
4,
7.
4, 5 for a runner straight. It's a 5,
there's
that's
the 5.
gives there, gives out. Needs a 4. 4 and just a 4. And the deuce on the river doesn't make any difference, and we're going to lose Jack.
He finishes in 16th place.
Back over on our other table, we've got an all in a call. Reese will tell me what's going where in a second. Ace 6 is at risk, but it's come out ace 4 5. Ace 4 5 6. There's still a spades for the flush, but it doesn't get there. And ace 6 holds against queen 9. And that's Philip getting a double up. And we go again. So we're down to 15 players. That means there's a prize jump up to now guaranteed £490. But as much as these players would like that, they're all interested in the £8,300 up top, plus the APAT gold medal, WCOAP limited edition designed bracelet, and a trip to Vegas, Tom, yeah?
Trip to Vegas, yeah.
To Vegas. I happened to be out there when they were on their trip to Vegas last year, and they all looked to be having a good time.
It was a quiet week, Lee.
A quiet week.
Have another all-in.
We've got an all-in call on our outer table again. It's Philip again, who has shoved from the button with Jack 7 and has been called by Marco in the big blind with King Queen. So it's going to be the Jack 7 at risk. Jack 7 versus King Queen. This is Philip versus Marco. Let's see a flop then, Reese. And it comes down King 10 Jack. That's the kings ahead. The 9 on the turn gives a straight, and the ace on the river makes no difference, and we lose Philip in 15th place, and Marco stacks up some more chips. You can see Marco there in seat 5. Give us a wave, Marco, give us a wave. There we go, thank you very much. He stacks up chips. We're down to 14 players.
And on the other table, we see a flop with 3 players. Matt and Giannis both just calling the big blinds. It gets checked down twice, so we see the river card. Board now shows 5, 8, 8, 6, king. Has been checked around the entire town, but this time Matt is putting out a bet of 35,000, and both players fold. So Matt again picking up some chips here. And yeah, and we just had a that's done.
So we can just tell you, we were looking afar because obviously Tom's been keeping an eye on it because the heads up has been playing. Obviously, it's a Belgian player in there, Tom. So and it looks like your boy's done it.
He did it. He came back in the first match and now won the second match as well. So that is our third bracelet actually this week for our group.
Fantastic, absolutely superb.
One bracelet winner from Holland, and then this is the second one from Belgium. So
that's
very
Massimo.
Nice. That's Massimo. Was on the Belgian team. Wasn't very happy with how his week went so far, but this will make up for it, I guess.
Well played him. Well played him. It means Belgium are taking back another bracelet and title. We're going to have to stop inviting them, honestly. It's ridiculous. We're getting like the Italians, Tom.
Yes, and this is only just the beginning, Lee, so we'll be
Belgium taking over the world.
For more, absolutely. Massimo was a bit lucky there in the last hand because they got an all-in with 10s versus checks, but there was a 10 on the flop. But that's poker.
So Joel's raised it up here to 36,000, and Yanis has made the call. Johnny gets out the wave on the button, as does Andy in the small blinds. So there's just Cava in the big blind to get through. And he makes the call, so we're going to be three-way to a flop. And the flop is 6-3-8. And it's Cava to act first. He checks. So round we go to Joel. And he's reached for a red chip. There's two there, actually. His hand was covering the other one, from what I could see. 50,000 is the bet.
So we're still looking for right play. Less than 1 minute now. Less than 1 minute, and we will do a redraw.
And Yaz makes the call, as does Cave. So we're going to see a turn. Still three players. is now about 250,000 in the pot here. It's the 5 of spades on the turn. Cave checks. Actions on Joel.
Final 15 seconds now for Ryan Kelly.
Meanwhile, we've got an all-in and a call on our outer table. I'm going to keep on them both. On our outer table, it's Lisa who is all in with Jack 8 of spades and has been called by Marco's woken up with pocket kings. It's going to be Lisa's tournament life on the line. I'm keeping an eye on both tables here. Tom will tell me how this one plays out. As Joel on our feature table bets out 125. Actions now on Yanis. And Lisa turns the straight to bust the kings and gets a double up on our outer table. There she is, far right hand side of your screen, now stacking up some chips. Back on the feature table, it's still with Yanis making a decision. The bet is 125,000 from Joel. Cava had made the check originally. He's still waiting to decide what to do. But it's Yanis making a decision. Yanis has made the call. That's the board we're looking at. And Cava's got a decision to make. Cava says I'm all in. And is going to just put a big stack of those reds in front to show us that. So it's decision back on Joel. Yes. You scrub that out for me. Stefan as well. So it's back round to Joel to make a decision. You can see Joel in the bottom left-hand side of your screen in the grey top. Has made the call, so Joel is all in. Yanis is asking for a count, but he's not. He's actually no. He's folded and got out of the way. So Joel has turned the king high flush, and Cave has turned 2 pair. So Joel needs to avoid a 5 or a 6 to get a double up. Well, more than a double up. And a 4 on the river is good for Joel, and he picks up a huge pot.
This has just informed us that Massimo won the heads up.
Who won the heads up?
Massimo.
Oh, thanks, Des.
Thanks,
Des.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
yeah.
He's Italian. Okay, Italian, Belgian.
So they're currently, you might hear we're kind of being drowned out by the main casino, Mike, because they're currently doing a draw for £1,000. I have a ticket in this draw, Tom. So if the redraw carries on and my name gets called, I'm out of here. I'll just to let you know, I'll be at the main desk before you know what's going on.
That's good. That's good. What did you have to do be able to enter the.
Well, I just
the
happened
draw.
to. I had just happened to needed to renew my membership ticket card here,
that's it.
so I got a ticket. So
that's it. I didn't
so
get
in it
anything.
went. So in
I
it
didn't
went.
get anything.
So we're still doing a count here to see where we're at. Tom's going to tell us because Mr. Brady's good at this kind of thing. Tom thinks it's how much?
895. 895.
So the name is now on the screen. We're looking for Omar Ahmed Awad. Omar Ahmed Awad, please make your way to the front desk now for your chance to grab a grand. Less than 2 minutes.
Plus what else is in the middle there, Tom?
And we had another 400,000.
So we think that puts him on about what we're doing
1.6 plus what was in the middle, about 400,000 chips, I think. So that puts him up to 2 million
Wow.
chips. So that's almost 4 times
puts
the average.
Joel into a massive chip lead, and we're 14 players left.
That's actually 1/4 of all the chips in play.
That's a huge lead to have with 14 players left.
And after this big hand, we go back to the action, and we have Andy on the button. We have Kava in the small blind, and Jem in the big blinds. On the outer table, we see an all-in and a call, Ace-4 against King-8. Do we know who is in trouble here? Ace-4 is all in. He's ahead. And we see an ace on the flop. 9 on the turn, 9 on the river. So Frederick doubles up here.
Give us a wave, Frederick. Give us a wave. Come on.
The all-in was 204,000, so it doubles up. Plus,
I just Tom had a quick word with Joel, who's just won that big pot. So Joel is from Finland. He's he's over here on holiday.
Okay.
And
so just decided to jump into
decided
this
to jump in
tournament.
and play this tournament.
Well, that's a good decision so far. Joel in a really dominating position, but still a very long way to go, of course, with 14 players still in, and all have their eye on the 8,300 pound first prize, and of course the gold bracelets. We have Kava on the button here. Joel under the gun decides to call. That might have been a mistake because he actually put in 21,000.
We have our first winner. Come on in, Reese.
So Stephen is all in on the outer table. Waiting to see. He's got to get through the blinds, Tom. So we're going to keep an eye on this one.
I'll keep an eye on the feature table in the meantime. So we saw Joel making the call under the gun. And he's up against Matt, who was in the big blind. They both get to see a flop. We have 5-7-7. We also have Kava in the pot. He called the bets on the button.
I'm going to have a call here, so.
And we go to the other table where we have an all-in and a call.
So Stephen is all in under the gun, and he's being called by Balas and seat 1. He's all in. There was initial raise from Lisa, who'd raised it up to 52,000. Stephen is all in for. Stephen's all in for 206. Lisa gets out of the way. Stephen's got ace king, and Balas has got pocket jacks. A proper race. So it's Stephen's tournament life at the line here with the ace king. Balas has a couple of chips back, so it's ace king versus jacks. The board comes out 7, 7, jack, 6 on the turn. Not going to make any difference. We're going to lose Stephen in 14th position. A superb performance from him. Stephen, part of the UK Deaf Poker setup, who've APAT have been involved with and supporting, getting guys to some of our events for the past few years. Great bunch of guys. Hopefully they'll be watching back in one of their home games this evening that they're playing, or one of the events they're playing. Very well played to Stephen. That's a superb run to finish 14th out of 393 runners. Well played him. But we're down to 13.
On the feature table, we just saw Kava win that previous spot, and now we are into the next hand, where we see Matt, who was in the small blind, putting in 52,000, and it's Joel in the big blind that has a decision. Joel re-raises it to 130,000 chips. Matt also has a pretty big stack.
£170. Congratulations, Reese.
And yeah, Matt moved all in. He put out his entire, but he announced the all 700 or 800,000 chips, so it's a really big stack as well. And Joel decides to get out of the way. And it's another nice spot for Matt, who's also one of our chip leaders.
People that are going to be at home following him and supporting him. Virtual rail. So we're playing down to a 9-handed final table here. And what the plan's going to be is, once we've done that, we'll get a redraw and get everything set up. So we'll take the players on a little bit of break whilst we just set up a final table, and then we'll look to stream that right through to conclusion. But 13 players left.
We have Matt on the button. It gets folded around first to Jem, who makes a bet of 40,000. Matt folds. Also, Joel gets out of the way, but Giannis wants to see a flop here. we see 3 4s on the flop, and both players check it down. No, apparently only Giannis checks it. And it's now Cem that is trying to decide what he does, but he checks as well. You see the jack on the turn.
So just 1 minute left now for Mr.
Giannis decides to check again. And we see another check, so we'll see the river card is the 9 of hearts. And both players decide to check again, and ace king. Cem wins that one. Ace king is good enough to win that pot.
So on our outer table there, Lisa and Balas just chopping up a board of King Jack 3 6 2, and they both flip over 7 5. Both, it's not unsurprisingly, it was small blind versus big blind. Give them the chips back.
2, 1, let's do a redraw.
There's a redraw again in the grab a grandly. So
It means I've got another chance again, Tom.
chance.
It began with an L last time. I was halfway out the room, wasn't I?
Close already, yes. So let's hope that
when he went "la," I was already gone. They're doing a promotion in the casino over the bank holiday weekend, so I think everyone's put tickets in that had new memberships or renewed their membership or whatever it was for the casino with their card program. So I happened to just needed to get a new card, so in went my name.
But in here you have to get a new card every year apparently, because it's
Oh,
the
really?
third time that I came here, and it's the third time that I had to get a new card. Alistair, no, that's not you.
That's not me.
No,
that's not me.
Not even close this time. So
that's not me. I bet Alistair's not in the venue.
Probably,
It'll be a redraw.
probably,
It'll
yeah,
be a redraw.
probably.
So it's folded round. Let me see. So it's Kava that's made the raise here to 60,000.
60,000, and he
It's,
gets a call from Giannis,
which, to be honest, is pretty standard these days with these two.
Let's see if we can get some action.
I mean, these guys have been going at it for most of the day. It certainly feels that way. If one's in the pot, the other seems to want to be. Let's see the flop.
Flop is 8-8-5, and both players check. So we get to see the turn card, which is another 5. So I have 2 8s and 2 5s on the board now. Both players check it again, and a 2 on the river, which probably doesn't change anything.
Are you done? Let me know when you're done.
We are going to the outer table because we have a big hand folding there.
Tell me when you...
On the feature table, we see Giannis making a 70,000 bet, and he had a full house. He had a 5 in his hand.
On the outer table, Paul's tournament life on the line. On a flop of 3-2-5, Lisa shoves with ace-10, and Paul makes the call with king-8 and turns an 8. Jack on the river, no help for Lisa, and Paul gets a nice double and shakes his head in. Is that embarrassment, Paul?
Yeah, it's definitely embarrassment. I don't know what.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's stacking chips.
In the end, that's what counts.
He can explain his thought process to Lisa in the bar afterwards. That's probably the best way to do it. Genuinely looks quite embarrassed by it.
Maybe it looks better after a few
I mean,
bets,
look,
you know,
I'll flip back. He's still just shaking his head in a oops. But okay,
Oops,
I got
what
there.
did just
Yeah,
happen?
oops,
Okay,
but I
thank you
got
for
there.
those chips,
I
yes.
did have to double check when I went over there because I saw ace-10 flipped and king-8. And I saw stacks that Lisa had put a load of 25k chips in. I said, well, did Lisa shove and he's called? And he kind of went, yeah.
Oh boy. Did they really see that? Mm-hmm. And we see Kava on the feature table making a bet. Pre-flop 60,000. Gets folded to Yanis. And Yanis makes that call. So as Lee said, we will go to the other table again because
all
there's
in,
another
all
hand
in the call,
unfolding
and
there.
it's Lisa with ace 10. Oh, hang on, let me get that right. No, well, we got two Lisas, so it's Lisa T with ace 10. I've just noticed that's confusing. Lisa T with ace 10, and it's who's got the ace 4? Ace 4 is Lisa G, so it's Lisa versus Lisa on a flop of king ace 7. 8 on the turn. It needs to be a 4. Oh no, that's a chop because it's a paired board, so the 7 pairs the board, so it's aces and 7s with a king kicker that's on the board, so they're going to chop it up.
On the other table we have another pot.
I don't know why I'd not noticed it was Lisa versus Lisa until now, but there we go.
And Lisa won the pot, right? Or both Lisas won the pot this time. And we have an all-in situation here where we had a 7-3-3 board. Kava has queens and Yanis has a top pair on the board with 10-7. There's a 6 on the turn, which doesn't improve his hand, so he'll need a 10 or a 7, or sorry, only a 7, and it's the 8 of diamonds. So Yanis again loses a big pot there. Let's see how much chips Kava has in front of him.
He's not going to have much behind there, Tom.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Dealer's just counting it out to get an exact count now. So I think Yanis had Kava covered. I think he's going to have a bit back, but it's not going to be very much. Oh, actually no, so he had a few more reds there actually. So he's actually probably still got about maybe 200, 240.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kava lost a very big pot earlier on, so that didn't leave him with much chips. So Yanis is still alive in this tournament, where we are down to 13 players. We have an average stack of 604,000 chips. On our feature table, it gets followed to so folds. Yanis decides to raise here, so he doesn't want to slow down.
You know pretty much having watched him play for a while, Tom. He's gonna grind that stack.
So he'll try for an 3,000.
It's Kava's big blind, and I don't think even if Andy folds in the small blind, I can't see.
Both of them got into
absolutely
big pot.
Our UK poker champion from Newcastle later on the season said Yanis has still got 100 and what's he got? 100 and he's got reds there. He's got about 200k. He's got about 200k back. So
if he decided to try and steal Kava's big blind, which he has been doing a couple of times already, he might be behind and find a better spot maybe.
Yanis is in the top left of your screen in the blue shirt. He's the one with the decision across him in the other top right hand corner with the sunglasses on, and just not giving anything away.
Yanis is now and makes the call with ace king and Yanis 10
so it's
of hearts.
It's ace king against 10-8. at risk. I'm pretty sure. 6, 9, 10 gives some dick, so it needs to be a 10, an 8, or a 7 on the river.
That's
And I'm
no
pretty
help.
sure we're going to obviously just get a double check, but he's fairly
Yes,
convinced.
Because there are a couple of red ones.
Yeah, no,
for Andy
there's
there,
so many
it's-
blue in covered. But the dealer will do the job and just double check to be certain. But Tom and I are, and we're going to be down to 12 players.
Are we playing down to 10 players or 9 players for the final table?
It will be on the final table. So everyone is now guaranteed £600. Our UK amateur poker champion, Andy, from who won the event in Newcastle, won his seat. Obviously, we give away seats to the world, main, emotionally deep, in this.
And he's got a pretty healthy stack right now. Have you got an idea?
Earlier on, and it was about, he had 380,000. We're going to say he's probably pretty much double 300 in reds, and I reckon there's possibly another 300 in blues. I'm going to say 600 so, and there's
That might be right, indeed. So that's another big stack here.
So that's about 10% of the chips in play.
55,000 right now.
But obviously we've got Joel, who's got
Yes, still in a very dominating position here.
of your screen, and as I mentioned the name, he put some chips in the middle.
2,000.
So we've got one more level before the players are going on the break. If I'm on it, final table before we get to that break in
Stacks, especially with our pick up some action very soon here. Big blind is 30,000 already. Shove a little over 20 big blinds, so you have to hope soon. And we see Kava re-raising.
She's picked a good one. The next name out is Modesta Skirzies.
And Gem in, which hands the action back over to Joel. And Joel makes the call. Both players have been in ups on the flop. Kava checking his option. All in on the other table, Lee?
I'm keeping an eye on it, yes. But I'm keeping an eye on the outer table. It's but he's just got the Lisa T, and he does.
And third hard on the turn, the 9 of hearts. And this time by Joel, and Kava shows the Queen of Hearts.
So yeah, on the outer table had raised under the gun, and Ballas in seat 1 had declared all in, and Lisa.
Seems that Lisa is one of our shortest stacks here on the final 2 tables.
I think pretty much is the shortest at the yeah.
You have been following the action on the...
Really good, yeah,
Really
plenty of action. I think there's a few players that sat there wanting cards, and they didn't come. And I suppose it's that thing of it, sometimes when you haven't got cameras and things on you, you can take a gamble and not worry about it. You don't have to tell anyone about the story afterwards, but live stream to be played back.
And look silly to all of your friends. So yes,
Exactly.
you have to be careful here.
So there were a few early doors that were perhaps wanting to play, but having to sit tight because there's nothing worse than watching players blinding out, desperate for cards.
That is true.
And you know as well as I do, Tom, in this game you've got to play. You've got to have the ability to work through the gears. Well, both ways, because sometimes you've got to know when just to rein it back. But but you've got to be able to find a way just to kind of to move your game around a little bit, so it doesn't become very obvious for the good players at the table to see what it is you're doing.
That's it, and they will immediately take advantage if you are playing very tight. Do you play differently? You were on a feature table a couple of years ago in the
I may have been. I may have been. Yes, yes. I don't know. I don't know whether I did. I don't think I did that day. I'd like to think that I just played my normal game, and what we've got with the setup here, the players are all know that they're being streamed and it's there. I think it does probably affect your game somehow. You try it not to, but it's great fun anyway. There's nothing nicer than being able to watch yourself back if you have a good success.
That's true.
I was very fortunate in that my biggest success was fully recorded and so on TV, so my family all got to watch it and maybe understand a bit more of what poker's all about.
And gives you a good memory of exactly what happened, how you won that tournament. And
Absolutely,
and back again.
because whatever you like to say, the money gets spent.
Already? Really?
You money gets spent whenever, however long that takes. But the memories of taking down a big tournament, it stays with you forever.
Yes.
Yeah. Although it just shows you how bad I'm running. They've done about 6 draws now, and my name's still not been called, Tom. So I think I've lost it.
You are very unlucky. You must be very unlucky in life, indeed.
So we're going to see a flop. What are we looking at here, Tom?
We have a Jack 5-9 rainbow flop, and we have Cava in the hand.
And Joel. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise. I'm not exactly sure who put in the raise pre-flop.
I think it was Cavar raising into, and Cavar bets out again, and Joel folds. This is how relaxed Paul is on the outer table. He just asked what time The Walking Dead's on tonight. Clearly planning his TV viewing for later on in the evening. Little does he know, he could be final tabling this all the way through till about 1 o'clock. Right, last hand for our dealer on our main table, and we're going to have a change of dealer then.
He was dealing my heads up, the new dealer, so I don't have any good memories of him so far, but let's see if he can give us some action on this
To be
table.
honest, Tom, if he can get the cards in the right place, I've got no issue whatsoever.
So just coming up to 30 seconds left for Jason Halliwell to make his way to the front.
I don't mind seeing big hands as long as I'm not on the bad part of it, so... On our feature table, we have a 9-9-4 flop with 2 hearts out there. And we have Johnny and Cava involved in this spot. Cava, who was on the big blind, so...
T is all in on the outer table and has been called by Lisa G. So as that hand's finished, we'll get over here. So it's Lisa T with the ace queen. This looks so similar to a hand a little while ago. Lisa T with the ace queen. It's Lisa G with the ace 9. It's the ace queen with her tournament life on the line. Lisa to the right of your picture, as you see. Lisa G sat with the headphones on in seat 2. Reese is going to deal us a flop. Ace queen at risk here against ace 9. And the flop comes down 8-7 jack. That's extra outs for Lisa G. 5. It needs to be a 9 or a 10, or it's a 9 on the river. Means we're going to lose Lisa T in 12th place. Lisa versus Lisa. They're going to have a quick hug. You can just sort of shake your hands at the back of they're well played both. But we're going to lose one of our leases, which makes my life a lot easier commentating. In 12th place, and we're down to 11 players.
On our feature table, we might see a big hand unfolding. We have Jem, who raised to 60,000, which is a min raise. Our small blind is 15,000, big blind 30,000, and it's a decision for John.
So with this change of dealer, we've probably said goodbye to Reese the dealer for the day. I've just shaken his hand, said thanks very much for all the effort. He's been dealing on the stream now for a number of hours for us. Top chap. Well played to him.
So
great effort.
He had his couple of hours of fame.
Absolutely.
And we see a re-raise here.
From Joel.
It was Jem min raising to 60,000 and Joel re-raising him to 140,000. After checking the exact amount that Joel bet, Johnny gets out of the way. Also, Andy gets out of the way, which gives the action back to both players taking a look at each other.
Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Off you go, Mr. Love.
What they do after they shout 3, 2, 1, off you go in this draw thing, I've no idea.
I would like to know as well.
It's one of those where you stand in the thing and the wind blows and they throw a load of money and you have to grab it.
I'm not sure I want to do that now. Matt's just told me what it's about. I'm not sure I want to do that anymore. So yeah, it's decision here on Chem, isn't it?
Yes, it is. He raised to 60,000 first, and then Joel came over top, raising it up to 140,000. And Joel has been very active for an entire time. So, but Chem,
it's folding,
and raking in more chips.
So we're 2 players away from our final table.
So let's see if Lee turns out to be right. That in little over half an hour we are down to 9.
We lose. I just don't know. I thought before the next break we might well. I think what we will do is we will probably miss the next break and we'll play this to a final table now, whenever that might well be, whether it's in half an hour or a bit longer. Mr. Tom Brady is nodding at me in a whatever he says. I'm at that point in the week. Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Action has been folded around to Andy, who is in the small blind. Kava already looking at him, has to warn him not to do anything silly against him.
You know he's going to raise, don't you?
Indeed he does raise.
Yeah, absolutely. Happening all day long. Because Andy's got himself some chips again now, and one thing I know is when he does have a bit of a stack, he's quite happy to play the positions when it works for him. And this is an obvious one when it's been folded around to you in the small blind. You're going to raise it up, put a bit of pressure on the big blind, see what happens.
It works this time. He picks up the big blind and the antes.
Are we going to double everyone's money from this evening for what I grabbed? So you all get double what you grab. So congratulations to our winners. And that is it, I'm afraid, for the grab. Don't want to go so quickly. I still wanted to chat. Thank you for turning up and taking part in Grand Prams. And we'll be back with another event very shortly. Thank you. Good night.
So Kava in the small blind here, isn't it? And Chen in the Chem in the big. Matt folds, Joel folds. Johnny, Johnny's all in.
Yes, he moves all in.
He's been very quiet at this table so far.
I don't think we have seen him play a hand so far, at least not for the last hour or so.
And they're all in, and Andy's asked for a count on the button. So Johnny is to the right of the dealer as you're looking, and it's Andy who's in the top right-hand corner of the screen, and he's asked for a count. 212,000 is the count. And he's reaching for chips. He's looking across as if trying to get any sort of idea. Is this Johnny having not played any hands and now finally picked up a monster and making a move, or is it just him thinking, well, I've not played anything, this is a good spot, it's folded round to me, I'm going to stick it in there into Chem's big blind and see if I can get it through?
Might be a very good spot indeed with all active players behind him. They play a lot of hands. So with any two decent cards, that might well be a very good move here. But it gets folded.
Whichever one it is, it's worked for him.
In the meantime, it looks like the casino here doesn't want too many people railing the table, so they have just been moved out of the way. But we'll check if we can allow the people back in here around the tables. We have another all-in raise by Johnny here. That's the second time he's moved all in. The second consecutive time it has been folded to Matt. He'll probably be wondering what Johnny might have, because it's the second time in a row that he's moved all in here. Asking for a chip count here. It's 277,000, which is about 9 big blinds. Matt already has 30,000 in the middle. Counting out some chips to see what exactly he has behind. Definitely thinking about calling here.
I need to sort out the cash at the minute, mate. I'll just allow me to go and sort that. Or I'll do it in 5 minutes, whatever. But I don't think it's a big thing. It's just him just being a little bit.
Johnny hasn't been very active at this table for the last hour or so, and Matt gets out of the way as well. So that's the second time that Johnny picks up the blinds and antes. So that's 63,000 chips that he adds to his stack again for the second time in a row. Which puts him back over 300,000. This time it's Johnny who's under the gun this time. Let's see what he does now. Folds it. as does Andy. Kava makes the call for 30,000, and we have Chem on the button who moves all in here. And this time Joel asking for a count. Let's see how much that is. It's 366,000 chips. Joel definitely thinking about it, but Joel is moving all in as well. So we are going to a showdown. Kava gets out of the way. Joel opens up pocket sevens, and we have ace 6 for Chem. So Chem definitely in trouble here, needs an ace. So Joel in a very good position here to add another big stack.
So
here.
ace 6 at risk here. The ace 6 is at risk. Queen 9-3. Joel needs to avoid an ace.
And there's
The
another
7, and that is going to do it. That's going to end it. We're going to lose Chem in 11th place. And we're going to be down to 10. One more to lose, and we'll be down to our final table.
That's another 400,000 that Joel adds to his stack. So he's now probably around 2.5 million in chips, which is almost 1/3 of the entire chips in play.
So we're down 2 tables of 5. We lose one more, and we have our final table of 9 for this year's World Championships of Amateur Poker main event. I can't really see any huge shorts. I think Johnny's probably the shortest, although Frederick over on the other table is similar. He's got about 160,000 there, would you say, Tom?
Yeah, something like that. And Johnny has around a little over 300,000 in the big blind right now for 30,000. He moved all in twice in the
So they're
previous
probably the
3
two.
hands.
They're the two shortest at the tables here,
indeed,
and it's blind on blind. And effectively, Joel has put Johnny to the test. I mean, he's raised it up to it. Well, I think that's an all-in, isn't it? Actually, I think it's an all-in. It is an all-in. Matt's nodding and agreeing. I couldn't quite hear it, but blind on blind. Joel's all in. Johnny's got a decision to make from his big blind. Bear in mind how few hands he's played here on this feature table since he's joined us.
And he knows that Joel has been pretty
But
active,
could easily be pushing very light there.
It's
But Joel's using his big stack to good use and takes down that big blind and the antes.
The action has been. We actually see Kava calling here under the gun, and Joel raises it up to 64,000. Johnny gets out of the way, and we see Andy folding as well. And Kava, who limped for the second time in a row. This time he makes the call. So we see Kava and Joel involved in the pot again. Not the first time that we see them in a hand. And we have ace 7, 8 on the flop with 2 hearts. 7 and 8 of hearts and the ace of diamonds. Kava checks it. And Joel, who has been very aggressive here, who raised pre-flop, is counting out some chips here. Bets out 60,000. Kava quickly calls. We see the 5 of clubs on the board on the turn, so that makes 5, 7, 8 and ace on the board. Kava checked already, and Joel does the same. And we see the king of diamonds on the river. And this time it's Kava who is betting out. He bets 80,000. Joel double checking that with the dealer, confirms that it's 80,000. And Joel looks like he might be making a move here. He has been making moves the entire time already. Put his chips to good use so far. And just calls it this time. And Kava already announced that he missed everything. Joel asks him to let him show his cards, Jack 10, so indeed he missed everything for Jack high, and Joel has King 3, so he spiked that king on the river. And it seems as Joel can't lose any hands here. Keeps on adding chips to his stack. And in the next hand, we see that the action is folded around to Johnny in the big blind. He moved in twice in the previous orbit, but decides to fold this time. So the action is back to Andy.
In the call on our outer table, it's the ace-5 at risk of Frederick against the pocket 7s of Paul. Lovely. So needs to find an ace, 6 Jack. Queen, there's an ace on the turn. Just needs to hold now for Frederick. And a queen on the river, and Frederick's going to get a double up. He was the short stack at the table there. In the top left of your screen. And he's stacking up some chips. Give themselves a bit more breathing space. Back over on our main table. Tom, what's going on?
Well, we just saw Andy calling the big blind here. So, and both players checking down a king 3-5 board. River is a turn is another 5. The 5 of diamonds is a third diamond on the board. We have the king 3 and 5 of diamonds and the 5 of clubs. Andy just called from the small blind, and both players check it again, and we see another king on the board. So we have 2 kings and 2 5s there. And Andy this time makes a bet and immediately gets a fold, so he picks up that small pot. He could have had anything here. It's quite likely that no one of those 2 players actually hit something on that board. And we're still on 2 5-handed tables. We have 14 minutes to play in this level. So with the blinds at 15,000, 30,000 and a 3,000 running ante.
Got an all-in on the outer table, Tom.
Let's pick up the action there. So Lisa, who's moved all in.
And Paul folds, shows an ace, but folds.
And on the feature table, we saw Joel making a raise pre-flop and taking down the pot. Nobody was interested in playing another pot with him. Doesn't seem to be able to lose a pot for the moment. And Johnny has just announced all in on the feature table. He's under the gun in his hand.
He's got a few big stacks to get through here then, Tom.
It's about, I think it's about 300,000 in chips that he has.
That's 150 and whatever is in oranges. Yeah,
It's 272,000 to be exact.
Andy's counting out chips. I think he's making a call here.
He's definitely thinking about making the call.
He's certainly counting it out, Tom. He's counted it, and he is. We have an all-in and a call on our main table.
But we still have 3 more players
But
to
we have
act.
3 more players to get through yet, as Tom says.
Kava doesn't really like to call here. Matt doesn't as well. And then it's our
It's
chip
Joel.
leader, Joel.
He gets out of the way, so it's going to be Johnny's tournament life on the line.
And we have Johnny.
Johnny has King, Queen, and Andy has Ace, King.
So Johnny's definitely in trouble here.
The King, Queen is at risk for Johnny. It's Deuce, 8, Jack. Johnny needs a Queen.
And only a Queen.
Only a Queen. Queen and only a Queen, otherwise we're going to lose Johnny in 10th place. And it's a 7 on the river, and we lose Johnny in 10th place, and we have our final table. Well played to everybody.
And everyone's already shaking hands. So we will
Out on the outer table, there's some handshaking going on there. Well played to all of them. And to the guys on our main table. What will happen now is the players will get a redraw. We'll set up a final table, so we'll be sending the players on a break that they were due to go on in about 10 minutes anyway. So we'll be sending them on a break. Once we've organised a redraw and got their seating draws sorted, then we'll be setting up a final table, and we'll be back to stream the conclusion of this event as to who wins the World Championship of Amateur Poker for 2016, getting the gold medal, the bracelet, and £8,300 up top. We'll see you back shortly. Welcome back then, and as you can see, the final table is just getting underway. In seat 1 we have Paul with 1,072,000 chips. Seat 2 is Lisa with 567,000 chips. Seat 3 is Balas with 389,000 chips. Seat 4 is Cave with 423,000 chips. Seat 5, Matt, 750,000. Seat 6, Andy, 863,000. Seat 7 is Federico with 377,000. Our chip leader at the table is in seat 8 from Finland. It's Joel with 2,507,000. And in seat 9, Marco with 796,000. Blinds are 15,000 and 30,000 with a running ante of 3,000 for another 10 minutes. And we'll follow the action. So it's Lisa in the small blind and Balas in the big blind here, and it's been raised up by Joel, our chip leader, and called by Marco in seat 9. So Joel's raised it up to 112,000, and Marco has made it 150,000 to go. I'm not sure those numbers are quite right, actually. No, actually, it was only 2 reds in there, so I take that back. So it was raised up to 62,000 by Joel, and Marco makes it 150,000 and wins the first big pot of the final table. So it's Balas in the small blind and Cave in the big blind here, which means it's going to be Matt Carter to act first. And Matt folds. And it folds all the way around to Paul in seat 1 there. And Lisa on the button gets out of the way, so we're blind on blind. And Balas makes up the small blind, and Cave says we'll call, so we're going to see a flop. And the flop comes down 5-5 queen. And they check, and it's a queen on the turn. And a 7 on the river. So Balas bets out 40,000, and Cave says raise. So it's put in the 40,000 in blue chips, and then adds another stack of blues with a couple of reds at the bottom. So he's raised it up by 125,000. So it's 125,000 for Ballas to make the call. So decision is on Ballas. Ballas is in the right-hand side of your screen in the light grey top, and Cave is to his left in the black top, bottom right-hand side of your screen. And there they are head on. Decision is with Ballas. It's another 125,000 to make the call. That's the board that they're looking at. 2 queens, 2 5s and a 7. And he says call. And Cave shows the queen 4. So Cave takes down that hand. Nice pot for him. To the next hand. So it's Cave in the small blind and Matt in the big blind this time, which means it'll be Andy to act first. And he folds. As does Frederick. Round to Joel, our chip leader. He folds, as does Marco. Paul and Lisa get out of the way. As does Baz, so we're blind on blind. And Cave makes up the small blind. Matt Carter says raise. And throws, makes it up to 85,000. And Cave lets that go. Matt shows the ace of diamonds. And on we go again. So next hand is going to see Matt in the small blind and Andy in the big blind. Which means action is on Frederick. And he folds. As does our chip leader Joel and Marco. Paul and Lisa the same. We're going all the way around again. And Cave's folding from the button, so it's just blind on blind again. Matt against Andy. And Matt makes the bet in the small blind. Andy's got an option. And he's reaching for some chips. And he's raising it up. And he raises it to 61. Blinds are 15,000 and 30,000. So 61 is the bet. It's pretty much min raise. And Matt says, I'm going to call that, so we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop, blind on blind, Matt versus Andy. And it's 7-10 king, 3 clubs. Matt checks. And Andy's there reaching for chips. Looks like he's going to put a bet in. And he does. He makes it 65,000 to go. Matt insta folds. And Andy takes down that one. Our UK amateur poker champion from earlier on in this season 9. Andy won the event up in Newcastle. And part of winning that won him a seat into this main event here at the Worlds. And he's now finding himself on the final table here. So average stack is about 870,000. Top prize is £8,300, plus the APAT gold medal and the WCOAP exclusively designed main event bracelet, plus a trip to Vegas in June. APAT, along with the Live Pug Poker League, take a number of players out to Vegas, normally for about a week. And out there, give them a chance to play some bigger tournaments. So Marco's raised, well, Frederick's raised under the gun here to 50,000. Marco's raised it up to 100,000. And it's folded all the way back round to Frederick, who says, I'm all in, and pretty instantly Marco says, I'm going to call. So all in and a call on the feature table. It's pocket 2s for Frederick, and it's pocket 8s for Marco. It's going to be Frederick's tournament life at stake here. Here comes the flop. And an 8 on the flop. Pretty much it's going to need to be runner, deuces. That's not going to be any good, and we're going to lose Frederick in 9th place. Round of applause to Frederick. Very well played, sir. Very well played. Frederick departs. And Marco stacks up some chips. So fairly quickly, we lose one. We're not even an orbit in. There or thereabouts, and we're 1 player down. It means our chip leader Joel's got himself a little bit more room at the one end of the table now. But Marco has certainly added to his stack with that. Blinds are now 25.50 with a running ante of 50. And we have it all in. And Joel's asking for a count. So it's Ballas who's all in. And he's all in for 139,000. our chip leader Joel is in the small blind, and he has asked for a count. He gives a little shrug of the shoulders, but he says, I'm going to call. So. And Joel shows Queen 5, and Ballas has got King Queen. So Ballas in a good position here. Just flipping the. So it's King Queen at risk, and it's 6, 8, 9. That gives Joel other options: a 7 or a 5. There's the 5. Only a king is going to save Ballas, and Queen on the river. It's 2-player for Joel, and we're going to leave Ballas in 8th place. And now the short stacks. And our chip leader adds to his stack. Joel is from Finland, over here on holiday. I know he's got a friend of his here who's railing. How long are you guys over, or how long is he over for?
We came here Thursday. What did you ask, actually?
Yeah, no, exactly that question. Sorry.
Yeah, and we are leaving tomorrow. Yep.
So just a weekend in London, and he's ended up playing most of it in a poker room here. Is it?
Yep, mostly playing poker. Yep.
That was the plan, though. That was the intention.
Yes, that was.
Excellent stuff. Well, he's chip leader here. Could go home with a nice result.
Yep. Joel was actually here last year also.
Okay.
And then his friend and our mutual friend actually, Jonas, won the Crazy Pineapple, the bracelet then.
Oh, right. Excellent. So he's going for a bracelet. Well, I said the one this year is it's an exclusively designed one for the main event. So he'd have one up on last year.
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, we'll keep see how he goes on. He's added to his stack, so he's in a very strong position at the moment. We're 7-handed. And it's Joel in the small blind and Marco in the big blind this time. It's folded all the way round to Matt Carter, who's counting out some chips. It's absolutely fantastic that these guys can come over from all over the place to come and play. Matt's only just realised that the blinds have gone up, so he's found out that actually his raise is not enough. So. But he's made the raise now 120. So we're going to see a flop, and it's 9, Queen, 7. And Matt grabs his stack of red chips and shoves them across the line. So he's all in, and Marco's asked for a count from the big blind. So it's 2 players to the flop. The flop was 9, Jack, 7. Marco checked. Matt said, I'm all in. And the dealer's just giving us a count. And it's 708,000 is the count. Decision back on Marco. You can see him there, stood up at the top left. Well, sort of. There's the back of him. He's looking over, wondering what's going on. So on a board, 9, Jack, 7. Check from Marco. Matt is all in, just over 700,000. Marco looks perplexed, absolutely perplexed. Doesn't know what to do. Keeps looking back at the tournament clock on the screens. I don't know, looking for looking for somebody to tell him where he's at. Very difficult to know. There's 2 clubs out there. I don't know whether that's going to make any difference to Marco's decision. I can only imagine he's on a flush draw of some sort. Matt says, I was angry with myself for messing up the first bet. Matt Carter doesn't do tilt. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he doesn't anyway. think I'm putting Marco on some sort of drawing hand, potentially a flush draw. It's just it's such a big bet to call with if you are on a flush draw. But Matt is stacking chips. So Joel makes the bet there and takes that one down. And we're going to go again. So it's a raise here from Andy from middle position. So our chip leader Joel is counting out some chips, and he is going to re-raise, and he makes it 209,000 to go. Marco gets out the way, and the blinds are Paul and Lisa. That's Lisa. So we're back round to the original raiser, which is Andy. And it's basically the two players on the right of your screen there. Andy with the sunglasses on. He made the initial raise to 90,000. And our chip leader, Joel, has re-raised to 209,000. Looks like Andy's counting out chips there, you can see. Nope, but he's going to fold. So it's Lisa in the small blind this time in seat 2, and Cave in seat seat 3 now effectively in the big blind. Matt folds, as does Andy. Back round to our chip leader again. Joel, I don't think he's going to be folding. Seems to have been in most pots so far, and he's counting out chips there to the left of your screen. And yep, here comes another raise. And it's 90,000. Marco folds. Paul on the button is grabbing a stack of his red chips. And he's gone all in, so put the stack of reds across the line. Folds back round to Joel, who's asking for a count. So it's 500 in reds. There goes 600, 700, 800, 900. It is 900, I think, and 3,000. It is. 900 and 3,000 is the bet. So the original raise from Joel was to 90,000, and Paul is all in from seat 1 for 903,000. Paul at the top of your screen there, next to the dealer. Decision back on Joel, our chip leader. Who's got about, if they're in 20s as I think they are, has got 3 million of the chips in play. He's folding, showing an ace, shows the ace of diamonds. Don't think Paul's going to show anything. No, and Paul moves his stack back and adds the blinds, antes, and Joel's 90,000 bet to his stack, which will push Paul back up over the million mark that he started with on this final table. And here it's Matt in the small blind and Andy in the big blind, and it's folded right the way round to Cave on the button. He folds as well, so goodness me, Andy gets a walk. He must have been really bad, Matt. Must have been really bad. So next hand, and it's Andy in the small blind and Joel in the big blind. So all these guys are now guaranteed £1,375 for finishing at least 7th. Marco's raised under the gun here to 105,000. And Paul's had a bit of a think and he folds. Lisa next, she's folded. Lisa's not really had a chance to get into the game so far. Started the final table with 567,000. But Marco's under the gun raise has just got the chip leader of Joel to get through in the big blind. On the left of your screen. And he does fold indeed. So Marco gets that through, and Andy says to him that must have hurt. Doesn't like to fold his big blind. Not when you're a decent chip leader. So as I was saying, they're all guaranteed 1,375 for finishing 7th. Then the money goes up to 1,650 for a 6th place finish, £2,060 for 5th, £2,750 for 4th. Then we get into the medal positions. 3rd place, bronze medal position, will take home £3,710. 2nd place, silver medal position, will take home £5,770. And our winner, who will be crowned APAT World Amateur Poker Champion for 2016, will take home £8,300, the APAT Gold Medal, and the exclusively designed WCOAP main event bracelet, along with a trip to Vegas. Just as I was saying about Lisa not playing many hands, she's under the gun +1 and is all in. All in for 402,000. And Cave's out the way, as is Matt, and Andy folds from the button. So it's now Joel, our chip leader in the small blind. He folds. Marco folds in the big blind, and Lisa gets that through and scoops her first pot of the final table. So this one's folded round to Joel on the button. Now there's no way is he folding his button. There's going to be a raise coming in here for sure from our chip leader, I'd have thought. And he's counting out some chips, and yep, here it comes. And it's that standard 90,000 from him. Gets through Marco in the small blind. Now last time, Paul made the shove back all in. This time, he's just calling the bet, so we're going to see a flop, 2 players. It'll be Paul to act first, Paul against Joel. Here comes the board. And it's deuce, 5, jack, 2 diamonds. And Paul checks. Action round to Joel. at the bottom right of your screen now. And he's reaching for some chips again. And it looks like 3 reds and 3 blue. So it's another 90,000. Same as the initial raise pre-flop. And Paul fairly quickly mucks. And he shows pocket 5s. Easy game, this. It's an interesting one there. I think a lot of players, when you hit that strong, would advocate perhaps checking back the flop and seeing a turn. You're looking, trying to induce your opponent to get involved in the hand. But he's quite happy stacking up some more chips. And we move on. With Paul in the small blind and Lisa in the big blind. And we're folding through Cave, Matt and Andy. Joel folds as well, as does Marcus. We're blind on blind. I don't think these two have played blind on blind yet. There's always been a raiser. But Paul folds. Lisa gets a walk. Probably best not to look at them. Another 17 minutes left at this level. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a running ante of 5,000. Next level will go up to 25 and 50. And Matt folds. Next to act is Andy, bottom of your screen there, in the dark top. And he's reaching for some red chips there, and he makes the bet 100,000. Chip leader Joel next to act. He's had a look at his cards and popped them back down. Quick look at Andy. Look to see how much Andy's playing. And Andy's got about 650, maybe 700,000. A fold from Marco, fold from Paul. Just the blinds to get through. And Lisa's having a think about this, but no, she folds as well. And very quick fold from Cave. And Andy gets that one through. And adds the antes and the blinds, which is best part of 100,000 each hand. 7.8 million chips in play. So they're very much worth stealing. Average stack now is just over 1.1 million. And Joel has about 3.5 million of those. Marco's got a decent enough stack there now, though. Marco's got about 1.2 million. We're going to see a flop. Blind on blind. Cave and Matt. And the board comes down 6, 7, 10, 2 hearts. Cave's checked, as does Matt, so we see a turn, and it's the 9 of spades. It's gone check, check again. So it's the king of diamonds on the river, and Cave bets out 50,000, and Matt folds very quickly. So Matt's raised this one from the small blind. He's raised it up to 105,000, and Andy in the big blind has re-raised to 230,000. Matt's reaching for red chips, you can see there. Matt in the white, and Matt's going to make the call. So we're going to see a flop. So the boards come down deuce, 7, deuce. So Matt's checked, and Andy is betting out, and Matt folds. Andy's bet there was about 150,000. And Matt didn't hang about. Got his cards into the muck. And Andy stacks up a little bit more. So it's Andy in the small blind and a chip leader Joel in the big blind this time. Mark has folded, as has Paul, as has Lisa, as has Cave, as has Matt. So it is those two, blind on blind. And Andy just makes up the small blind. Is Joel going to let him see a flop cheaply? We're going to see a flop of 7, 5, 6. He's checked, and Joel has bet out 55,000. Action back on Andy, who's reaching for a stack of reds. I think there's going to be a re-raise coming in here by the looks of it. That looks like, I think that's 140. We'll get the dealer to just confirm that. Yep, 140. So Joel bet out 55,000, but he's been check raised by Andy, who's raised it up to 140,000. That's the board we're looking at, 6, 5, 7 with 2 diamonds. And it's decision back on our chip leader Joel. At the bottom right of your screen there. He's the one with all the chips. Started this hand with about 3.5 million of the 7.8 million chips in play. It's going to be 85,000. He says them all in. Joel has set them all in, puts a couple of his big stacks of red across the line. Decision back on Andy in the dark blue top with the shades on. He's looking now, trying to work out what's going on. So Andy folds that and says to Joel, "You flop good." Just had to change a dealer, and very handily, the previous dealer has just run through what's needed at this final table. So we go again, still seven-handed. Andy on the button this time, which means it's Joel small blind, Marco's big blind. It'll be Paul to act first. Got another 5 minutes left of this level. And then blinds will be going up to 25,000, 50,000 with a running ante of 5,000. So Paul folds and Lisa folds. And Cave raises it up to 105,000. Matt's out the way, as is Andy. Just the blinds for Cave to get through. Not easy blinds though. You've got Joel and Marco, both got chips. And plenty of them. Joel's had a look at his cards and is now looking over at Cave again. Just doing a quick, I think he's doing just a quick count in his head as to what Cave's playing. Cave's got about just over 400 though. Cave says it's 350. About. They might not be quite full stacks of 20 behind of the 5,000k chips, the blue ones. Joel's reaching for chips. And it looks like he's lining up a raise. He's counting out some reds. And it is going to be a raise. It's 240,000 is the raise. And Marco folds, so a back round to Cave. Cave at the top of your screen. And Cave says I'm all in. I can't see how. No, Joel says I call, so it's going to be on their backs. It's pocket queens for Cave and ace 9 for our chip leader, ace 9 suited. You bring the queen in a little bit, please. So it's the queens at risk. And it's 5, 6, 8. That's adds extra outs for Joel. Any ace, any 7. 8 is no good. 9 on the river, and the queens are good, and Cave's going to get a double up. And the dealer's just counting up Cave's stack. And I think that might just be about the first hand I think Joel's possibly lost at this final table. Been absolutely bossing it so far. I understand he's got some friends at home watching the stream. But Cave's very happy to get back in. 490 was the count. So with the big blind and antes there, that's going to put Cave back just up over the million chips, which will put him just shy of the average at the moment, which is 1.1 million. We've got another minute and a half left at this level, so we'll have enough time to get at least one more hand in before the blinds will be going up. And after this hand, probably we're going to be at 25,000, 50,000 with a running ante of 5,000. So it's Marco in the small blind and Paul in the big blind this time. So it's Lisa first to act and Lisa folds. Cave with his newly acquired chip stack folds as well, as does Matt, as does Andy. So we're back round to Joel, he folds. So it's blind on blind, Marco and Paul. And Marco raises and Paul shows 5 deuce. Power hand, but Paul didn't fancy playing it this time. So we will get one more hand in at this level. And it will have Paul in the small blind and Lisa in the big blind with Cave first to act. Action will be on him. And he calls. Matt folds, Andy folds. We've not seen much limping into pots here, and certainly not under the gun so far at this final table. It's the trigger for our chip leader Joel to start stacking up those reds again, and he raises it to 125,000. Action now on Marco on the button, and he folds. Paul in the small blind folds. Lisa in the big blind folds. So it's our original under the gun limper. Cave has a decision to make. He's limped in for 40,000 and it's been raised to 125,000, and he says I call. So it's going to be 2 players to the flop. Seven, 9, 4, and it goes check from Cave. And check from Joel. So 9 on the turn has Cave reaching for chips, and he's going to bet 175. So it's a decision for our chip leader Joel at the bottom of your screen, bottom right hand corner, and he's going to fold, and Cave is going to take down this one. So, whilst that hand was playing out, we've moved on a level. So it is now 25,000, 50,000 with a running ante of 5,000. 7 players left. It's just over 1.1 million is the average stack. Our chip leader is still Joel, who is on the left of your screen at the moment on that view. Lost a few when doubling up Cave, but still comfortably has 2.6, maybe 2.7 million. It folds all the way around, blind on blind, and Lisa is all in, and Cave flips over 5-3. So Lisa gets that through and adds a nice little bit to a stack there. The perfect to play with a short stack when it folds around you. Not really much to think about. You just get it in and hope and pray that the big blind doesn't pick up anything worth calling with. So she's added to a stack now and is probably up to just over 500,000 in chips now. Say one double up and that'll put her up at average. Actually, Matt Carter has probably only got a similar amount in chips. I think that's two stacks, maybe a little bit less actually than Lisa now. Matt's been very quiet at this final table so far. But he's got a walk there, so he'll take that, quite happy. So we've folded around again to the blinds, and Matt makes up the small blind. So it's with an option on Andy in the big, and he's reaching for some chips. Not going to be happy to let Matt see a cheap flop in his big blind, and he raises up to 110,000. Matt gives a little wry smile, a bit of puff of the cheeks. And he's reaching for 2 more reds and 2 more blues, so we're going to see a flop. And it's 6-8-5. It's gone check check, so we're going to see a turn. And it's the 9 of clubs on the turn. And Matt's checked, as does Andy, so we're going to see a river. And 7 on the river, so we've got straight on the board. Matt checks. Is Andy going to have a little stab at this? No, he doesn't. He gives up and checks. So Matt shows King 7. And Andy says, do I have to show if we're chopping it? Yeah, you do. So but that's what they're doing. Blind on blind, fun hand. They pick up half of everybody else's antes each. And we go again. Absolute cool profit of 12,500 chips. Well, I can't believe Matt was actually questioning my mathematics then for a minute. Yeah. Do you want to go and stand in the corner, Matt? Yeah. Yeah. Matt says he's an accountant as well, but yeah. I just worked mine out on a spreadsheet at the back, so that's how I knew what it was. And on we go again. Matt's button. It's all right. No one will listen to that back, Matt. You'll be okay. Be fine. Yeah. So it's Andy in the small blind and Joel in the big. And Marco's raised it up to 115,000. And it's folded all the way round to Joel in the big blind. Safe trunk back. So whilst this final table's playing out, we are saying goodbye to a few people that are heading back home after either a weekend or a long week here in London. So that's Tom Clark and Ben Burnhill from the very successively winning Scotland team that won the team event earlier on this year. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Joel's made a call and we're going to see a flop. And it's 4-5-7. And it's a check from Joel. I can't see Marco not betting this after him being the pre-flop raiser, and he does. He's grabbed for chips, and he's made it 155,000 to go. Actions back round on Joel, our chip leader, at the bottom right-hand side of his screen there. He's got his head in his hands as he's thinking what to do. A little scratch of the head, but he's now reaching for those red chips, and he's already put them across the line, so whether he meant to or not, I think he did actually. That's going to count. He's going to call. We're going to see a turn. And it's 10 of diamonds on the turn. I just stuttered for a minute there because I nearly watched Lucy, who's updating, going flying into the rigging. She is on day 10, very late on of updating here, and she's now saying Tristan pushed her. So Joel has checked again, and Marco is counting out more chips. And you can see him with a stack of chips across the line. And the bet is 263,000. Decision back round on our chip leader, Joel. This is becoming an absolute huge pot. Between two of the big stacks at the table. This is either going to bring Joel back into the pack so much, or pretty much leave Marco very, very short. And that was enough of a bet. Marco gets that through. That's right. And Joel folds. As so next hand, it's going to be Joel and Marco in the blinds. I'm back with Tristan Chaplin on the rail. Tristan, I said to you earlier on what the players feel like coming back for a day two. So let me ask you, what's it like playing in a WCOAP final table?
Yeah, it's quite good, Lee, I imagine. Yeah, how are we? We are 7 left here and still a lot to play for. I haven't actually seen the stack size at the moment, but seems pretty even, really.
Well, we've got Joel down the end. That was a huge lead. He had about 3.5 million at one point. He's lost a few along the way since then. So he's back in the play. But obviously we're playing for some significant money up top. I mean, it's just over £8,000 to the winner here.
Yeah, seems quite good in that. He's still, sorry, is Joel the one with the glasses or the?
Down the very far end.
Okay, well, I mean, with that moustache and ponytail combo, I mean, anything's possible there, to be honest.
I've not yet mentioned that. I've kept quiet about that because, but it's but it is good. You are right.
Yeah, well, trust me to bring someone on that, Lee.
So we've got a board here of 9-8-5-8, and it went check on the flop, and Joel's now bet out 100,000. And it's Marco with the decision here. This is blind on blind. And Marco folds, and Joel takes that one down. So that's one each after the last two.
Evening, Lee.
I didn't know you were going to say anything then, Tristan, or not. I wasn't sure. I thought you went to say something and I pulled the mic away and you actually were going to say something.
I'm a man of very few words, but when I do speak, you know, it's worth listening to.
Well, everyone at home, I'm sure, is waiting to hear your words of wisdom on about this final table. I know there's a lot of people at home that can be rooting for Matt Carter.
Absolutely, yeah. Regular APAT guy. I've come across Matt a few times, actually. Online, I believe, as well. So it's nice to see him right in the mix.
I believe he dabbles in the online world of poker every now and again.
I do believe you're right. Yeah. Is it sugar-free, his eye?
Yeah, sugar-free as he's well known as.
Oh, he just cast his eye over me there, so I better say nice things.
Yeah, you mentioned his online alias, and he did look up and gave you a bit of a. It was a very quick stare, but it was definitely a stare there.
It was definitely a stare there. I think I may regret that, obviously, but no, I've never met the guy. No, I don't know his alias or anything.
So it's Cave that's raised this up to 140,000, and he's got it through. Paul folds from the big blind, so he gets that through. And I have Des Duffy on the rail with me here on the final table. How's it going, Des?
Things are good, Lee. Getting towards the end of the week, which is good. One interesting point on Matt Carter. He just let me know a short while ago that although he's been playing APAT for 10 years, this is his first individual final table. So he's made final tables within team events and stuff, but in 10 years this is his first individual final table. So big event for him.
Not a bad one to win. It's obviously it's our biggest kind of payday of the year, in terms of obviously it's £110 buy-in opposed to our normal 75 plus 750 for the national championships that we hold throughout the year. And obviously because we run 2 day ones on this, it gets a maximum number of runners. I think it was 993 here, so making a prize pool of 39,300, which is our biggest of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, it consistently is. It always is. And then there's the added value on top, which is it's pretty good. It's the Vegas trip and bracelet, which is a great memento of the occasion.
And Paul's raising from the small blind here, and there's no previous action. And Lisa says I'm all in from the big blind, and Paul says I'm going to call. So it's going to be Lisa's tournament life on the line. And hang on, dealer, I'll get it for you now. So it's ace-9 for Paul, 6-5 suited for Lisa. It's Lisa's tournament life on the line, so it's a 6-5 that's at stake. Let's see a flop. And a 5 on the flop. Lisa needs to avoid an ace or a 9. Still just need to avoid an ace or a 9. 6 on the river, and it's a double up for Lisa. She breathes a sigh of relief. And we will just get an exact count. 392 was the call. Lisa looked shocked. Yeah, it's 492. I'm sure it was a bit more than that. So Paul's going to get 492 counted out for him. And plus the additional antes, that is going to push Lisa up just over the million mark. And he's going to leave Paul with about 275, I think. About 275,000. Oh, Paul says 271. I was being generous, Paul. I was being generous. Yeah, he wants the 4. Yeah, he wants the 4. Yeah. Paul's taken that quite well because it's blind on blind. It pretty much plays itself. I quite like Lisa's play there because Paul can so easily be at it with any 2 cards, knowing that she's the short stack. So to shove it back with the suited connectors, not the worst. Paul's obviously going to call with the ace-9 Tristan, wouldn't you say?
I must admit, I quite like the play, to be honest. I mean, she's only against big trouble against an overpair, and even with 2 big overcards, she's not too far from 4 to 6. Hand like 5-6 suited has got a lot of work to, in my opinion, and yeah, we beat the ace-9 pre-flop.
So Matt Carter raises it up to 105,000 under the gun. He's laughing with himself because he didn't mean for it to be 105,000 under the gun. He counted out what he wanted, but he left 25,000 behind en route to the pot. The table had a bit of a laugh at it. At least that's what he's saying. It could have been the worst angle shoot ever known at an APAT final table, but I doubt it really. Whatever it was, it worked for Matt, and he wins that one. So obviously this is the culmination of Season 9 days. Now we've got some exciting stuff for Season 10 because we're looking to make an announcement fairly soon, aren't we?
Soon, Lee. Soon. I can't say any more at this point.
Well, the legal people will put me in all sorts of trouble if I make you say any more.
It's with them. It's with legal right now.
Who is our legal team?
Lee, we have people all over the place. Honestly, bank at headquarters. I mean, on the 3rd floor.
If anyone gets the chance to get to APAT Towers, it is a wonderful experience. I'd highly recommend the gift shop at the end of the tour, where you can get your own personally engraved APAT All-Stars card.
And significant media exposure.
Absolutely, most definitely. Well, that's what the CCTV is there for, yeah?
$29.99, Lee. We can do a pack for anyone, honestly.
Excellent, but genuinely looking forward to Season 10. We are looking to get the schedule out as soon as we possibly can. As you can imagine, trying to get a schedule for a whole year together, get it all agreed by venues, get confirmed dates and everything, it's not easy. Tom Brady works very, very hard on trying to get this out to the players as soon as we possibly can, and that's what we look to do. So this hand here has seen Joel's raised it up to 104,000. It's Matt Carter's big blind, and Matt's not letting him have a look at a flop very easy. He's re-raised to 225,000. Joel's just asked to Matt how much you playing behind, and Matt's got about about 450, I think it is. There's 3 stacks of blues in 20s on the ground floor, and another stack up above. And Joel's gonna call, so we're gonna see a flop. This is gonna be a huge pot to start with. There's already 500,000 chips in the middle here, and the board comes down 9-3 ace. In and a call. Matt's got pocket queens, and Joel has king 9. There you have it. So it's the pocket queens for Matt. Matt's tournament life on the line. King 9 clubs. 3. Matt needs to avoid a king, a 9, or a club. And another 3 is good enough. And Matt is going to get a double up. We're just going to get an exact count. Joel's asking how much. Dealer's going to work that one out. And Matt Carter gets a full double up. Queens versus King 9 of clubs. I mean, he had to dodge a lot there. His flush draws out there. There was 2 pairs until the 3 hits, but then there's the 9s. There's the king as an overcard. Horrible, Tristan.
Yeah, it was indeed. Probably an ambitious call with the King 9 of clubs there. But if you're gonna flop a pair and the nut flush draw, I guess you go with it.
Absolutely, yeah. Get it in and go for it. These are the ones you've got to win at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I was glad Matt Hale's end up there with the queens with his 3 bet, and he certainly had some cards to dodge there, but he managed it in a double up for Matt.
I would imagine Team Matt at home watching are having a bit of a sweat there, but high-fiving each other. I know we've had a number of people showing their support for Matt over today as he's worked his way through this day 2 field. We came back with 87 players. 36 from the day 1A, 51 from the day 1B. And we are now down to the final 7. Top 3 of these are going to get APAT medals, and the winner is going to take home the beautifully, exclusively designed WCOAP main event bracelet, plus £8,300 in cash, and the opportunity to go to Vegas in June with a gang of players that are heading out there through events that have been won during the year, including the APAT seasons rankings. And I was fortunate to happen to be out there in Vegas with them last year, and they all seem to be having an absolutely superb time. Tom and the team really look after the guys, make sure there's plenty of them to do, plenty of railing going on when they're in tournaments, so make sure they really do have an amazing time in Vegas. It's not difficult to have an amazing time in Vegas, but Tom ensures that everybody really does. So this hand is going to see Andy in the small blind and Joel in the big blind. And it's Marco to act first. He folds. Paul with his short stack says, I am all in. And Lisa's out the way and Cave's out the way. Matt's asked how much from the button. And the answer is, I didn't hear it. 251. Thank you, dealer. 251,000 is the count. Matt gets out the way, so it's Andy in the small blind. 251 is the all-in from Paul, who you can see just to the left of the dealer there, on the left-hand side of your screen. Well, Andy's counting out chips, as you can see there. You can see Andy in the dark top with the shades on. He's counted out 251. And Andy's made the call. So just Joel in the big blind. And Joel's going to go, so we're going to be heads up. Paul's tournament life at stake here, and it's 8-6. 8-6 for Paul, and it's ace-10 suited for Andy. It's the 8-6 at risk here. Let's see the flop. And it's 10-4-3. Paul is going to need runner. Needs a 5. And doesn't see that. And we're going to lose Paul in 7th place. Very well played to him. Paul's going to pick up £1,375 for his efforts. It means that the remaining 6 players at the table are now guaranteed £1,650 for 6th place finish. And on we'll go. So we fold all the way around here to Joel in the small blind, Marco's in the big blind. And Joel just makes up the blinds, so we're going to be 2 players to the flop. It's Joel and Marco. Joel to act first. And the flop is 9-5 king. And Joel bets out 55,000 and Marco raises up to 150,000 and Joel pretty quickly folds. So Cavi to act first here, and he folds. Matt does as well, as does Andy. So we're round to Joel on the button. And he folds, so it's blind on blind. Marco in the small blind, and Lisa in the big blind. And Marco says, I'm raising up to 125,000. And Lisa's going to call. So we're going to see a flop. 2 players, blind on blind. And it's 8 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds. And Marco bets at 125,000 and Lisa says, I'm all in. So there's her chips across the line, top right of your screen. On a 8 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, flop. Lisa is all in. And Marco folds. Lisa takes the stack back and adds the pot to it. That should move her up to about 1.2 million now. Came to the final table with 567,000. Started fairly slowly, saw that dwindle down to about 400, but then is starting working her way through the gears, and has built that up now to 1.2 million. So Joel has raised it up here to 105,000. It's Cave's big blind, and he is flicking in 2 more reds and a blue, so we're going to see a flop. And it's 8, 9, 10, 2 diamonds. So Joel bets 80. So this next hand is going to see Matt in the small blind and Andy in the big blind, which means it'll be Joel to act first. So Lisa's raised it up to 228,000, and Cave says I'm all in from the button. Very quick folds from the and Lisa says I'm going to call. It's going to be Ace Queen versus Jacks. Who's got who covered here? Cave thinks that Lisa's got him covered, so it's the Jacks that are going to be. It's the Jacks at risk, we think. It's close, and it's 10 deuce 5. Cave needs to avoid ace or a queen as the queen hits on the turn, and a redraw of the Jack on the river is going to see Cave with a, we think, double up. The dealer's just going to count this out. So we're just going to get this counted. So 1,015,000. 1,015,000. So it's 1,015,000. That's a full double up for Cave. Yeah. And is going to leave Lisa with about 180,000. Wow. What a river card, Tristan.
Yeah, it certainly was some river card, that, Lee. It's the difference of having 2 million chips or no chips, I'm afraid. A little 2 out of there, it could prove to be pivotal.
Neither player did anything wrong there. They're two premium hands when you're playing six-handed.
In my opinion, they're cut off against button. I don't think I'm folding either hand, to be fair.
Really?
Yep, honestly.
Well, that's why you're a better player than me.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's true, Lee, but we can discuss that later.
Yeah. We'll discuss that over a pint later on. And we move on. It's Andy in the small blind, Joel in the big blind, and yeah, Lisa's still keeping ahead and folds this hand. And Cave, with his newly found 2 million chip stack, is going to flat call 50,000. The players are going to have a 10-minute break at the end of this level, so in about 6 minutes' time, they're just going to send them off just for 10 minutes at their request. So Andy in the small blind makes up the blinds. So it's just whether Joel wants to let the others see a cheap flop with his big blind. He does, so we're going to see a flop. And it's 3 players to this flop. It'll be Andy to act first. And it's 4 of diamonds, 10 of spades, 3 of spades. And it goes check, check, round to Cave. He gives a nod as well, so we're going to see a turn. And the turn is the 3 of hearts. Decision on Andy, first of all, in the small blind. And he reaches for some chips and is going to bet out 80,000. Very quick call from Joel. Cave. Yeah, Cavi says we'll see this as well. So we're going to see a river. 3-way to the river. And it's the Queen of Spades. That's 3 spades on the board. Check from Andy. And Joel is reaching for a stack of reds. And the bet is 200,000. And Cavi was about to fold, and then also stopped and looked at his cards again. he was generally going for an instant mark. And Andy's counting out the 200,000 in red chips. You can see him there. He's got them in front of him now, and he makes the call. So it's going to go to showdown, and it's 10-3. It's 10-3 of clubs for Joel for the turned boat. I think Andy mucked. Don't think Andy even showed. So Joel takes that down. That's the way to win a hand when you're in the big blind. 4 minutes left to this level. So Lisa's all in under the gun. The short stack at the table. And Marcus says good luck. He's going to make the call. Lisa's got king, queen, and Marco's got pocket tens. So it's the king, queen at risk. Lisa needs a king or a queen. Well, that's pretty good. That's a king and a queen, but it gives redraws to Marco. It's only going to be a jack. And it's a double up for Lisa. Had to avoid a jack or a 10 actually there on the river in all the excitement. And I'm on day 5 of being here. Why can't they put the important final table early, like on first, when I'm like fresh and completely with it, Tristan? What do you reckon?
As you know, Lee, even the best make mistakes there. It's understandable.
It's like Wimbledon, the final, when by the time we get to the final, the court is actually at its worst.
It is all these marks. It's more brown than green, Lee, honestly.
So we've got a couple of minutes left, and then, as I said, the players are going to go on a 10-minute break. We'll do the same in the commentary area. Give you guys at home a chance to stick the kettle on. Matt's just folded out. That's how tired he is. Matt's just folded out of turn. Yeah. So Cave was going to fold anyway. So we'll leave it at that. And Andy folds. It's round to Joel on the button. And Joel makes it 102,000. Marco gets out the way in the small blind. So it's Lisa in the big blind. She shakes her head at the monster. That is 7 deuce. But it was the deuce of clubs, Lisa. I don't see. I mean. Yeah, absolutely. And so we're probably going to get one more hand in on this this level before the players will go on a break. And it will be Lisa's small blind, Cave's big blind, which means it will be Matt Carter to act first. At least he can't get it wrong this time, Tristan.
He can't muck out a turn here. There's literally, he knows exactly what he's to do now.
He will be first to fold. And there it goes. Did you see that? The efficiency of it. It was incredible.
I did. He literally could not go out a turn there. He was right on it.
So Andy's reaching for some chips. I think he's going to have a little bit of a stab at this last one before the break. And he raises it up to 130,000. Joel folds, as does Marco. Just the blinds to get through. Lisa gives a little shake of the heads again. So, but Cave's popped a chip on his cards, and he's made the call. So it's going to be two players to the flop, Cave and Andy. It'll be Cave to act first, as the other players head off for their break. And it's 3 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 8 of hearts. And it's gone check, check. And the 6 of clubs on the turn. Check again from Cave. And another check. And the 4 of hearts on the river. Is either of them going to have a stab at this, or are we going check, check? It's a check from Cave. It's check, check, showdown. Who's got what? It's king, queen. King high from Andy. Andy says I was probably calling a bet as well. I don't know what sort of reputation that he thinks Cave's got. But anyway, the players are going to shoot off on a break. It's going to be 10 minutes, or with 9 minutes of it left now by the time that hand finished out. So we'll be back in 9 minutes to play this down to a winner. So welcome back. I've still got Tristan Chaplin with me, who's going to join me for, well, hopefully for a reasonable bit more of this final table. Tristan?
I certainly intend to, Lee. Yes, as long as the bar's stocked, I'll hopefully be around for a little while.
Excellent. Well, blinds are now 30,000, 60,000 with a running ante of 5,000. Average stack now is 1.3 million. It's kind of, apart from Lisa, who had the unfortunate hiccup just before the break, it looks quite level, really. There doesn't look anybody that's in too much more trouble.
Yes, that's right, indeed. We seem to have 5 quite similar stacks there. Lisa is quite short, but she has the button here, so let's see what happens.
I think Joel, who's at the left-hand side of the screen, is looking, is probably still the chip leader. He's got somewhere around 2.3, maybe 2.4 million, I think, still in chips.
Yes, he certainly just seems to have the chip lead here. And
how much has he raised to there, Tristan?
Speaking of which, he comes in for an open for 125,000, I believe, Lee.
So Cave's making the call in the small blind, not for the first time, to be honest. He once he's got some chips, he certainly likes to see flops. And here we go. And it's Queen of Spades, 2 of Diamonds, 9 of Clubs. Apologies for you at home. We just had a couple of comments on the flop cam, and I think it had slightly dropped, so I've just put it back in position so that it fits nicely. And it's decision still on Cave, I guess, yeah.
Yes, he's having a second look back at his cards here from his call from the small blind, and let's see what he does.
And he folds to Joel's. Joel's raised to 75,000, and Cave decides, "Nah, don't fancy that anymore," and he folds.
Yeah, nice C bet of 75 there, care there from Joel, and takes the pot down.
So small blind is going to be Matt Carter, and it'll be Andy in the big blind this time, which means it'll be I'm still going to call him chip leader because I'm pretty sure he is. I can't see anyone else which is quite topping it at the moment. Joel will be under the gun, first to act, bottom right hand corner of the screen as you're watching at the moment. Got a couple of different angles at this table, so we're trying to flick between them all to give you best shots of the players when they're making decisions and what's going on.
Okay, Lee, so Joel folds here, and Marco's going to come in for a raise. $136, I think, is the number. Fold around to the big blind, and he takes it down.
There seems to be a lot of there's quite a lot of respect here at the table for players when they're raising.
Yes, it's nice to see, Lee. I did play this tournament myself. I didn't quite find that to be the case for myself, but yes, raise and take there. Yeah, it's nice to see.
So it's going to be Marco under the gun this time. It means it's creeping around to Lisa's blinds again. She's not really got the stack to do much more other than shove. It's not going to be this time though.
No, she's still got one hand before she's in the big blind. But I do think she'll make a move sooner rather than later, Lee.
So Lisa's got about not quite 4 bigs. We think it's about 3.5 bigs. She's under the gun this time. It could be a case of pretty much whatever gets dealt, or do you then hold out and just take your big blind if it's really that bad?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be surprised to see Lisa Rawney in here, Lee, to be fair.
Yep, there it goes. Good call, Tristan. Good call. That's why this man wins things.
Some of us have played this game before, Lee.
So Andy's asked for a count. Lisa just says massive, absolutely massive. Yeah, no one at the table could possibly make the call. But it is actually 313,000. So it was a little bit more than I thought actually. So it's 5 bigs. I think a couple of the reds were tucked away in that stack when I was looking at it. So 313 is the count, and Andy on the button is having another one of those Andy thinks about it. It's
Yes, Lisa's stack, he's got a little decision here, you see. He's got the button. Wow, you don't really want to call here. Perhaps we might
Andy says he's calling. I mean, Andy's only got about 900,000. So it's about a third of Andy's stack, but he's sticking the exact amount across the line, so he's quite happy. Over it goes. So it's decision on we've got to get through the blinds yet, and Joel in the small blind, not for the first time, is head in hand thinking, right, so it's adding up chips.
Yeah, as you say, the action's on Joel here, and I think he may have a decision in the small blind.
Now Andy's got about 540, or maybe a bit more than that, maybe 600 back. Marco's asked how much is it to make the call. So is he fancying seeing a flop by putting 300,000 in the middle?
Well, Lee, that could possibly seem to be the case here. I mean,
it looks like he's counted out chips, Tristan.
Yes, perhaps.
He has, and he has.
Perhaps by Andy's flat here, perhaps he has an above-average hand. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, yeah, but it seems a strange one not to want to make a move back over the top. It's a perfect spot to do it. But we're going to be 3-way to the flop. The main pot, which is going to be just shy of 1 million chips, is available. Here comes the flop. And it's Queen of Clubs, 10 of Diamonds, 6 of Clubs. We've got a side pot potential with Andy and Marco. Marco says I'm all in. Puts a stack of his reds. You can see him doing it there, bottom of your screen, across the line. Decision on Andy, as you can see at the kind of in the blue top with the shades, is looks pained, Tristan. Yeah.
I guess his decision to call pre-flop has put him in a kind of a nasty spot here, Lee. Yes, he's put over a third of his chips over and kind of neglected to let them go. Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's absolutely no reaction from Lisa, top left of your screen. She's in for the main pot of nearly 1 million. And motionless, absolutely not moving an inch.
Oh, I can't get a tell on her, Lee. I'm not sure which he has there.
Andy's going to fold, so we're going to see. And it's ace 5 for Lisa, and it's queen 9. So it's either an ace or running clubs. For Lisa, the ace 5 needs to be an ace, and it's not there. And in the end, Marco rivers the straight, and we lose Lisa in 6th position. And goes round, quickly shakes hands with everybody, and we're down to 5 players. Very well played to Lisa. Lisa picks up £1,650. It means the remaining 5 players at the table now all guaranteed £2,060 for 5th place.
Yeah, very well played to Lisa there. A very rewarding £1,650 for 6th place. Well done to her.
Then there were 5.
Yeah, we lose the short stack from the table to Lisa. Well played to her, and
but actually, Marco's picked up obviously a lot more there than just Lisa's stack, and puts him right up there now in the chip counts.
Yeah, with Andy's flat call from the button for Lisa's all in there, Marco decided to make the call from the big blind as well, and hit top pair and had some equity and picked up a very nice spot. Okay, we have a raise here to 150,000 here from Andy. It's folded on the button here. You have Marco attracting the small blind. He's still stacking previous chips from the last hand one. Always a nice spot to be in. Okay, Marco folded from the small blind, saying he folded ages ago. I'm not so sure, but
so all in and a call.
Oh my goodness. A little sharp that was all in the call there.
So it's pocket queens for Andy and it's pocket sixes for Cave. I think it's Andy at risk with the queens. Let's see the flop. And 9, deuce, 5. Jack. Andy just needs to avoid a 6. And does. And Andy's going to get a double up through Cave. Little shake of the head from Cave there. He's been on the feature table for a good while now, and I've watched him win big pots and lose big pots. And he just keeps going. Yeah, it's as he says, absolute roller coaster of a day for him. He just wants to try and win a couple in a row and really get some momentum. But what I will say about Cave, Tristan, is whatever happens, he's got a smile on his face and takes it all in his stride and moves on to the next hand.
It's great to see, really, to be honest. I mean, with sixes there from the call, he sets the original razor in there. Obviously, I was willing to take the flip on, but very unlucky there to come up against an overpair.
So dealer's just getting the full count, and we'll find out what it is. So 606 was the count.
So then, Lee, that pulls Andy right back into the mix now, back up to just a smidgen over 1.2 million.
And I mean, Cave's still got that's about 900,000.
Yes, and if we know Cave, very dangerous player here, 900,000. Not out of this yet.
So Cave's on about 900,000. Matt Carter is on about 1.2 million, 1.15, 1.2 million. Yeah. So Andy's just had the double up, which will put him up over 1.2 million. Marco is Marco's got about 1.8 million, which leaves Joel down the end with about 2.3, maybe 2.3, maybe 2.4 million.
Yeah.
That's quite. It's quite level. So so short stack is 900,000. Chip lead is 2.4 million. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000. That's this anyone's game, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to disappoint you here, Lee, but I think we're going to be here for quite a while. A fair bit of poker still to play.
But that's what you want at obviously our most prestigious event of the year. You want players to have some good play, and we've had some excellent play so far at this final table.
Absolutely, Lee.
So this is Matt Carter raising it up to, I'll make that 325,000. From the big blind, Marco had raised from the button to 140,000, Tristan, and Matt said, not with my big blind.
No, Matt seems to have come in here with a 3-bet, and
Marco's calling.
okay, it looks like we're going to see another fairly big pot here, Lee, by the looks of things.
So that's about 700,000 in the pot, I think, pre. Here comes the flop. And the flop is 4 of spades, 8 of spades, ace of clubs, and Matt's checking. Decision on Marco, who's the right at bottom central of your screen. And he bets 300,000. And Matt's having another look at his cards. Matt's playing about another 900,000 behind.
Yeah, he's giving this seems to be giving this a bit of thought here, Lee.
Yeah, Marco will have him covered, but Matt folds.
Very reluctant fold there from.
And Marco, Joel gives Marco a little tap of the table. Nice hand.
Yeah,
we'll assume it was.
Matt seemed to have the look of a I've just got outdrawn look on his face. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
yeah. But that was a quarter of Matt's chips in that hand.
Yeah, with the 3-bet pre there, Matt has taken a hit here, but he's still quite comfortable, Lee. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the structure's about right because the average stack now is 1.5 million, so that is 25 bigs. So really, yeah, we are ticking along nicely at the moment.
I think as the structure looks very good, Lee, here, to be honest. 25 bigs, 5 left. Seems spot on.
So it's our chip leader. Well, I say chip leader. I really think that Marco can't be a million miles off Joel now after that hand. But Joel is raising 125,000. And Marco's fold, and our friend Cave is making the call, as is Matt in the small blind. Andy in the big blind is pretty much priced into this now, isn't he?
I'm not really sure there's 2 cards I'd possibly fold here.
It's 65,000 into a pot of nearly 400,000.
Yeah, getting well over
450, and he's going to make the call. So we're going to be 4-way to a flop.
Okay, then, Lee. Yeah. Let's see what's on the flop first.
What we got there then, Tristan?
We have the Queen of Hearts, 9 of spades, 6 of spades. Checked by both the blinds. Let's see what the razor does here with Joel. A little pause, hand to the just past the moustache.
So there's 525,000 in the pot pre-flop. The raise was from Joel to 125,000. Call from Cavi, and then the blinds called as well. We're now checked all the way around and seeing a turn of what's that, Tris?
It's another queen here, the Queen of Diamonds here. That's a very interesting turn card. Checked again by Matt Carr in the small blind. I think we're Andy in the big blind here, who checks. Initial raise of Joel. We're on him again.
Marco's just taken a step away from his seat, thinking, am I wishing I should? Do you wish you were now in this hand, Marco?
Definitely not.
No, Marco's saying no. I'm glad to be out of this one.
Hands lately.
So he's just taken a step away from the table whilst he's watching. You can just see him at the bottom of your screen. And Joel's raised to 120,000. And
okay, well, I think you find we have a bet of 63 from Joel. Actually, raised from Cavi here on the bottom.
63, and yeah. So Cavi's raised it up to 220,000. I'll be honest, Tristan, this isn't making a lot of sense to me, this hand. and Andy's made the call.
Right.
So after checking, Andy's made the call from the. Joel's got out the way, who was the original raiser on the turn. So we're going to be 2 players to a river. Hope you're sticking with this at home. And it's another queen on the river.
Well, now that is some river card here, Lee. Let's. Okay.
It's Andy to act first. Andy's there with the dark top on and shades, head in hand. So Andy's reaching for chips. 3 stacks of blue makes it 300,000. And Cave says I'm all in. Andy folds. It was another about 300,000 to call the all in.
Okay, Lee. That was,
try and dissect that then.
I know silence is golden sometimes, Lee, and I'm not really sure where we're on their hand, but I know Cave took a quite a large pot there.
On we go. Maybe we'll ask the players after what they had in that hand with the 3 queens on the board. They can watch it back obviously on YouTube once it all gets online in normally in about a day or 2, and maybe they can talk then post it up. I don't know, Tristan.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I really know is it was very successful for Cave there and chipped up quite nicely.
So it's left Andy now with a stack of about, I think he's got about 500k left there now. He doesn't look happy. He's been quite smiley and chatty and getting involved in the table, but he generally looks pretty beaten up after that hand.
Yeah, that seems to have taken after his recent double up with the pocket queens there against 6s. He just seems very dishonoured.
I mean, he very quickly mucked when Cave went all in. I assume if he knew what Cave's stack was, but we made it. We reckon it was about another 350 on top.
Yes, I mean, I imagine with the 3 queens out there, he can't have possibly had a full house there, and must have just been trying to bully Cave off the pot. But Cave decided that wasn't going to be the case, Lee.
So it's Matt Carter under the gun to act first here.
Okay, Andy folds from the cut-off on Joel on the button here. Reaching.
He's going to bear. It's folded round to him on the button.
It looks like he's going to come in for an open here, Lee.
As night follows day, Tristan, he is betting on the button.
Okay, he's going to open to 125,000.
As day follows night, Cave is calling from his big blind.
I can imagine these going to play a few pots from the button here. See what the flop brings, Lee.
So it's 7 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 4 of spades.
Okay, we go check here, Lee. Now, what's the turn card?
4 of diamonds brings up a diamond flush draw, but it's not really, I'm guessing, what these guys are looking for on a board. But Joel bets 75,000, and Cave gives a little nod and says, "Okay."
Nod. A check call from Cave. We have a Queen of the Hearts on the river. Check by Cave, quickly check by Joe. What do we have here? 8-10 offsuit for Cave.
But the 10-7.
But the 10-7
is good.
Connected with the flop for 2 pair and wins the pot.
So what we've got really now here is three big stacks in Cave, Marco and Joel. Andy is playing about 500,000, which is pretty similar to Matt. Matt's got about 550, I'm thinking. 650, Matt says.
A smidgen more around Matt Carter just informs us there.
You hiding some around the back, Matt?
Okay, right, we have Andy under the gun here, Lee. And I do believe he's going to go all in here, Lee.
And Andy is all in under the gun.
Joe folds. Marco folds, I believe.
So does Cave. So is Matt fancying this? No.
By the shrug of the shoulders and the sigh and the dish of the cards and the calling of the 6-2 offsuit, that's a fold.
So when we're five-handed, it's 115,000 in the pot before we even start every hand, Tristan. So it's that's a nice little addition to Andy's stack, considering where he is. Pretty much 25% on his stack.
Yeah, any pot he plays here, really, Lee. 25% is a huge amount of equity to add to a stack.
And when you're five-handed, you can take those shoves and hope, close your eyes and hope that none of the other four have got anything.
That can more than often be the case there.
Oh, we've all done it, haven't we?
Right, okay, what do we have in this hand? We have Joel under the gun, pondering an open here, I imagine.
Yeah. He's going to do it. 125 is the bet.
That's a fold from Marco, I believe, and I believe he's partner in crime, Cave, on the button here. Okay, we have a 3-bet here, Lee, to 275,000. That's a quick fold from Joel, and Cave wins the pot. Guys, let's have another hand. Blinds 30, 60,000. Okay, we have Marco under the gun. He's going to fold. Keve's picking up chips and comes in for an open to 125,000. Matt Carter folds the button and he folds the small blind. Joel on the big blind here with a decision. Still pondering a decision here. But he folds and Cave takes the pot. Okay, guys, 30k, 60k, 5k ante. Cave's under the gun. Cave folds. Matt folds. And the other button folds. Joel on the small blinds. Completes the small blind. So now it's on Marco. Marco checks, then we're going to see a flop. Okay, flop. King of spades, 9 of clubs, 5 of clubs. Action on Joel. Reaching with chips, bets the minimum, 60,000. Flattered by Marco. Let's see a turn card. 10 of spades is the turn. Joel decides to check now. Marco checks behind. Let's see a river. Ace of diamonds. Check small blind. Check Marco in the big blind. Jack 10 for a pair of 10s. Joel, Queen 9. Another pot for Joel. Okay, then guys, 30k, 6k, 5k ante. Okay then, Matt Carter under the gun. 30k, 6k, 5k ante. Matt seems to have a decision here under the gun. He's reaching for chips. Okay, that's an open to 145,000. And he folds. Joel on the button folds. Marco folds. Cave in the big blind. Reluctantly folds, and Matt takes the pot. No. Right, okay then, guys. Right, we have Andy under the gun here. Folds. Joel folds. Marco reaches for chips. Okay, he's going to come in for an open here. 130,000 to go from the bottom. Cave folds the small blind rather quickly. Yes, very strange for Cave. Matt Carter in the big blind. He folds. Very quick fold from Matt. How are we doing, Mr. Wiltshire? Are we all right?
Yeah, we're good, I think. We're getting to the end of most of this. We've got 4 bracelets event today, so it's been absolutely manic. But it sounds like they are the cash tournament should have pretty much come to it's midnight, so that should have come to a conclusion. That second session of that. I think the Irish was already on its final table. Heads up was decided earlier on, so we're getting to the end. It'll have been 22 events in 10 days.
I wasn't here for all of them, Lee, but I did play a few.
I only came along for the second half of the week, but fair play to Tom and Lucy who have been here for the duration.
Fair play to them, top work. Right, more important matters. Marco comes in for an open to 130,000. Cave's going to call on the button. Matt Cutter folds the small blind. Now Andy's in the big blind here now, Lee.
There's an option for him here, isn't there? An obvious one. There's obviously another option, which is the one he's taken, which is to fold.
Yes. He took the decision to fold there, Lee. I don't mind that. Right, we're going to go heads up to the flop here with these two players, Lee.
What we got there then, Tris?
We got the 3 of clubs, the 4 of spades, and the 5 of clubs. Checked by Marco. Cave on the button. 200 and
Doesn't even need to
45,000.
count it out because Marco's
Marco.
folded before he's even got a chance to get the chips across the line.
Marco just heard the amount, and yeah, he's going to duck out of that one.
So we're going to change a dealer. And our dealer departs after doing a really good stint for us. Absolutely superb.
Okay then, guys. We have Marco under the gun here, reaching for chips.
Top left of your screen as you're looking at that.
130,000 is the number, Lee, I believe.
It is. And Cave gets out the way. As does Matt Carter on the button nine. There's the move.
I believe there's a move from the small blind here.
It's the move we spoke about earlier on. It's Andy all in from the small blind. It's going to be for, I think Marco might ask for a count, unless he can work out roughly what it is. Dealer's going to have a look. Here we go. I think it's about 470, 480 maybe.
Okay, yeah, Marco's got a decision here by the looks of things.
Might be slightly more than that.
It comes in for an open for approximately 130.
477, Tristan. What did I say? Yeah, really? Yeah, really?
You're pretty
really?
good at this, Lee. I can imagine you've got a fair bit of experience of this.
Marco folds.
It gets through.
As we were saying in the previous hand, it's Andy's got that kind of stack where shoving on the other guys when they've opened. If it's still kind of 300, 350 for them to make the call, that's a tough decision for them to make. He's just got enough of a stack to still be able to push that through.
Absolutely, Riley. With stack sizes just over 1.2, 1.3 million there, a shove of 400, 450 is really going to hurt your stack. You don't want to double up a dangerous opponent and put yourself right down in the mix to add to that. Right, okay, blinds. We have Cave under the gun here who folds.
Wow.
I know, Lee. I know. It's possible. We have Matt Carter now.
Now Matt's in a similar type of position, really, as to Andy. His stack is now it's gone round another orbit without much happening. He's reaching for some chips though, so he's going to raise.
Listening to you here, Lee. He comes in for an open on this hand.
How much is that there, Tris?
That's 145,000. Folded from the small blind Andy. Folded. Sorry, from the button Andy. Folded from the small blind Joel. Now Marco's in the big here.
And he's just working out how much he's got behind. I think he's got, and he says I'm all in, and Matt's got about 400,000 behind. 410, I think Matt's got behind.
Okay, well, it's plain to see where Matt has a really big decision here.
Matt says I call. Matt says I call. So Matt's got pocket sevens, and Marco has king, jack, offsuit. We're just going to, the dealer's just going to double check the count for Matt.
Okay then, it looks like we're going to the races here then, Lee. Sevens for Matt Carr, king jack for Marco.
Taking a little while whilst the dealer counts up Matt's stack. It's 600,000.
Over a little bit more, Okay, thank you.
Sevens at risk. Here comes the flop. And it's ace, 3, 9, 3 clubs. Marco has the king of clubs. That's an extra out. Matt needs to avoid king, jacks and clubs. There's a jack on the turn. 1 out. It needs to be the 7 of diamonds. And it's not. It's the 8 of spades. And we lose Matt Carter in 5th place. Superb run from Matt after his excellent performance in the team event for England. And Marco stacks up.
Marco, I'm afraid, is the joy of stacking up yet more chips. So we lose Matt Carter in 5th place for £2,060. Great game, sir.
That's got to put Marco as chip leader now.
Goodness, yeah, Marco's been doing very well the last few levels. And, more chips to stack, I'm afraid.
So Andy's our short stack at the table here now.
Yes, Lee, he really is. He's really in some really serious work to do here.
That's it's quite a big call there from or shove, shall I say, from Marco.
Yes, King Jack there was very not optimistic. So right, well, 3-bet shove, but yes, he's here to gamble, and I think Marco's here to definitely take a good shot at this.
Absolutely. So we've got Joel raising it up, 125,000 from the button. Marco's just folded because he's busy stacking chips.
And I do believe his friend Kevin is going to call, and we're going to see a flop between these two. Not for the first time, Lee.
Absolute flop bromance between these two. It's
yes, they seem to perhaps they could borrow a heads-up table from the tournament before, but let's see what it brings. It brings a flop of 6 of hearts, 10 of clubs, 8 of clubs. Checked from Kevo, I believe. Now we've got Joel on the button.
I'd just like to say it's lovely, lovely card positioning from the dealer as well, Tristan.
Oh, he's right on the money there, Lee. Absolutely superb. Okay, we have a C-bit coming from Joel of 95,000, I believe, is the number, Lee.
Yep, I agree with you there. 3 reds, 4 blues.
Okay, partner in crime Keve comes along for the call.
It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
It would be very rude not to, Lee. Marco is still carrying his chips from the hand before. Nothing to do with this part, but I just thought I'd like to say it. Okay. Okay, we have the 5 of diamonds on the river. Keve comes out leading at this river. 250,000 is the number, Lee.
I mean, the 5 of diamonds looks fairly innocuous.
Oh, it's a crazy. It worked as premium for a snap fold. Shows the ace-9 of spades.
Oh, I thought the 5 diamonds was a pretty meaningless card.
Yeah, just didn't really put the razor on anything there, and decided to take that pot with a nice river bet.
So, for those of you interested at home, Marco has finished stacking his chips quite nicely, and I can tell you he has about 2.5 million. Just over 2.5 million in chips.
He decides to try to add to it now, Lee, I believe, with an open from the button.
Looks a reasonable amount. It's quite a big bet, actually.
180,000 is the Here's the number there, Lee. Both folds blind.
Do you not think that's putting pressure on the short stacks big blind there,
think-
Tristan?
I think that was especially for the big blind there, Lee. That
Yeah, I
number
think it was, because that's a bigger open than we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think he was just letting you know that I'm not folding to 3-bet shove. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a blind increase here to 40,000, 80,000, still with a running 5k ante. Marco folds under the gun. Kerry folds the button. Andy on the small blind. He announces all in. Joel asks for a count in the big blind. Yeah, as
He's got to call, isn't he? He's got to call.
As I described earlier.
Yeah, he's got to call.
From Joel.
So it's Jack 7 for Andy against Queen Jack for Joel. Joel's got the diamonds.
Okay, Andy's found himself in a bit of a spot here with a lower kicker with his Jack, I believe. Jack of spades, 7 of clubs against Queen of diamonds, Jack of diamonds.
So 622 is the count for Andy. It's the Jack 7 that is going to be at risk. If Joel wins this, we have our top 3. We have our medalists. Just pop up a little bit higher. A little bit higher. There you go, perfect. So it's the Jack 7 at risk. Let's see a flop. Seven in the window. Andy needs to avoid a queen. Still just the queen, although Andy's going to get a double up. And he does. And it's a double up for Andy.
Okay, well...
622 was the count for him, Tristan, so what do we reckon that's going to put him up to?
622,
Plus the
1.3 million, I would imagine.
Yeah, it was blind on blind, wasn't it? So yeah.
I don't mind a shove there, Lee, with Jack 7 off. I mean, he still had a little bit of equity.
But it's as we say, with the stack size that he's got, what else is he going to do other than pretty much shove it in? And you just kind of close your eyes and hope that the big blind doesn't wake up with anything worth calling with. The fact is, I think Joel is, anything as pretty as that hand, it's understandable. So I don't think either player did anything hugely wrong there. It just and that's the way it played out.
Yeah, nothing wrong there, Lee, at all. Okay then, guys, another hand. Curry folds. Andy folds on the button. Joel folds the small blind, and it's a walk for Marco. Wow. I know, Lee. Took us both by surprise there.
So Lucy is just placing out the APAT medals that 3 of these 4 players are going to win, and the exclusively designed WCOAP main event bracelet, one of a kind. And I'm not allowed to comment any more than that because I have views on poker jewellery. So.
Right. Well, let's go to another hand, Lee. Here.
Why not?
Andy.
Thanks, Lucy.
Andy's coming in for an open here, I believe.
Under the gun. He's got some chips now, and he's going to try and put them to good use.
and then comes out with the line, he thought he was the big blind. Let's see what he does anyway. And as we may have thought here, Lee, not many honest poker players around. It looks like he's going to come in for an open anyway.
I don't think anyone was falling for it. Is that 150 or a bit more?
It may even be 175, Lee.
Yeah, there's one extra in there, 175.
Well,
actually, it's got to be, isn't it? Because I
Oh, of
forget
course it
blinds are
is. Blinds are
40, 80 now. We've gone up, haven't we? So, but you know what? That was enough to get it through. He told his story, and they all believed him. It's to be fair, it's been a long day for these players now. Tristan, we're just past midnight here in London, and these guys have been playing since 1 o'clock this afternoon for day 2.
Yeah, they've obviously done immensely well to get this far. 400 on the field, Lee. Down to the last 4, and the medals are literally on the table to play for.
And of course, they will all have played 11 hours worth of a day 1, either yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
So they've certainly had their poker fill over the last few days.
Okay. Marco did come in for an open there on the button to 160. Quickly folded by the small blind and the big blind there.
Having now watched these players for a little while, I do think that these this final 4 are going to play some poker. So I certainly don't think we're going to see any grinding down here and playing short stacks. I think these guys, they're going to be playing for the win. They want to get on with it.
100% agree with you there, Lee. Definitely the 3 big stacks look like they're willing to gamble here. If Andy can perhaps find a few hands here, Lee, though, and pick a double up, he's not out of this yet.
Well, we often talk about momentum on these final tables, and it's amazing how and how the swings work. But if you can get momentum going, as you say, he's got a double up. Let's see if he can put this to good use and really get on with it.
Okay, then, Lee. Next hand, I believe he's folded from Kebe, folded from Andy, folded from. Oh, sorry, it was an open for Marco under the gun. Fold from the blinds and takes the pot.
Joel's gone very quiet the last level or so.
Yeah, he seemed to take the hit with the Queen Jack suited against the Jack 7 there, and has not played a hand for a few hands. I'm sure it's just not really a momentum has lost as such, but I'm sure he'll be back into action soon.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, this down then, Lee. We got Kebe under the gun. Folds. Andy on the button. Andy folds his button. It looks like he's going to come in here, Lee.
It's very rare, does Joel not at least call on the small blind.
Okay, it looks like he's completed this small blind here, Lee. Marco, look what we're going to see a flop.
What are we looking at then, Tristan?
Right, I'll just take you through it, Lee. The 5 of clubs, Jack of heart, 6 of spades. Joel ponders and has a look at his chips, and I think he's going to make a bet here.
Looks min to me. Was it min +5?
I do believe you're right. 85's the number. Marco folds, and Joel wins the pot.
Perfectly did the job. It's that extra 5.
Okay, ladies and gents. 40k, 80k, 5k ante. Andy's going to be under the gun here. Let's see what he does. I don't think he thinks he's in the big blind here, so he looks
I don't
down.
think he'll get away with that one again.
I think you're right here, Lee. He looks at us with a smirk and craftily folds. Joel, I do believe he's going to come in for an open on the button, Lee.
Well, it is his button. It would be rude not to.
Literally rude not to.
But it is just another limp.
Okay, caught me by surprise there a little bit here, Lee, with a button limp there.
That's 2 in a row. I mean, maybe he's taking the view that he wants to start seeing some flops. Maybe he feels he can outplay the remaining players post-flop.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we're going to go through into the flop with this.
Of course, the other option is that he knows that Cave in the big blind is calling whatever he does anyway. So why not make it cheaper to see a flop?
That is a good fair point there, Lee. Yes, the flop is 6 of hearts, 10 of hearts, 8 of clubs. Check from Kebe. So Joel is going to make a bet of this.
We're going to see a continuation bet from Joel. And it's just 90,000.
Okay, it works. It gets a fold from Marco on the small. Cave on the big is more reluctant to fold.
It looks like the sort of flop that would hit Cave's big blind, though.
My goodness, Lee, I do agree with you on that. And he's going to come along for the call. We're going to see a turn card. Okay, what we got on this turn card, Lee?
We are going to see the ace of spades, as they say, famously sung about.
Quickly check, check.
So we're going to see the king of diamonds on the river. And they've checked it all the way down. Showdown to get it. And Joel's got Jack 10. So flopped the top pair. And Cave folds, so that was enough.
You wanted to see a flop with Jack 10.
I think the ace on the turn and even more so the king on the river are absolute scare cards when you flop top pair like the tens. So I can fully understand him just checking it down.
Absolutely, Lee. Gives me a smack. Okay then. Joel under the gun folds. Marco folds the button. Kevin comes in and completes from the small blind. And he checks the big blind. Let's go to a flop. Okay guys, flop, queen of hearts, 8 of spades, 10 of hearts. Check from Kevin, check from Andy. King of spades on the turn. Check from Kevin, Andy. No check this time. Andy comes in and bets her this turn. 80,000. Quickly called by Keve. Okay, river 5 of clubs. Check from Keve. Okay, Andy's going to take a bet of this river, I think. $200,000 on the money is the bet.
It's not a small stab, is it?
It is not a small stab there, sir. Kebe, you seem to have a real decision here from the small blind.
You can see Kave at the top of your screen, looking over hard at the board.
Takes a peek back at his cards.
Yep, they're still the same as they were a minute ago.
They haven't changed, Lee.
He doesn't look happy about it, but I get the feeling he feels he needs to make the call, but no, I think he's going to fold.
I think he's going to fold, Lee.
He says I pass. Again, but
only one at a time here.
Again, but doesn't want to push them across the line, but he did say I pass, so.
As you all know, verbal is binding in this game. Bit of a gentle banter going on between both players about.
Kev was saying what he had, and Andy said, "Well, you didn't have the straight."
Straights and flushes, I believe. I don't believe either player, to be honest. But another hand.
And Marco's folded under the gun, and Kev has folded from the button. So Joel's going to get a walk.
It's not the first walk I've seen on this table here, Lee. But I'm sure it was very, very gratefully received.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it? I always take it. It's respect at the table. I see it as.
I do take it as a compliment, I suppose. It's just I can't remember the last time it happened.
I don't know whether what that says.
Okay. Well, we got another hand anyway, Lee. 40k, Keve
so yeah, so it's Andy on the button here. He folds. I can't see Joel giving Marco a walk. Oh, goodness
well, I
me.
see, Lee. I'd like to prove you wrong on this occasion. And he folds to small, and Marco
2 in a
takes
row.
the pot.
2 in a row. We're never going to get a hat trick of walks, are we?
I can't see it, Lee. I really can't see this.
The only reason I say that is it's going to be Joel's button into Cav's big blind, so...
I'm not really a betting man, Lee, but I'll wager that there will not be a walk for Kebe.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you through this just to see if I'm right or wrong on this.
Yeah. Talk us through this one as it goes fold.
Okay, well, there's the
first one. Surely not. Sure, no way. Joel is surely betting. As I said earlier on, as sure as night follows day.
I'd like you not to prove me wrong here, please, Joel.
Joel is betting into Cava's big blind for sure, and he's counting out some chips. I would also like to say, whatever the raise is, I'm pretty certain Cava will be at least calling.
May see a flop here. Marco falls to small blind. Let's see if you're right here, Lee. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if we could call ourselves poker commentators for the last two hands, but
that's one of the first times we've seen that. The guys have pretty much been in so many hands with each other on this feature table. It's been great to watch, but clearly that was a really bad hand in the big blind, obviously. And we go again.
Right, I do believe it's Joel under the gun here, Lee.
And it is. Marco's gone very quiet since winning that big, since the time it took him to stack up those chips. He's not really played a hand since then, has he?
Well, I was going to say too busy stacking his chips, but he seems to have done it now.
It's a raise from Cava in the small blind, and he's raised that up to 215,000, and Andy folds in the big.
Okay then, guys, another hand. Marco under the gun folds. Kebe, I've got to say, he looked like he was going to fold his button there, Lee, but he's going to come in.
But it is just a limp, isn't it? Yep.
Yes, I believe you're right, Lee.
So, I mean, Andy's getting absolutely priced in here to have a look at a flop. It's just another 40,000 for him. He's popped his card protector on top of his cards, and he's reaching for red chips. And yet, he's just going to make it the blinds. Okay. So it's an option on Joel.
Okay, he takes a peek back at his cards.
Yeah, that's when the there's only limpers in the pot pre-flop, which means the big blind has an option what to do. They've got the option to raise or check.
Absolutely. I do believe he takes the option to check. Let's see what this flop is. Okay, 8 of hearts, 4 of spades, ace of hearts. And he checks on Joel in the big blind. Yeah, I think he's going to reach for chips and take a bet at this, Lee.
Looks like it. 125. Yeah, 125.
Okay. His friend Kebe takes a stack of pinks.
More red, I would say.
Yes, red. Yeah, I'll go with you on that. He's going to make a raise.
250, min raise.
Too quick as
wow.
Reasonably snap folds.
You've never seen cards go in the mark as fast as.
Yeah, we'll give that one to Kebe, I think, on that one.
Some good banter at the table. I think the guys have quite enjoyed playing against each other. Battling out for the medals, bracelet, and obviously the all-important cash.
Yeah, nice 8.3k up top here, Lee. Very worthwhile.
I'm amazed the amount of people that have wandered past and wanted to have a look at the bracelet and the medals. People always love those because they're a nice memento of the weekend.
Absolutely, indeed. Yeah, I'm lucky myself to pick up a few of those medals in the past, and yeah, very nice on the mantelpiece.
Saves on Christmas decorations, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Lee.
So Andy is going to bet out from the button here, and it's 180,000 is the bet. I'm just feeling this is going to explode at any point, and we're going to get a crazy hand.
Okay, now we've got Marco in the big blind here, Lee.
He's raised all in. He's putting Andy all in.
Okay, he's putting Andy at risk here. Now Andy has the decision on the button. Marco set him in.
He's just said to me, he said, "You did this to me with King Jack not too long ago." Andy's had a number of tough decisions on this final table. He's counting out his chips to see how much he's got there. It's 5, 6, 7.
Okay, with blinds at 80,000 now, I'm actually just assessing his stack if he
Yeah,
folds.
so it's 800,000. I think he's got just over 1 million. I think it's going to be. Yeah. It's like a million and 15.
Okay, tough decision here for
You
Andy.
can see he's literally lined them all up in a row, 100,000 each one.
And he
folds.
very reluctantly lets it go. Marco taps the table.
What it does mean for us is we know Andy's chip stack is now 1,015,000.
You're spot on there, Lee. Your chip counting skills are second to none.
Which is obviously pretty much half the average stack now.
Yeah. Still playing the 3 big stacks here, and Andy approximately 13 big blinds.
So Cava's got 2.2, maybe 2.3 million. Joel's down to 1.6 million. And I'll say the rest because it might be easier with Marco.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you, Lee. We have a hand here. Marco's completed from the small blind. Cava's decided to have a little raise here. It's 230,000. Marco folds and Cava takes the pot. I'll just let Mr. Wiltshire on his chip counting stills here, if you just bear with us. I assure you can do a better job than me.
And Marco's got about 2.8 million.
Okay then, guys. Guys have just asked the prize pool here, and Lee's taken them through it. 40k, 80k, 5k ante. It looks like Joel's going to come in for an open.
Yeah, so Joel really has, I mean, slowly just been kind of losing some of his stack.
Yeah, I do believe he's coming for a 160k min click. Andy reluctantly folds the 8 deuce, I believe, in the big blind.
Yeah.
It's not a hand I play, Lee, I must admit.
Really? You should try it sometime.
Yes, really, Lee. I do. There are hands I fold.
That's not what I've heard, but
You're talking to the wrong people, so.
So we go again. I've still got this feeling we're going to we're going to get some.
I think
some
we have
soon.
the players at this table to have some action. Okay, Marco under the gun. He's coming in for an open. 190.
So with blinds at 40,000 and 80,000, 190 is only a little bit more than our minimum raise.
Okay, and he's having a real good look at his cards, but folds a small line. Joel in the big. Okay, well, I think we're going to have a hand-to-mouth thing going on here again from the mid.
Yep. Means he's having to think about it.
All right.
Interestingly, it was just Joel that just asked me to run off the prize pool for the top four.
Yep, we're gonna see a flop here though. He completes in the big blind.
Excellent. So let's see how this one goes.
Okay, I'll take you through this flop, Lee. 7 of clubs, Queen of diamonds, 6 of hearts. Check from Joel. Marco's going to see better 200,000 of this. Joel's going to reach for chips.
He's counting out more than 200,000 by the looks of it.
He just has a little bit more than that kind of locked in his hand at the moment. I can't quite see how much it is, Lee.
But it's certainly more. It's certainly more than the initial bet by Marco. That's the board that we're looking at.
I'll take a guess that he's got about 500,000 he's riffling with at the moment.
Yeah,